I come in, sir. Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Samuel,
Sir.
you're a doctor.
Yes, sir.
In Andhra Pradesh, we have a new party in power this
Yes,
time.
sir.
And when did this affinity for regional parties
Sir.
become strong in Andhra Pradesh, and why?
Sir, it was in 1983, sir, when Sri N.T. Ramarao Garu has come to power by starting a new regional party, Telugu Desam Party, sir. With that, impetus for regional parties have increased in Andhra Pradesh, sir. And also he has come from cine field, sir. That charisma and that has contributed to people mobilized towards regional parties, sir.
But why? What? I mean, he did come, but
Yes, sir.
what is the reason for the affinity for regional parties among the people?
Sir, he came with an idea of Telugu pride, Telugu identity, sir. It is like challenging the national one single party which was dominating over Andhra Pradesh, sir, for past many years.
Okay, so that means there is some kind of an ethnic affinity which is there among people.
Yes, sir.
As a student of anthropology,
Yes, sir.
can you say that human beings will never get over their ethnic roots? They will never be able to overcome the impact of those?
Sir, it is true, sir. People will get more affiliated to ethnic roots, but when a bigger task is appeared, sir, they will become unified, sir. For example, many small communities are present in India, sir, diversity. But when it comes to Indian as a national issue, everyone unites to form a single one, sir, single entity.
Okay. You want to join the Indian Administrative Service, that's your number one preference.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me as to what is the role of a district collector
Sir.
in times of natural calamities? Suppose a cyclone hits one of the coastal districts of Andhra Pradesh.
Yes, sir.
And you are the DM.
Yes, sir.
What is the immediate action to be taken by the collector?
Sir, firstly, early warning system should be put in place, sir. With that, for example, in cyclone, sir, where the landfall will be and what is the speed of the winds, and the people who have ventured into the ocean should be given warning signals, and also they are asked to not to go into them. If they have went into that, they have to be called back, sir. The second thing is putting in place the cyclone shelters, sir, for immediate relief and rehabilitation, and also stocking up of piles of medicines, emergency medicines, and
Those are preparatory works.
Yes, sir.
But I am talking about the immediate action that is to be taken once the cyclone hits the coast.
Sir, communication system should be more, control room should be established, sir, and officers should be deployed in that to communicate with the people, sir, with real-time data, how, where and how intensity the...
Have you heard about relief, rescue and rehabilitation?
Yes, sir.
Relief and rescue is what is to be immediately focused upon.
Yes, sir.
So can you elaborate on that?
Sir, for that NDRF and SDRF forces are being deployed, sir, and also at regional, at district level, first district response force is also trained, sir, and also Panchayat PRIs are the first responders, sir. They are also trained under a Sendai framework, sir, new framework. With that, timely rescue and timely relief will be done, sir.
Okay.
Vivian,
Sir.
what's the importance of your name Samuel?
Sir, it is Hebrew word, sir. The word meaning is heard of God, sir, who has heard the voice of God.
Good. What is the latest update on Manipur?
Sir, recently there has been president rule established, sir, and there have been measures to be bringing both the parties and all stakeholders onto a common platform and to engage between them, sir, and also collecting the weapons which have been looted, sir. This is disarmament, sir, in order to establish peace, sir.
Okay. So in the Sri Sailam tunnel, 8
Yes, sir.
people have been trapped for now 5 days. You are a doctor.
Yes, sir.
How many days can the human body sustain, without food and water? And tell me, what is the process? How does the body be alive, and how many days?
Sir, till 24 hours, the body can survive on the glucose level which is present in the blood, sir. After 24 hours, ketosis will start, sir, which is breakdown of fats and the ketone bodies in the urine increases, sir. That is more toxic to the liver and the kidneys, sir. With 48 hours, this ketone bodies in the blood increases to higher level, sir, which is detrimental to the other organs, sir. In my little experience, sir, till 48 hours is the limit for starvation, sir. After that, at least water should be taken as a supplement, sir.
And suppose if they don't get that also, then they die?
No, sir, they will survive, but other organs functioning will be affected, sir. Like urine output will be reduced, sir. That will lead to chronic acute kidney failure, sir.
Okay. What's the importance of Medak? I've been to Medak.
Yes.
So you tell me.
Sir, Medak is a place near Hyderabad, sir, in Telangana.
Yes.
Which has a bigger, large church, sir, which has been built by the British in 1920s, sir. When famine has occurred, it was given as a food for the employment, and the church was built, sir. Sir, another thing is 1980s, sir. Madam Indira Gandhi has fought her election in 1980. It was seen as the resurgence of her political comeback after Janata Party government, sir.
And you forgot the stained glass windows of Medak Church. They are one of the most beautiful in the country. Have you seen them?
Yes, sir. Sorry, sir.
Okay. So now you've done forensic medicine.
Yes, sir.
So tell me, when does this forensic medicine come in use?
Sir, it is application of medical knowledge for delivery of justice, sir, which is a collection of evidence for asserting nature of disease, cause of the death, nature of the death, and also as an evidence in the court of law, sir. For that, faster justice will be delivered to the individual, sir.
Okay. Have you ever faced an ethical dilemma, Vivian?
Sir, in medical field, sir.
Life?
Yes, sir.
Okay, tell it to my next colleague because my time is up.
Okay. Samuel,
Sir.
I saw from your dad that you have opted for Danik's Group B service at 8
Yes, sir.
above many Group A services.
Yes, sir.
Any specific reason for that?
Sir, I being a doctor and being interacting with people, I enjoy people, communicating with people, sir. With Danix, and that has more people connection, sir, and people, it is more often out of the desk job, sir. For that reason, I have opted for Danix.
Then you should have opted it before income tax. Now a faceless assessment is done. You have not much interaction with people at all for initial 8-10 years. That
Sir,
way, that would you could have kept it above that also. If that is the criteria for selection of
sir, it is Group
service.
A job, sir.
Eh?
It is Group A job, sir. And also I have contacted, I have asked my seniors, sir.
Because in Group B you will be behind 10-15 years.
Sir, but job satisfaction will be much more than the what.
Okay, no issue. It's your choice. Anyhow, you tell me, you have mentioned that you organized health camps.
Yes, sir.
You tell me what is the, if suppose you are supposed to organize a health camp for like a Kumbh Mela, how will you organize it? What are the different steps? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's it.
Sir, firstly, we have to estimate how much people will be footfall, sir.
Okay.
And also second thing, we have to put in place the public, other departments like police, public department, public works department, all should be given their own what to be done, sir. For example, sanitation, security, sir. Sir,
That is separate. What as a medical health camp you want to set up?
sir, in
Then
case
what?
of
These are
medical,
the basic outside. What is your role in how will you? What you are supposed to do in that?
sir, as a doctor, sir.
Yes, as a doctor. What will you do?
Sir, firstly we have to identify what first aid diseases, what people will be, what demographic people will be coming, sir. For example, in old age, there will be a high incidence of stroke, heart attacks. For that, we have to put emergency medicines like heparin, streptokinase, sir. And case of Kumbh Mela, sir, it is more of a sanitation issue. For that, typhoid, cholera will be there. For that, antibiotics like augmentin, erythromycin should be kept, sir. And also, there may be injuries, sir. For example, first aid should be done, like providine, iodine, those things
Okay.
can be kept, sir.
Ambulance, etc. You
Yes,
will
sir.
have.
Ambulance should be kept to be for faster referral, and also CPR should be given, trained for every individual who are employed, sir. That will be life-saving drug.
CPR is given when?
So when people become unconscious or when people are facing stampede or that kind of conditions.
Okay. Okay, you tell me you have opted for police service as your second preference.
Yes, sir.
In the new criminal laws, especially BNSS,
Yes, sir.
Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita.
Yes, sir.
So you have many procedural changes have been made. Can you share with me what are the procedural changes has been made? Because it replaced CRPC.
Yes, sir.
So many changes have been. Can you share few of them? Important changes made.
Sir, I have very limited knowledge, sir. If you permit me, I'll
Yeah, you try whatever you know. Share with us.
Sir, evidence, digital evidence were also taken into
That
consideration.
is under Evidence Act. I am talking about Bharatiya Suraksha Sanhita, Nagrik Suraksha Sanhita, which replaces CRPC.
Sir, modernization and faster pace of investigation will be done, sir.
What is the difference between these cognizable and non-cognizable offences? Many
Sir.
times we say cognizable offence, non-cognizable offence.
Sir, cognizable offences which can be given, which cannot be given, which can be given bail, sir, and non-cognizable offences which cannot be given bail, sir.
So what is bailable and non-bailable? You mean that?
Yes,
That is you want to say?
Yes, sir. Seriousness of the case is more in cognizable, sir. Seriousness of case is not in cognizable, and less serious is cognizable, sir.
Normally courts say bail is a normal thing, jail is exception.
Exception.
What do you mean by that?
Sir, in all cases, it should not be given.
Can bail be given in non-bailable offences?
Sir, it is based on the person's. If the person is eligible, if person can manipulate or involve in the investigation, then the bail should not be given, sir. If if the charge sheet is filed, the case has been completed, then bail can be given, sir.
Okay, he can even then press witnesses also, he can influence the witnesses.
Yes, sir. But the position what he is holding or the influence he is having.
Okay, thank you, Samuel.
Vivek,
Sir,
good morning.
good morning, sir.
GB syndrome,
Sir,
what is it and is there a way to treat it?
sir, it is Guillain-Barré syndrome, sir, which is post disease attack, sir, which is autoimmune, sir, and the antibodies produced for the disease attacks our own nervous system, sir. With that, paralysis of the body and the our lungs will happen, sir. With that, taking respiration is difficult, sir. Sir, treatment as such is not present, sir, but symptomatic treatment can be given, sir.
Is it effective?
Sir, it is not 100% effective, sir, but we have to give symptomatic treatment, sir. Like,
So in other words, there is no cure.
yes, sir.
People may survive, people may not survive.
Yes, sir.
How many deaths have been there due to GB syndrome in the country so far?
Sir, recently in Pune, 63 deaths were being.
63.
Yes, sir.
Is your figure correct?
Sir,
Because newspapers say 23 deaths all over the country. Now, unless the figures are being fudged,
yes, sir.
or if you have some additional knowledge,
Sir.
there have been only 23 deaths all over the country.
I am very sorry, sir.
All right,
I
it's
have-
okay,
I
it's
have
okay.
collected the thing, sir.
What's the reason for this attack of GB syndrome? So far, what has been the medical opinion?
Sir, post enterococcal infection like Escherichia coli or Campylobacter jejuni, the antibodies which are produced.
What causes GB syndrome infection?
Sir, it is oral contamination of food poisoning kind of contamination. Sir.
I have read, I'm a layman, I have read that it's probably because of waterborne infection.
Yes, sir.
The sewage line and the potable water line
Have been
getting mixed up somewhere. Is that the reason?
Yes, sir.
Then it's a major problem.
Yes, sir.
You have said that you are fond of Rayalaseema cuisine. What is Rayalaseema cuisine?
Sir, Rayalaseema is a place in.
I know.
Sir.
What is Rayalaseema cuisine?
Sir, uniqueness of Rayalaseema cuisine is domination by millets, sir. It is more dominating millets, and fewer ingredients are used, and also chili is more used, sir.
Which one? Red chilies or green chilies?
Green chilies, sir.
Okay. Green chilies is not so harmful to the body.
Sir, there is also one reason for it, sir. Because with the higher spice levels, it will stimulate the parasympathetic system, sir. With that parasympathetic nervous system, sir. That will cause sweating of the body, sir. In hot, arid conditions, sweating of the body will cool the body, sir. For that reason, people in dry areas will consume higher chili content, sir.
All right. My last question, what is the latest about the miners, 8 miners who are trapped there in Andhra Pradesh?
Sir, in SLV, Srisailam left bank canal, people have been...
I know. So what is the latest?
Sir, there are been efforts being done, sir, but the NDRF and SDRF people cannot go beyond the...
Any contact with them possible so far?
Sir, no, sir, because debris is filled of 30 feet wide tunnel, sir, and 24 feet height, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, Vivian. So you are an MBBS, so Dr. Vivian, I hope.
Yes.
So you have not pursued your post-graduation right now?
Yes, sir, not pursued, sir.
Why?
Sir, I have been working as a private medical practitioner and preparing for UPSC, sir. My goal is to become a civil servant, sir.
Civil servant. So that's why you have not decided to go for post-graduation, right?
Yes,
now?
sir.
Okay, that's fine. Can you tell us something that there is any law to govern the pregnancy in India? Is there any law that governs pregnancy, termination of pregnancy in India?
Sir, Medical Termination of Pregnancy 1972 Act is present, sir.
72 or 71?
70.
Please look.
Yes, sir.
Into this. Okay. So MTP Act you are talking about?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But there is a section when it used to be IPC 312.
Yes, sir.
So MTP is in contrast to that, or it is an exception to that? Are you aware of section 312?
Sorry, sir, I am not aware, sir.
Achha. So termination of pregnancy is a criminal offence
Yes, sir.
under IPC.
Yes, sir.
So that section talks about, right? So what are the grounds on which a woman can be allowed to go for termination of her pregnancy?
Sir, there are 3 criteria, sir.
Okay.
One case is when failure of contraception is happening,
Okay.
sir.
Okay, that
Second is when pregnancy is due to rape. The
Okay.
third thing is the viability of the mother and the child are in contravention, sir. They are not able to survive. Either one will be lost.
Okay.
In that case, pregnancy can be terminated, sir.
Can be terminated. There is any specific time period up to which we can go for termination?
Sir, yes, sir. It is 20 weeks and 24 weeks. Now it is 24 weeks, sir.
24 weeks.
Yes, sir.
Are you sure it is 24 weeks now? Earlier it was 20 weeks, then it was 24. Till here you are right. But I don't think this is 24 weeks now.
Sir, so court can give the permission based on the need of the hour, sir. For that, a medical board will be constituted and the doctors will give the opinion whether to terminate or not, sir. Recently, at the age of 34 weeks, Supreme Court has allowed.
34 weeks?
Yes, sir. In Maharashtra, sir.
In
Recently.
Maharashtra. Okay. That's fine. Okay. Suppose if there is a person who is having a heart attack, as a doctor, what will you do?
Sir, we have to find out whether the heart attack is due to.
You're not in a hospital
Okay, sir.
like this situation.
Yes, sir. Sir, the very characteristic sign of the heart attack is radiation of the pain from towards the left shoulder and the left part of the neck, sir. That is the characteristic sign, sir. And also there is.
He's lying before you.
Yes, sir.
What will you do?
Sir, for that we will do CPR, sir.
CPR.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why you will do CPR? All of a sudden you will give CPR to him?
Sir,
Is there any condition to go for CPR?
Sir, when the pulse is not.
Pulse is not there, okay.
And
Second?
the second thing is the breathing is also not there, sir.
Breathing is not over there. Okay.
Sir, there are three conditions, sir. A, B, C. Airway, breathing and circulation should be same, sir.
Okay.
We have to clear the airway, then check the breathing, then circulation by pulse we will see, sir.
Thank you. My last question to you. There is a constitutional body, CAG, that is in news.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What it reads CAG?
Sir,
CAG reads what? What is the full form of CAG?
sir, Controller and Auditor General, sir.
Do you think that this CAG is actually a controller in India?
Sir, no, sir. It is misnomer, sir.
Huh?
It is misnomer, sir.
It's a misnomer.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Vivian. Over to you, sir.
Do you think civil servants have to be absolutely ethical?
Sir, it depends on the context, sir. Ethical is more often, there are absolute ethics and subjective ethics, sir. Relative ethics, sir. Absolute ethics should be followed at any context, sir, like integrity, truth, honesty. But in case of compassion, empathy, we have to more focus on compassion, sir, where people are the first priority, sir. In that
Yeah,
case.
but that's a part of ethics. The way you conduct yourself in your group,
Yes, sir.
the group will decide what is appropriate and what is not appropriate.
Yes, sir.
But what do you think then drives a civil servant towards becoming corrupt?
Sir, when private interests are dominated over public interest, sir, and misuse of power and position, sir, in need of fear and favor, sir.
Fear, favor, aggrandizement.
Agreement, posting, plum posting, but that civil servants may turn into corrupt, sir.
So what kind of a civil service reform can be brought about to make sure that civil servants don't fall for this temptation?
Sir, there should be both carrot and stick policies, sir. Like incentives should be given and also punishment should be given for that thing, sir. Like incentives, any posting should have the security of tenure at least for 2 years, sir. That will make them stabilized and they work for their need of the department, sir. And also in case of punishment, sir, details of the civil servant should be, assets of the civil servants should be published in public domain, sir. And also stringency of the fast track case courts should be established so that the unaccounted money cases should be faster dealt with, sir.
Thank you. So we come to the end of the interview. Now the time for feedback.
Sir.
Now, how did you feel about the interview?
Sir, I could have done much better, sir.
I know. You have the potential to do much better.
Yes, sir.
In between you were not mentally alert, you're not able to link up with certain points.
Yes, sir.
And that resulted in sometimes, I wouldn't say, it wasn't wrong answers, but inappropriate answers.
Yes, sir.
No, you understood your weakness very well. But so, I think everything else is fine. I mean, you're very knowledgeable about your subject.
Sir.
You're generally up to date with current affairs, pleasing manners.
Yes, sir.
I think the mental alertness issue,
Yes.
focusing on the question
Yes, sir.
and trying to link up, that's very important. So
Yes, sir. I
immediately-
should
the
have
mind
taken
should be
it
sharper.
10 times,
Mind should be sharper.
Yes, sir.
Now, certain questions you didn't answer to the point. For natural calamities, I'm sure you must have had so many natural calamities in Andhra Pradesh.
Yes, sir.
Now, what do you do for natural calamities? So, you immediately evacuate people.
Yes, sir.
That's the most important thing.
Yes, sir.
If you don't evacuate people, there will be enormous loss of life.
Yes, sir.
So, you can't be constructing cyclone shelters at that time.
Yes, sir.
You will have to evacuate them. So, that was a little bit inappropriate. I think overall, I would say you are an excellent candidate. When is your interview?
Sir, March 19th afternoon.
Okay. Okay, take a couple of more mock interviews.
Yes, sir.
And otherwise, I just ask my panelists to share their views. If there's anything more to add.
Take care of your knowledge gaps. You have time,
Yes, sir.
19
Yes,
days.
Yes, sir.
So you have some time.
Yes, sir.
Think of the questions that will come from your, in the interview board. They'll mostly come from DAF.
Yes, sir.
What questions can come from various quarters of DAF, right? Think of the answers that you will give
Yes,
and bridge the knowledge gaps that you may have. That's about it.
Yes, sir.
You are a good candidate, should be able to do very well.
Yes, sir.
Same more or less. The cognizable, non-cognizable
Yes,
offences.
sir. I
there
was
you-
I was caught with surprise, sir. I did not know that.
Because IPS officer has to deal with all available,
Yes.
non-available, judicial custody, police custody. They are very basic, which come every day in the paper.
Yes, sir.
Secondly, your answer relating to Danix. I don't know whether that question will be asked in the board interview or not. Should be little more precise and
not convincing.
more some strong conviction.
The
It should be
difference
there.
between cognizable and non-cognizable offense is simple. In cognizable offense, the police station investigates without any restriction.
Court order, yeah.
In non-cognizable offense, it has to obtain approval of the court for investigating. That's the major difference. Remember.
Yes, sir.
So Danix again, so Group B, Group A part was not right. There are so many Group A services which you have listed below Danix.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I mean your justification, logic wasn't correct. You need to think of something else.
Sir,
And to
communicate.
say that somebody told me, my seniors told me, I think that's the worst answer you can give. That means you're being led by somebody.
Yes, sir.
Yes, tell me.
Sir, interaction with people, that could be.
No, I think, see, basically it's about aptitude.
Yes, sir.
You move into a job based on your aptitude.
Yes, sir.
You know, at least your quest for getting into a job is based on aptitude. You get it or not is a different matter.
Yes, sir.
So you feel you're better off matters related to administration, uplifting the poor,
Yes, sir.
implementing schemes for development schemes.
Yes, sir.
So that's being done by DANIX as well as by the IAS.
Yes, sir.
So that's where both of them meet.
Yes, sir. Converse.
Okay, so that's easier to say
Yes.
rather than to say that somebody told me.
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, and see your name. I think that is again most of the questions were probably unexpected.
Yes, sir.
So something about your name, something about your place,
Yes, sir.
all that can actually lead on to a more
New
extensive
follow-up.
conversation.
Yes,
We'll have more questions on that.
Yes, sir.
Regional politics, all that. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Nothing. You are a reasonably good candidate. We wish you all the best. That's
Yes,
it.
sir. This is my second interview, sir.
You have a lot of time.
Yes, sir.
Put your best.
Yes, sir.
Because
Second mock interview.
No, sir. Second interview. I
Second
have earlier also appeared.
UP, what is your score?
173, sir.
So you're a good candidate. That's what I'm saying. You can easily better that and get 190, 200.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
sir.
All the
Thank you,
best.
sir. Thank you.
Mr. Pandey.
Second, she will come. After she said that she has another law, so she wants to leave.
No. See, then she has to wait. See, that's how you lose time. Mr. Pandey is already there. We can do it after Pandey.
So actually, she just right now told me that she has another law that I just confirmed with her.
Yeah, just check with Mr. Pandey can just walk in. We are already there.
जो अवेलेबल है उनको भेज दीजिए ना, जो नहीं है वो बाद में आएंगे.
Anyway, both are available.
Both are available.
Pandey
Lady
is
wants to
already
come
there.
earlier.
We have the DAF with us. So.
We prepare for that. Suddenly they change it.
We can definitely take her after this. But you will have to have the patience to wait for at least half an hour.
So who is coming now?
Can I take this?
Mr. Pandey. Mr. Pandey.
So Or you can.
Sir, make room. Good morning, sirs.
Good morning.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Pandey,
Yes, sir.
you're from the Abdul Kalam University.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me something about Mr. Abdul Kalam?
Sir, so Mr. Abdul Kalam have been ex-president of India. He has been 11th president. He served there from year 2002 to 2007. He has been also renounced as missile man of India for his contribution in missile development of India.
Have you read any of his books?
Yes, sir. I have been through his book Wings of Fire.
Wings of Fire.
Yes, sir.
So, what kind of inspiration do you get from that book?
Sir, it is very inspirational book. It is based on a boy in old town of the Tamil Nadu and have managed to become so much a renowned scientist. So his entire journey.
The turning point in his life when he went to Rishikesh. Can you tell me something about it?
Sir, I am not aware with this, sir.
After he failed his examination and he couldn't get selected for the Indian Air Force,
Sir,
have you read the book?
sir, I have been through 4 years ago, sir. I need to revisit.
You are interested in wildlife.
Yes, sir.
So, which are the wildlife sanctuaries in Uttar Pradesh?
Sir, firstly, in nearby Gazipur there is Turtle Wildlife Sanctuary in Varanasi, Surhatal Wildlife Sanctuary in Ballia, and the surrounding Dudhwa National Park there is Katania Ghat Wildlife Sanctuary in Bahraich district, and there is Amangarh Wildlife Sanctuary it is adjacent to Jim Corbett National Park. It is in bordering district of Bijnor. Sir, yes, sir.
Which are the cities located on the Ganga in Uttar Pradesh?
Sir, firstly, Varanasi, Prayagraj, Farrukhabad, Kanpur, sir, these are the cities.
And some more?
Sir, Gazipur, Ballia are other cities which are on the bank of Ganga. Sir.
That's the place from where you come.
Yes, sir.
Ballia.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, between Varanasi
Yes, sir.
and Prayagraj,
Yes, sir.
the flow in the Ganga increases.
Yes, sir.
How?
Sir, because of confluence of two rivers, Yamuna and the Ganga, flow increases firstly at Prayagraj, and in Gazipur, just before Gazipur, Ganga has a confluence with Gomti river. This has been a large river of the regions because of this flow increases.
And when it goes to Bihar?
So there is other river called Saryu. It make confluence with the Ganga in Chhapra. So,
Now, Mr. Zelensky will be meeting President Trump today.
yes, sir.
What do you think will be the outcome of the meeting?
Sir, firstly, I think Zelensky will also be made party while making negotiation with Russia, because earlier this has not been the case when Mr. Trump was meeting with Putin in Riyadh. So secondly, I'm hopeful that this will give us...
Mr. Trump met Mr. Putin at Riyadh? Did they meet?
Sir, there was ongoing talk, sir. I'm not sure, sir. There was ongoing talk, but ongoing talk for the peace. But Putin, Mr. Zelensky means entire Ukraine was not party there. So,
Who's the Prime Minister or President who met the American President yesterday?
sir, I haven't followed this news, sir. I will.
So who's the EU President who's come to India?
Sir, I will need to read on this.
Okay. Shridhar,
Yes, sir.
so how did this city of yours, Gazipur, get its name?
Sir, Gazipur, Sir, word Ghazi refers to conqueror. It is a title taken by various Sultanate era and the various medieval emperors like Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq has been the first one. Sir, I feel it has been named only after that title.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So you have won a big award in scouting.
Yes, sir.
also. What is the motto of a scout?
Sir, it is be ready, tayar raho.
Be prepared.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. So you watch wildlife documentaries,
Yes, sir.
Sridhar.
Yes, sir.
In what ways are animals and their behavior
Yes, sir.
superior to human beings? You
Sir.
can include the birds also, the avian life also.
Yes, sir. Sir, sir, firstly, they have been in harmony with the nature. With I feel many of modern men have existed. So, if we need to follow the path of lifestyle for environment, then we can learn from them. So, there I feel they are superior. For an example, sir, they have correlation with each other. Like elephant being such a huge species, it creates environment for it creates suitable condition for many other animals to thrive. While walking, elephants crush down various invasive species growing there, so it allows other native plants to grow, and that is the feed for the various other animals. So secondly, I feel there is open competition. No one is privileged. Everyone have to suffer. Everyone have to struggle for their survival in the forest. While in the human beings, at some conditions there are some privilege for some peoples. There is inequality, but as such, it is not there in wildlife. So third, yes, sir.
How will you try and reduce the income disparity
Yes, sir.
in the country? Were you an advisor to, say, the Prime Minister? What would you suggest?
Sir, sir, in very short term, we need to ensure that everyone should be made available with the very basic necessities, providing all the basic necessities, be it food, be it housing, be it education, at doorstep. Secondly, in long term, we need to focus on overall capacity buildings. And if every people have been capable to make for their own livelihoods, and that will reduce the inequality and bring everyone in par with being an egalitarian society.
Okay. Thank you, Sridhar.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Okay, Sridhar.
Hello, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. Okay, you tell me you have a very good habit of spending time with elders.
Yes, sir.
That is very rare these days among the youth.
Yes, sir.
What do you do when you meet the elders?
Sir, generally I used to sit with them, share my experiences, ask for my doubts, ask for their stories. After sitting for few minutes, few hours, they will get open by itself and they will be telling their first-hand experiences. What were the social conditions 40 years ago? So, sir,
Have you learned something from their experience?
Yes, sir.
What can you share some experience which you have inculcated in your own life from their experience?
Sir, to list few, sir, firstly, I found that they have been in harmony with the things going around them and the things going inside them. Sometimes we tend to miss that at this age. So secondly, I found that they have bird's eye view of the entire situation, and we getting stuck in one problem, not able to think that the current problem is related with the many other problems lying aside. So, sir, they can give that bird's eye view. So thirdly, I have found that they have been more environmental friendly and spiritual. Like they make optimal use of resources. The one principle of reduce, reuse, recycle, that can be observed in them very.
Very. Okay, you have opted for IRS customs also as your fourth preference.
Yes, sir.
So tell me now, what are the GST collections last month we had? Any idea?
Sir, pardon me, sir, I haven't followed that.
And what are the provisions relating to indirect taxes in our union budget? Any idea which are the provisions relating to indirect taxes?
Sir, may I take few seconds? to
Yes,
think?
yes, you take your time.
Sir, pardon me, sir, I'm not able to think of indirect tax right
And it
now.
was around 1.95 lakh crore.
Yes, sir.
The GST collections are increasing steadily every month, more or less,
Yes, sir.
over the period of time. Now, on the other hand, we say consumption is going down
Yes, sir.
because economy is not picking up because consumption is low, demand is not there.
Yes, sir.
While the GST collections are going high, which is also can be one barometer of consumption.
Yes, sir.
So how it this reconcile this situation with between these two things? Demand consumption is less, but GST collections are increasing.
Sir, right now, sir, I can think of one problem that may be a reason. It may be rate of consumption hasn't grown at that pace, but sir, overall consumption is growing but slowly. So that may have contributed to rising GST.
Have you heard about K-shaped economy? What
Yes,
is that?
sir.
What is that?
Sir, it is sudden recovery of the economy after having a slide that we witnessed during COVID-19 period.
That was V-shaped. What is the difference between V-shaped and K-shaped?
Sir, in case of different sectors of the economy will be growing, will be recovering at different pace. Like sir, just after COVID, we found that digital education, be it service sector, growed very fastly, but the manufacturing sector picked its pace a little later. So different sectors of the economy picked its pace.
Okay. Thank you, Sridhar.
Yes, sir.
You captained your college cricket team.
Yes, sir.
What were you, batsman or bowler?
Sir, the level at which I played, there was not that much specialization. I used to do everything. I can bowl, I can keep the wickets, I can bat. Yes, sir.
You can do bowling or also keep wickets.
Yes, sir.
You were best at which of the three?
Sir, I was best at batting. Yes, sir.
Batting.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
You played with cricket ball or tennis ball?
Sir, tennis ball.
So your college cricket was played with tennis ball?
Yes, sir.
All right. You are a computer science engineer.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what is this topological computer which has recently been in the news? Microsoft has claimed it has perfected a topological computer which is many miles ahead of the normal
Yes, sir.
classical computers.
Yes, sir. Sir, it is about achieving the breakthrough of having a quantum computer. Sir, Microsoft have managed to gain a rare particle that is subatomic that can be observed for longer time.
A rare particle.
Yes, sir.
Which particle is it?
Sir, I'm not able to recall the name. Sir, it is subatomic particle. Yes, sir.
Okay. What is so special about this particle?
Sir, earlier one problem with respect to quantum computing is that quantum tends to have very small lifetime. So whenever one tries to observe it, it gets to dissipate. While with this particle, it can remain to that phase slightly longer, and based on that, computations and observation can be made. So, sir,
What is the difference between a quantum computer and a classical computer? Basic difference.
the basic difference is that classical computers works on the principle of classical mechanics, where data is stored in the part of 0 and 1 only in binary. While sir, quantum computer works on the principle of quantum mechanics, where both 0 and 1 can be stored simultaneously. So that ensures parallel processing, which aids to exponentially aids to processing speeds of the computer.
All right. The Kumbh Mela is over.
Yes, sir.
When will be the next Kumbh Mela?
Sir, If we go, it actually holds every year as a Magh Mela, and we will be having Ardh Kumbh after 6 years, that is in year 2031, and we will be having Purn Kumbh in year sir, 2037. While the other places are.
It's all right.
Yes, sir.
It's all right. My question is, why after 12 years?
Sir, it is with regards to some celestial alignments, like following the movement of Jupiter.
Movement of Jupiter.
Yes, sir.
Can you be more specific?
Sir, there is some celestial alignment when Jupiter will be lying in particular Rashi, so then it is held here. So I'm not sure, sir, which particular Rashi is there.
The pure and simple explanation is that Jupiter completes one revolution around Sun
Yes,
in
sir.
12 years.
Yes, sir. Yes, it again comes back in that Rashi, then it is celebrated.
Rashi. What is Rashi?
Sir, in horoscope, sir, there are different zodiac signs.
That is not scientific, or is it?
Sir, it is about relative division of different relative division of times, relative measurement of time. So, sir, we can say.
Sorry.
Okay, Sridhar.
Yes, sir.
So you are coming from Uttar Pradesh.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So sir was also talking about Mahakumbh.
Yes, sir.
Again, I would like to talk to you in that regard. So there is Ardh Kumbh,
Yes, sir.
Kumbh and Mahakumbh.
Yes, sir.
All the three kumbhs taking place after a certain interval of time
Yes, sir.
at some designated places.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me the period and the designated places for all the three kumbhs?
Sir, there are sir, mainly 4 places where these kumbhs are held, and each are.
All the three kumbhs.
Yes, sir. Sir, mainly, sir, except Prayagraj, mainly the whole kumbhs, matlab Purn Kumbh is organized at other 3 places, and sir, these are Nasik, Haridwar, and the Ujjain, and sir, these are held at interval of 3 years.
It's not clear to me. I'm talking about Mahakumbh. Do you organize at the 4 places?
Yes, sir.
All the 4 places. So next Mahakumbh will be taking place at which place?
Sir, it will be taking place after 3 years, sir.
Mahakumbh I'm talking about, that we recently concluded.
Yes, sir. Sir, I'm not sure about Mahakumbh, sir. It is Purn Kumbh, sir. That will be taking place after 3 years. Sir, pardon me, sir. I'm not sure about the name, sir. The
Kumbh
place.
after every 3 years.
Sir, at different places. So the 4 designated places, those are there. These have interval of 3 years among them.
No, among them it's fine. This is 12 years. After 12 years,
Yes, sir.
it will again to that place. So what are those places for Kumbh?
Sir, Nasik, Ujjain, Haridwar, and Prayagraj.
And what about the Ardh Kumbh?
Sir, Ardh Kumbh is held after 6 years at that place.
Okay, at every 6 years? At which places?
Sir, I'm not wholly sure, sir, if I can.
Okay, you're not sure, that is fine.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So my question is now, what are our learnings from Mahakumbh Mela?
Yes, sir. Sir, there are a lot of learning there. Sir, firstly, some things which we can become proud of that we.
In just in pointer form, you can say these are our learnings.
Yes, sir. Sir, firstly, with respect to stampede management.
Okay.
Sir, secondly.
Stampede management or crowd management?
Sir, crowd management, sir, that unfortunately led to the stampede. So, how
Okay.
to avoid that particular?
So crowd management is the one thing.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So, secondly, a lot of learning with respect to increasing tourism sector. So that have boosted. It has contributed around 1% of India's GDP. So thirdly, a lot of spiritual learning.
I'm sorry to interrupt you at this time. Can you tell me, with the organization of this Mahakumbh,
Yes, sir.
what will the earning of state of Uttar Pradesh?
Sir, it was expected that I haven't gone through the real data right now. Sir, it is expected that it's going to generate around 25,000 crores of revenue. So based on sir this.
What will the share of Uttar Pradesh I'm talking about?
Sir, I need to go through the data again. Sir.
Okay. So one is learning is that your crowd management
Yes, sir.
for better crowd management.
Yes, sir.
Right. Have we learned anything in the past also? Such kind of stampedes
Yes, sir.
were also there in Prayagraj itself.
Yes, sir. Sir, in previous Mahakumbh itself, there have been around 6 instances of earlier also stampedes. So based on that, we try to increase overall infrastructure. There have been development of various national highways, various pantaloon pools.
What about ecological stress with the organization of such kind of the Mela? More than
Sir, firstly, in that particular Kumbh ground, one is that there have been some various aquatic animals that come on the sandbanks of the river to lay eggs. So I feel that have.
Okay, thank you, Sridhar. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
You mentioned something about 25,000 crores
Yes, sir.
as an addition to the UP economy.
Yes, sir.
What was the calculation for 25,000 crores?
Sir, when Kumbh was expected to start, it was about to start. At that time, these projections were there. Sir, I will need to read on that. What have been real outcome?
For the sake of easy calculation, let us assume that 50 crore people came for the Kumbh.
Yes, sir.
Suppose they spent 10,000 rupees each.
Yes, sir.
What would be the addition to the UP economy?
So 50 lakh crore. So 50 lakh crores.
50 lakh crores,
Sure.
5 lakh crores.
Sir, I need to recalculate then. Sure.
Yesterday, the UP Chief Minister has mentioned that the Kumbh has contributed 3 lakh crores to the
Yes,
UP
sir.
economy. So, you need to read up
Sure,
on
sir.
what's happening around you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I think, Mr. Pandey,
Yes, sir.
see, you have got a lot of promise. पहले आप यूपीएससी में कभी अपियर हुए हैं क्या?
Yes, sir.
तो क्या स्कोर था?
Sir, I scored 179 there.
179.
Yes, sir.
तो चेयरपर्सन कौन थे?
Sir, Preeti Sudan ma'am.
She herself was there.
Yes, sir.
She might be there this year also. See, you are a good person, that's what I'm saying. You're a person well-intentioned and got potential.
Thank you, sir.
But I think you have this problem of being nervous in the beginning, the initial stages of the interview.
Yes, sir.
After that, you settle down after some time, but it takes some time to settle down.
Yes, sir.
By the time half the interview is over,
Yes, sir.
so that's what you will have to overcome.
Sure,
You'll have to see how you can overcome that.
Yes, sir.
And then the second point is knowledge base.
Yes, sir.
So if you are knowledgeable, then you are more confident.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the problem is that if you are not knowledgeable about your state, even about the cities or towns located on the Ganga, you didn't speak with confidence. You're a
Yes, sir.
student of geography
Yes,
and
sir.
you are from Uttar Pradesh. So,
Yes,
I mean, so you should be able to talk about rivers which join the Ganga, the towns on the Ganga. You should be able to speak with confidence.
Yes, sir.
I mean, you said it right,
Yes, sir.
but I think the confidence level was very low.
Yes, sir.
So that's the second thing you need to pick up. So,
Sure,
and
sure.
the voice has to carry through with some conviction.
Yes, sir.
The voice is the medium through which you convey your ideas.
Yes, sir.
The voice should be modulated. It shouldn't be so flat.
Yes, sir.
थोड़ा modulate करिए अपने voice को.
Yes, sir.
In fact, you will find then the atmosphere becomes more lively.
Yes, sir.
Then 179 will become 199.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sure,
So that's my advice to you. Third is smile. Please
Yes, sir.
smile a little bit. Use your hands.
Yes, sir.
And when you walk in, greet the chairman, greet the lady member, and then greet the other members.
Yes, sir.
And don't sit down unless you're asked to sit down. You just sat down and you said thank you to yourself.
Sure, sir.
आप अपने आप बैठ गए हैं तो उसके बाद आप थैंक यू भी बोल दिए अपने आप.
Sir, I
You
thought.
said thank you to yourself. I was noticing it. I didn't tell you to sit down. I mean, you just walked in and you sat down and you said thank you.
Sir.
So, I mean, these are probably, that's because you were nervous in the initial stages.
Sir.
थोड़ा सा आप हाथ तो कांप रहे थे थोड़ा सा initially. I was noticing your fingers.
Yes,
You were
sir.
shivering a little bit. You will have to overcome that.
Yes, sir.
ठीक है. आप कुछ बोलना है?
There was no need to unbutton the coat when you walk in. You do
Yes,
it
sir.
outside.
Yes, sir.
No distractions.
Sure, sir.
And yes, some more energy is required.
Yes, sir.
Early in the morning.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
You must be more relaxed and engage with the board. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
कंप्यूटर साइंस इंजीनियर हो, साइंस स्टूडेंट हो,
Yes, sir.
सोचो कि जुपिटर किसी राशि में कैसे चला जाएगा. Solar system is such a small thing compared to the celestial objects, stars.
Yes, sir.
How is it possible?
Yes, sir.
Read on this.
Sure, sir.
थोड़ा बहुत उनका answer was about, I think, what is mentioned in the papers. That the zodiac is divided into 12 houses.
Yes, sir.
Aries, Taurus, and all that. And Jupiter is now in Taurus. I think that's what he was trying to say.
Yes, yes, sir. Sir, entire evolution of Jupiter is divided in 12 subparts. Yes, sir.
That's what he was trying to say.
Yes, sir.
आप कुछ बोलना?
नहीं, कुछ नहीं बोलूँगा.
Okay, update your knowledge about budget and economic issues also.
Sure,
because
sure.
that is also very important part.
Yes,
A
sir.
member who is of economic background, he may ask question on that.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
Hands up, because you GST collect. It's a very basic question, nothing very special.
Yes, sir.
But you must have some information about it.
Sure,
Okay.
sir. Sure, sir.
Otherwise, as my other colleagues have pointed out, more energy, more enthusiasm, more passion
Yes, sir.
to involve yourself with it. It is a conversation, not a question answer session.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Sure, sir.
Reasonably good candidate. What is the session given by the honorable chairman and other panelists?
Sir.
Just do that.
Sure,
Go करते हैं.
sure, sir.
And you will get good marks.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anything else you want to ask us?
No, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All the best.
Thank you, sir.
Do well.
Sure, sir. Thank you, sir.
Again, you are doing that buttoning now again, है ना?
Sir.
Just be normal.
Sure, sir.
Yeah, you know, okay.
Sir, I will leave it.
Push.
किसी ने सिखा रखे हो सबको कि उधर घुसने के बाद बटन खोलना जाने से पहले बंद करना.
Now we are ready for the lady.
क्या हुआ, ठीक नहीं चल रहा?
माइक लगाने गया.
Thank you, all the best. I've kept my phone here. May I come in, sir? Good morning, sir. Sir.
Please sit down.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Kritika,
Yes, sir.
you are from Madhya Pradesh.
Yes, sir.
What role did Madhya Pradesh play in holding up the Maratha Empire?
Sir, Madhya Pradesh had many Maratha ruling families, for example, Holkars, Sindhyas. And sir, during the 1857 struggle also, Sindhyas did favor the Britishers. So the Marathas fought both against each other also and against the British Empire also. Like Rani Lakshmibai fought against the British Empire.
But when was the Maratha Empire?
Sir, the Maratha families were there, but the direct rule of Peshwas was not there, as far as I know.
Yeah, but the empire was there for almost 120 years.
Yes, sir.
So, can you tell me the period when the empire was strong?
Sir, it was in the 18th century, but sir, I am not sure of the exact years.
Can you tell me something about Ujjain?
Sir, Ujjain is home to the very famous Jyotirling, the Mahakal temple, and now they have created Mahakal Lok also there, so it has become one of the most prominent pilgrimage center in India. So Shipra river flows through Ujjain, and it is also the place where Vikramaditya, the king Vikramaditya ruled.
So, you're interested in short stories.
Yes, sir.
What benefit does one derive from reading short stories?
So short stories give us a window into the lives of various different people, So for example, if I read a short story, I can get to know about the psyche of many people without living their actual life. Apart from this, sir, it helps in contemplating and having a conversation with myself.
So when you talk about short stories, you mean short stories written by what type of authors? Can you mention a few authors?
Yes, sir. There is a show of Nilesh Mishra. He narrates Yadov Ka Idiot Box. So it has authors from all walks of life. Apart from this, sir, I also listen to stories of some renowned authors, for example, Premchand or Tagore or O. Henry.
The Home Minister has been on record to say that delimitation will not affect the southern states. When is delimitation going to happen, and how do you think it will not affect the southern states?
Sir, it is slated to happen in 2026. Regarding the not affecting the southern states, sir, he has assured that the seats that the southern state have right now, they won't be reduced.
And you said pro rata.
Yes, sir.
What does that mean?
Sir, I am not sure what is pro rata.
Okay. And the southern states have two other grievances. What do they relate to?
Sir, one is regarding the imposition of Hindi. So they are against that. Sir,
Is it actually being imposed?
Sir, they are alleging the central government that Hindi is being opposed. However, if we look at the NEP, it doesn't specifically talk about Hindi, rather it says any two Indian languages along with English. So it can be Tamil with Malayalam also, or modern Tamil with classical Tamil also, if we look at it.
Yeah. And what is the other grievance they have?
So the other could be related to the GST and the distribution of taxes, because it's a destination based tax. So some southern states faced a loss, so they are asking for its
A
compensation.
loss? What do you mean by a loss? There's nothing like a loss or a gain here. It's not business. You collect taxes and hand it over, that's all.
So loss as in the amount they were getting earlier before pre-GST regime and post-GST regime.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. Now, the GST collection for the central government is about 2 lakh crores a month, which is about 23-24 lakh crores a year. But in the union budget, we have only something like 11.5 lakh crores shown as receipts. Why?
Sorry, sir, I'm not aware about this.
Kritika,
Yes, sir.
born in Jhansi,
Yes, sir.
how did the doctrine of lapse affect Rani Lakshmibai?
Sir, because of doctrine of lapse, there was the fear that Rani Lakshmibai will lose her kingdom. So that is why she participated in the 1857 struggle, because she did not have a legal heir of herself.
Okay, now tell me the events of 1857 from the inception till one point where something just drastically finished it off.
Sir, it started from the military establishments. From Meerut it started, and the likes of Mangal Pandey, they revolted. They revolted against their British overlords, their officers. Later on, sir, it spread like wildfire in the northern part of the country, and the soldiers also empaneled Bahadur Shah Zafar to be their leader. And sir, various kingdoms and their leader, for example, Rani Lakshmibai or from Kanpur, the leaders had their own grievances, so they also took a part in the struggle. However, later on the British generals were able to suppress it with iron hand, and then the administration was shifted to the hands of the British monarchy rather than the East India Company.
Okay. And what was the exact reason of revolt which they cited?
So the immediate reason was the rifles and the bullets that were lined with pig and cow fat, the rumors were there.
And what is Bahadur Shah Zafar more famous for than his kingship?
So he was also a writer.
Shayad.
Yes, sir.
Do Gazami.
Yes.
So now, Kritika, recently there was a news item I was reading that India has made its own laptop kind of a thing, you know. What's so special about it?
Sorry, sir, laptop?
Yeah. Some Indian companies come out with one of the ministers was unveiling it.
Sorry, sir, I'm not
Oh, you're
aware
not
of it.
aware of that, okay. So, now, what are the issues between the EU and President Trump?
So recently, President Trump said that he will impose extra tariff on EU, and EU is against it. Apart from this also, sir, recently regarding the affairs of Russia and Ukraine, it is being seen that President Trump is going against the stand of EU, and EU was not involved in the talk, for example, between Russia and USA. So those concerns are creating some fault lines.
Okay. And what is the latest on Gaza corridor?
Sir, the peace truce that was there to exchange the prisoners, that is being carried forward right now. However, there are some contentions still regarding the exchange, and for example, a dead body of a hostage was not given, and in its place a Palestinian woman's body was given. So sir, such flare-ups are happening.
And Israel has said that it will not take out soldiers from Gaza corridor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now Bangladesh is changing textbooks. Can and should history be rewritten because the regime changes?
Sir, ideally it should not, but practically we have seen that the victors write the history. However, what is presently happening in Bangladesh, they are trying to erase what happened under the regime of Rahman and the 1971 war. So, and sir, they are also, now they are being seen as coming closer to Pakistan, also the one they fought in the 1971 war. So sir, ideally it should not be done, but this is a practical thing and it is happening.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Kritika, how are you?
I'm good, sir. Thank you.
Okay, you tell me your father is having some own business. What business he does?
So it is fertilizers and pesticides, retail.
Retail.
Yes, sir.
So he deals with farmers.
Yes, sir, he does.
So how the subsidy is transferred to the farmers?
So the subsidies actually goes to the company, and when the farmer purchase something, so my father has a point of sale machine in which it is entered, and the amount that he sells that is registered with the company, and the subsidy directly comes to the company.
So does he pay any GST also on fertilizer?
Yes, sir, he does.
What is the under which rate?
Sir, I am not sure of the slab.
Okay, you tell me. Recently, investment summit was held in Madhya Pradesh.
Yes, sir.
And a lot of MOUs are being signed.
Yes, sir.
But there is a critic says that hardly 3% of those MOUs materialize on the ground. What is your take on that?
So the recent summit along with the regional summits promised 30 lakh crore rupees of investment. However, sir, regarding these allegations, Honorable Chief Minister also said that this time they will try to follow up more on the promises, and the officers, he said the officers will chase down the investors if they are not investing or if they are facing any hurdles. So the officers will make sure that no hurdles are there so that there can be more conversion rate.
You tell me, we are talking about ease of doing business. You come from Madhya Pradesh. You tell me, what are the hurdles being faced still by the industrialist while setting up any or making any investment in your state?
So the first thing starts with the land, the acquisition of land. So there are many hurdles, especially if there is some tribal area or some forested area, which is a lot in Madhya Pradesh.
Whether government has to acquire land or the industrialist has to buy itself the land for setting up the industry?
So at present, land banks are there where government is acquiring the lands,
Okay.
and then the industrialists buy from them.
Okay, land acquisition is one major issue.
Yes,
What
sir.
else?
So other is the clearances and the permissions that are given to the industries, the environmental clearances or the other ones. So for this, we are setting up single window portals and reducing the number of compliances. So apart from this, there is the issue of skilled labor to be available in the vicinity and the capital availability.
Okay, you tell me, EU president is in India. What, and along with the commissioners,
Yes, sir.
what is the agenda of their visit?
So the main agenda is the economic ties between India and Europe. So they will hold talks about the bilateral agreements, the trade agreements that will be there, and the tariffs. So apart from this, India will also raise concerns regarding carbon border adjustment mechanism, which might harm the Indian exports to EU. So there are also rumors that the rights issue might also come up during this talk, but we are not sure about that.
What is the balance of trade between EU and India?
Sir, I am not aware of the figures. Sorry, sir. I'll read it up.
Okay, and my last question, have you heard about SOUL, SOUL? What is that?
Yes, it is School of Ultimate leadership.
so-
President, Honorable Prime Minister of India and the Prime Minister of Bhutan, they inaugurated it.
So Prime Minister made a statement on that conference that India needs now leadership to resolve with a international mindset with Indian mind.
Yes, sir.
So what does he mean by that?
Sir, at present, India is making strides on the geopolitical arena, on the global arena. So we need leaders who can engage with the world and at the same time keep Indian interest in mind. So their bent of mind should be Indian and Indian interest should be at the core. However, we should be able to wade through whatever is happening in the world. So
Okay. Thank you, Kritika.
thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Kritika,
Yes.
what is Tatya Tope's connection with Shivpuri?
Sir, he was hanged in Shivpuri.
In what manner was he arrested?
Sir, he was actually betrayed by an ally of his. I think he was in a forest where his ally gave his location to the opposition party.
Rani ki Jhansi also was she betrayed? How did she meet her end?
Sir, she met her end near Gwalior and sir, I'm not sure about the betrayal part.
She wanted a shelter, the house of Gwalior, to help her.
Yes, sir, the Sindhyas, but they sided with the Britishers.
They did not allow.
Yes, sir.
So the Rani ran away from there and she was chased, and there was the last battle.
Yes, sir, she killed herself rather than being killed by the Britishers when she knew that there is no escape, there is no other way.
Did she kill herself?
Sir, I think she ended her life rather than being killed. I might be wrong.
What is the difference between BE and BTech?
Sir, BE stands for Bachelor in Engineering, while BTech stands for Bachelor in Technology. And sir, BE is more concerned with the theoretical part of the computers and BTech is more concerned with the applied part of the discipline.
Of the computer or of the engineering?
Yes, sir, sorry, engineering.
Why is a quantum computer enormously faster than a classical computer?
So quantum computers can hold computations simultaneously. Multiple computations can be there wherever in a, however in the classical computer, the computations happen one by one.
Why?
So because of the parallel qubits that are there, multiple qubits, they can function at the same time in quantum computing.
Be a little more specific. Remember, we are laymen.
Sir, I need to read more on this to give a better explanation.
All right. A new political party is going to take shape in Bangladesh. You heard about it?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
So the students who held the protests in August, they are forming a new party.
What's the name?
Sir, I don't know about the name.
Jatiya Nagorik Party. Nagrik in Bangla is Nagorik
Yes.
Party. Is it going to change the political landscape in Bangladesh?
Sir, some changes are bound to happen because the students have a different mindset than the parties that were earlier there, and they came out of a struggle, out of a protest, so they might have a more hardliner stance also. And so they are young people, so they might work for the younger generations rather than the political families were ruling the parties that were there in Bangladesh.
The biggest difference is that they will have the support of the government of the day.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, Ritika.
Yes, sir.
So you are from Madhya Pradesh and Uttar Pradesh both, huh?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's great. So your optional is anthropology.
Yes, sir.
Asha, can you tell me what is Adivasi, what is scheduled tribe, and what is PVTGs?
Sir, Adivasi is a term, if we break it into two, Adi and Vasi. So it is original inhabitants of a place. Scheduled tribes are the tribes which are mentioned in the schedule by the President of India.
In which schedule?
Sir, under Article 344, if I'm not
You're
wrong.
talking
it is
about
there.
schedules, not talking about the articles.
Sir, I'm not sure of
Okay,
this.
continue.
And so particularly vulnerable tribal groups are the 75 tribes in India which were named by the Dhibar Commission, and they are the ones who are most backwards on the developmental parameters, so more focus needs to be given to their development.
What are those developmental parameters where they are backward?
Sir, education, health, reproductive status of women, and sir, the distance from the mainstream and the economic activities that are that they are participating in.
Okay, please look into it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's come into the budget. Okay, what is money bill? What is finance bill?
Sir, finance bill is the budget.
Finance bill is the budget.
So the name of budget is annual finance bill.
Okay, annual financial statement.
Yes, annual financial statement.
Okay, so budget is a money bill or it is a financial bill?
Sir, sorry sir, I need to brush up on this topic.
Okay, that's great. Okay, so in budget there is a gyan, there is a provision of gyan. What is this gyan in budget? How will decipher it, this gyan?
Sir, I need to read about this.
I help you. Gyan is something, G stands for gender. Now you can decipher YAN.
Sorry sir.
Okay,
I'll
Y
read
stands
on
for
this.
youth, A for Andata and N for you.
Yes sir. So
Huh?
these are the forecasts that were forecast as Prime Minister Modi said.
Okay,
That should be the focus of the government and the policies.
you know about it. Okay, that's great. So what are the different engines of development in budget 2025-26? Can you name some of the engines of development?
So the first can be export and manufacturing, agriculture.
Are you sure about it or you are just taking a guess, making a guess? Have you gone through the budget?
Sir, I'll read the specific engines.
Definitely you should go. Okay. Okay, what are the different, there is a revision, some revision in classification criteria of MSMEs. Are you aware of that?
Sir, I'm aware that there was some revision, but the latest one I'm not aware of the criteria.
Okay. Okay. It's fine. Then, should I talk about last question? Ardh Kumbh, Kumbh and Mahakumbh. I just want to know what are the periods and what are the designated places for organizing all these three Kumbhs? Ardh Kumbh, Kumbh and your Mahakumbh.
Sir, Mahakumbh happens in every 144 years.
Where?
Sir, the four places that are designated are Prayagraj, Nasik, Ujjain, and the fourth.
Of course, Haridwar.
Haridwar,
Huh?
yes.
Are you sure? But I'm not sure.
Sir, as far as I know, these are the four places where it is held, but I'm not sure between the distinction.
It's only in
that is there.
Prayagraj. It's only in Prayagraj. Mahakumbh is always in Prayagraj.
Thank you, sir. Read
It's
about
one.
it.
The Kumbh that takes place, the four designated places that you have mentioned. And what about Ardh Kumbh?
Sir, Ardh Kumbh I think happens every year.
Every year? Sorry. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
As a student of anthropology, can you analyze and tell me as to why live-in relationships are becoming more common among the youth?
So first could be the globalization that is happening. So the youth has the exposure to various ideologies, and this ideology might have come from it came from the West, the live-in relationships. So the institution of marriage that is there, so its meaning is changing. Nowadays, living relationship is treated as a precursor to marriage, as a test after which the ultimate goal is marriage usually. So the next would be the desire of the youth to first experiment with it rather than being bounded in the construct of marriage by the society.
So they want to break free of marriage.
No, so the ultimate goal usually is marriage, but this is like a test that this marriage will work or not.
But they don't believe their parents, they don't believe their grandparents, they don't want to live like them.
Sir, I think every generation has its own ideas about how life should be lived. So
Okay, with all that, then why is it they don't want their live-in relationships to be registered? There is some opposition to it.
So the concern is regarding the privacy, because many a times people who are in live-in relationship, they don't want the society to know.
Why? That's exactly the point. That means they don't have a commitment towards each other.
Sir, one issue could be the stigma that is still associated with live-in relationship in our society.
So it's better to keep away from it.
So the society doesn't approve it, but the people who are in the relationship, they agree with the idea of live-in relationship. So that is why they don't want to clash with the society, rather live secretly.
And what happens to the right to life of the child that comes out of the live-in relationship? Doesn't the child have a right? If you don't, if the relationship is not registered, then how does the child get its rights?
Yes, so that is one of the big issue, and Honorable Chief Minister of Uttarakhand also cited this. So sir, this is why the registration that is mandated in the Uttarakhand UCC, that actually will help with the rights of the child as well as the woman if there is any untoward incident in the relationship.
So if you look at it overall, do you think the Uttarakhand law is a reasonably good model that can be adopted all over India?
Sir, I think we have to draw a line where we have to prioritize the rights of human beings that those are involved. So I think, sir, yes, the law is good if it is implemented in a good manner.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So we come to the end of the interview. We're very confident. That's one good thing. And you're quite, expression is fluent. So that's nice. Voice carries through. Modulation is very good. And you have some respect for the constitution and the law, and you're alert. But point is, at times you make mistakes which probably are not intended.
Yes, sir.
But I won't say it's a slip of the tongue either. I think it's more because you're so fast or you're not able to match your thoughts with your expression that it just comes out, and it's too late to draw back. It's something like, they suffered a loss, somebody, so that's not right. They didn't suffer, so it's not a business that goes on.
Yes, sir.
And again, if you're asked to mention something about Maratha Empire, you went on to the British, that's irrelevant. Again, about up to date on current affairs, about Gaza, what's happening today is that Israel is sending its negotiators to Cairo to continue to see whether the peace deal can be continued. So they are interested in continuing with the peace agreement. With all the problems that have arisen, they're still there. Pressure, so precision, history again. You talk very lightly about great personalities. It's important to give them their due importance. Whether it's particularly Rani Lakshmibai or Tantia Tope, all these people, they deserve a lot of respect and emphasis for the contribution they've made to history.
Yes.
So I think that was not coming through. That kind of, you don't seem to have been inspired by Rani Lakshmibai, though you come from her place. So that's that would be something which is a little ironic, but that's okay. So these are some things about which I think you should pay more attention. And lastly, see, when it comes to issues where you have to agree, finally you did agree with the government, issues which have been finalized and it relates to your place, unless you have some serious differences with the way the law has been made or the law has been stated by the courts, I think you should normally agree with the court or with the government. It's better to take that stance because it's more comfortable. If you oppose it, then you need to give very sound reasons as to why you're opposing it. Okay?
Yes.
So whether it's the UCC or same-sex marriage or anything, Sabarimala or anything, so it's better to go with the line that's being taken by the government and by the courts.
For example, in this live-in relationship, you took this stand that it is good, right? But when you raise the question of child rights out of that live-in relationship, you see, you have to come back to the fact that the UCC registration part is good because it will help the mother as well as the child. So you should take a more conservative view of, rather than forming an opinion just because you are young and
Yes, sir.
okay.
Kritika, I would say that you do take a view, but try and make it holistic. Try and make it impartial. Like in this issue also, and in the textbook issue also, you have to understand that if every new victor or new regime comes and starts changing history, whether it will be history or some kind of a mashup. History, take a view, history is something which is a record of what happened, and it has to be neutral and has to be preserved. For example, in your Red Fort of Delhi, there are huge British buildings. And once, like a fool, I asked the ASI superintendent, why don't we destroy them? They are reminders of the British colonial regime. He said, no, sir. This is a layer of history. And also that INA trials took place there. So that is another important part. So try to look at the complete picture and then present a view.
Yes.
Women's issues we did not ask, but they will be definitely there.
Yes.
I think more than sufficient what they have told you. If you act upon this, I think you will do very well. Otherwise, you have very nice smile, very pleasing personality, very articulate, very positive points. Only this, if you make small these changes, I think you will do exceedingly well. You have already been to UPSC once.
Yes, sir.
What was your score?
Sir, it was 127.
One?
127.
27. She must have made
No,
some
no.
mistakes.
She totally unexpected.
Sir, it was confidence issue on my part.
Overconfidence or
So underconfidence.
underconfidence?
Yes, sir.
Which you are not now. You're definitely quite confident.
This time it should be 190 plus.
Yes, sir, I'm hoping that.
Yes, okay.
All the best.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
God bless you.
So can we take a break? 5 minutes. So we've done 3 candidates.
We have done 3.
Going quite well.
Acha, she was a otherwise good candidate. I don't know why she got
Slightly overconfident.
overconfident.
वो अंडर थी ना पहले
I
अंडर
know.
शोज नहीं आई थिंक शी
I was surprised.
She almost put her foot in the mouth.
Next Abhishek है, Abhishek।
अभी ये है ना अभिषेक की बात
उसके बाद
नहीं अभी ये जो ब्रेक ऑफ 5 मिनट कॉफी
हाँ, कॉफी को भी पिलवा दो 2 राउंड के बाद 2 कैंटीन कैंटीन के बाद कॉफी ऑटोमेटिकली आ जाती है
Need the fuel to keep going.
Oh, this. Mike, no. कॉफी पिलाओ यार हर 2 कैंडिडेट के बाद कॉफी ले आया करो बिना तो कॉफी या चाय जो भी चाहिए ठीक है बढ़िया बढ़िया सी गरम गरम आधा कॉफी ये ले जाओ पीछे कप वगैरह यार
उनका भी अपना एक पैटर्न है उनका भी अपना एक पैटर्न है
हाँ उनका
May I come in, sir? Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Please sit down.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Abhishek,
Yes, sir.
you studied in NIT Trichy.
Yes, sir.
When was this? When did you pass out?
Sir, 2017.
17. On the banks of which river is Trichy located?
Sir, it is Kaveri River.
Kaveri has been the subject of a dispute between Tamil Nadu and Karnataka.
Yes.
Why?
So, because sharing of water is there, because both the states have population which require the water for drinking purposes and other purposes for industrial uses. And since Kaveri River shares border with, means it flows through Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, so there have been disputes regarding the uses of water and how much water should be given to Tamil Nadu and should be given to Karnataka. So that has been the issue.
Since you studied international relations,
Yes, sir.
there have been these discussions going on between US and Russia and Ukraine and US,
Yes.
and even EU part of, in a way, I mean, they've been discussing with the US.
Yes.
What has been the benefit that Russia has gained so far out of these talks?
So the talks which have been going on, it has provided Russia the demands which had since the starting, because they wanted that the Ukraine should be out of the NATO membership, and
Has it all been granted?
it has not been granted. But the way talks are going on, Donald Trump is saying that Ukraine should forget about NATO membership for Ukraine, and they have occupied around 20% territory in Ukraine. So I think that that is also an issue which seems to be going in favor of Russia, that they will not have to go to the pre.
Those are expected benefits, but
Yes.
there is one benefit which Russia has already achieved.
Yes, sir.
What is that?
So,
It doesn't matter if you can't immediately.
so I'm not able to exactly recall.
You must have read about the mandala theory of Chanakya.
Yes,
Using that theory
yes.
and looking at the relationship between Russia and Ukraine, Russia and Europe, can you draw a correlation?
So the Mandela theories, it says that Russia and means the neighbor is a natural enemy, and we see that in case of Russia and Ukraine, the state has to expand itself to grow, and that Russia has done. While in terms of the Mandela theory also says that we have to assess the strengths of all the states which are in the mandal, the 7 mandal which are there, the 12 mandal which are there. So based on that, I think that I'm not able to exactly see the correlation, but this has been the issue.
You also watched the web series.
Yes, sir.
Which is the latest web series you've seen?
So I watched The Boys web series.
Okay.
Yes.
And there was a web series about Homi Jahangir Baba and Vikram Sarabhai. Have you seen that?
No, no, sir. I haven't seen.
Okay.
Abhishek,
Yes.
recently ISRO has been in the news for many big achievements.
Yes.
Can you recount to me some of its achievements since its inception?
So ISRO has been, if we see from the inception, it has provided the satellite infrastructure to India from the earliest Aryabhat satellite, and then if we go to the latest times, the Chandrayaan experiment is also there, and in the latest times, the SpaceX experiment, which is going to be very much important for the future endeavors which ISRO is going to do. The Gaganyaan and these all are experiments. So SpaceX experiment is something that is very much important for these future endeavors.
Okay. So now, what are the problems which your state faces today?
Yes, sir.
UP.
Yes.
There's so many problems in UP.
Yes.
Tell me some in your assessment, which as a future administrator, sometime you would like to address.
So first is the job creation, which is one of the issue, because the youths have to go to other states for the jobs. So second issue is the law and order problem is also there. That needs to be addressed. So third is the value addition in the agriculture sector. That needs to be provided in the Uttar Pradesh. The MSMEs, Uttar Pradesh has the largest MSMEs in India, and they need to be upgraded and they need to be supported to some extent so that we can reap out the maximum benefit out of them. Then, so in the near border state, it's UP is also a border state, so there's also an issue for drug trafficking and these kind of issues from the Nepal. So that is also one of the issues which needs to be tackled.
Okay. Student of PSIR, can you tell me something about the Bolshevik Revolution?
So Bolshevik Revolution, it was spearheaded by Lenin and in Russia. So he wanted to bring a communist government in Russia in 1917. So he went for the overthrow of the government which was there at that time in Russia, and he formed a party for that, and that revolution made way for communist government in Russia for the future, for the further times that came.
This is a very general kind of assessment. I wanted a deeper analysis from a PSIR student. What was the regime there? Who was the ruler?
Yes. So I think Caesar was there. He was ruling. But if we go from the assessment from the PSIR perspective, it was different from the revolution which was expected from Marxism, because he expected a very spontaneous revolution. While Lenin, he was saying that masses are not ready for revolution, so they need some kind of leadership. He, in some way, he denied that, he went against the theory which Marx propounded, and he said that masses need to be given some kind of leadership, and only then communist revolution can come.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Abhishek,
Yes.
this side. You tell me, just you were discussing about Ukraine-Russia relationship.
Yes.
Now Ukraine president is meeting today Mr. Trump.
Yes.
What is the gain of Ukraine? Because Russia has already gained something,
Yes,
and now what is why Ukraine is now what the benefit Ukraine will have out of these talks with US president?
So the US president, he went ahead with to talk with Russia, ignoring Ukraine and the EU. So there's some kind of tactic which is used by Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, to some kind of gain leverage with president, because he's saying.
I want to know what gain leverage he wants to have. Can you tell me some concrete gains he can have?
So security guarantees for Ukraine.
That America has already refused to give.
Yes, sir.
So what else he will gain out of it?
So some kind of military aid which he wants to continue to Ukraine, but I think that has also been ruled out by US.
They want to create a fund to
Yes,
rebuild
sir.
Ukraine.
Yes, sir. The mineral fund is there.
Yes, 50% will be
50% will be.
50-50.
Yes, sir.
So do you think that is the only thing that Ukraine will have out of this total discussion?
So they demand security guarantees for the fund which they are creating, and I think that if they can get this, then only it will be beneficial for Ukraine, because already that has been their core demand in the entire issue.
Okay, you have taken your PSIR is your optional, but IFS is your fourth choice.
Yes.
Why this dichotomy?
So IFS, though it's a very good job and I like it also, but I wanted to stay in India. That has been my personal reason for not opting IFS as in the first three choice. That is the only reason, because I opted IFS as the fourth choice.
Okay, police is your second preference.
Yes. Yes.
Now you tell me, what is the difference between police custody and judicial custody?
So police custody is mandated by magistrate, and magistrate, if the person appears before the magistrate within 24 hours, then he is entitled, and he has the power to avoid this police custody. While judicial custody
Who
is,
seeks police custody?
yes sir,
Police custody is sought by whom? Police. Police take the man to
yes,
the magistrate, not the other way around.
yes, so police takes a
है
man.
ना, and seeks police custody.
Yes.
On what basis they seek police custody?
So some kind of, if they have some kind of suspicion that that the person is means there are sufficient charges on which he can be means there those charges, if they found that there are some ground to those charges, then they can demand judicial police custody. While judicial custody, it is awarded by the judiciary itself.
Where they keep the, in case of judicial custody, where the person is kept?
So that I'm not able to exactly recall at the present time. In police custody, they keep them in the prison.
Wrong. You are totally confused. No doubt. You read about it.
Yes.
Thank you, Abhishek.
Thank you, sir.
So in police custody, they keep him in prison.
So that I think I'm wrong in that.
You are wrong
Yes, sir.
by several miles.
Yes, sir. So I'll read more about it.
Awareness meditation,
Yes.
what is it?
So awareness meditation, basically in which we try to be aware of our experiences, to be observant of our experiences, and just we try to witness anything, any experience come. For example, if even anger is coming, we don't try to struggle with it, we don't try to change it, but just observe it. What is anger? What kind of sensations are coming into my body? What kind of thoughts are coming into my body?
So what do? You sit down
Yes, sir. So
at a quiet corner in your house and then?
yes, sir. So that is one way, and informally also we can do. For example, if you're walking, we can be aware of our surroundings. Some kind of sound is coming of car. The leaves are falling, so we can be aware of those. So any experience can be used for this awareness meditation. Formally we can sit also, and informally we can be active also and be meditative.
So you can keep on doing something and yet observe awareness meditation.
Yes, sir.
And you can do it.
Yes, sir. We try to practice.
I mean, at one point of time, you are able to do two things. Meditate and plus carry on some other work.
Yes, sir.
Civil engineering. Name the recent civil engineering wonders of India.
So one is the Chenab Bridge, which has been created.
Why?
So it is for the connectivity.
No. Why it is a civil wonder?
So first of all, the terrain in which it was created, the terrain was very unstable, and for that they had to do some kind of engineering. They had to create a kind of stability in that terrain, and then the transportation of the millions of tons of steel, which was there. That was one of the.
Next.
So next is Statue of Unity is also one of the engineering marvels.
Why?
So it is one of the highest statues, and 3 layers are there. One layer is of reinforcement steel.
People have constructed Burj Khalifa in Dubai.
Yes.
It is a 100+ storied house.
Yes.
So what is so great about the statue of?
So though it is not in comparison to Burj Khalifa in terms of height, but even this kind of a structure requires a huge quantity of material, and even the stability. That is one of the most important things.
What else?
So there's one connectivity which is, I think it's going on, the Bandra-Worli sea link. It is created in the sea. That would reduce the time, the commute time of people, and it can also be said to be one of the civil engineering marvels, because it is created in the sea itself. It has to be resistant to the winds and the sea pressure. So design is required for that.
Still being constructed?
So I'm not sure about that, but when I read about it, it was being constructed.
All right. My last question. What's the basic difference between election President of India and Vice President of India?
So the election of electoral college is different for both. For the President of India, the elected members of both the houses as well as elected members of the state legislative assemblies, including Puducherry and Delhi, they are there in the electoral college. While in the Vice President, all the members of both the houses, they are involved in the election of Vice President.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Abhishek. So, you are coming from Uttar Pradesh right now?
Yes, sir.
Your optional is PSIR,
Yes.
and you are more interested in indirect taxes than direct taxes.
Yes.
You are more interested in indirect taxes right now?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
Than your direct taxes. Why so? You must be knowing a lot about indirect taxes.
So actually, honestly speaking, it was more of the decision which was taken by consulting seniors, and thus they said that at present this is the choice which is more prevalent, that people put the IRS IT above, IRS indirect taxes above.
So should I come into indirect taxes or not?
Yes, sir.
Or I'm starting with a very simple question,
Yes, sir.
right?
Yes.
Very simple question. As per GST rates,
Yes.
what are the classification of the popcorn?
So there's that was the thing.
Understood my question?
Yes, sir. So in popcorns also different categories are there, and all the categories fall under different slabs of GST.
What are those slabs of GST?
So that I'm not exactly aware about.
Okay, so it's better to leave, huh?
Yes.
Huh? Not to go much into the indirect taxes.
Yes.
Okay, so PSIR, you must be aware of different kinds of rights.
Yes, sir.
Huh?
Yes.
Civil right, natural rights, fundamental rights, human rights, there are too many rights.
Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
What is right?
So there's a definition by Lasky. He said that rights are those preconditions without which any man cannot be at his best. So I can say that rights are those conditions, those means we can say the social infrastructure which are required for the all-round development of a person.
Of a person.
Yes, sir.
Achha, all-round development of a person.
Yes.
So you are defining fundamental rights or all the rights?
So, I mean, a very general definition of right. If we go into different fundamental rights, natural rights, they can be slightly different.
Achha. For a society, which right is important? Natural right or civil right?
So
My
civil
question
right.
is for civil right. Why? Why not natural right? The ambit of the natural right is bigger than the civil right.
Yes, sir. So because natural right, first of all, it assumes that a person is intelligent and rational enough to understand that those rights are there. For example, Locke said that a person has reason so that he doesn't harm others in their life and liberty and property. But there's also a downside to that in the natural state we cannot expect everybody to have this kind of rationality.
So you have a clarity on this civil right and the natural right. I understood
Yes.
that now. My next question is, as a sequel of this this question, fundamental rights are available against the state.
Yes.
Is it also available against the society?
Yes. Yes.
Can you elaborate how?
So for example, untouchability is there, Article 17.
Good one. Good one. So again, I'm interested in US-Ukraine mineral accord,
Yes.
right? My last question to you. So a deal over Ukraine, okay, and the divided West. Are you getting the question? Divided West?
Yes.
Huh? So how do you see this development? Is this the end of a liberal order?
So there has been, if we see the recent developments, we can see that the liberal order is challenged because even Donald Trump and also the rise of right parties in the in the Europe. So we see that there has been challenge to the liberal world order, but still I think that the philosophy of liberalism has some kind of tolerance in itself, and I think that though it is challenged, but it's not something that is gone away. I think it will rebound back in some time.
Thank you, Abhishek. Dil mange more. I want to ask more questions, lekin it's okay. So over to you, sir.
Recently, the Supreme Court has dismissed a review petition relating to same-sex marriage.
Yes, sir.
And earlier, you may be aware that when the judgment was delivered by the Supreme Court, it was a split judgment. Some judges had given a view that same-sex marriages could be allowed, some had said it shouldn't be allowed. But finally, of course, the majority view was that it should be the legislature which should decide on this.
Yes.
Are you in favor of same-sex marriages being legalized?
So, I'm in favor of same-sex marriages being legalized, but I also find that there are some of the challenges which are there, which can only be handled by the legislature. So, if those challenges are handled, then I think that same-sex marriages should be legalized in the coming future.
No, but it's for the legislature to decide. Are you the legislature?
No, sir, I'm not the legislature.
Then how can the legislature handle issues? Either the legislature votes in favor of it or votes against it.
Yes, sir.
What is the meaning of handling it? I didn't understand the word handling.
So, for example, the laws are there. They have to be changed in such context for that. The homosexual families must also be given space in those
Okay,
laws.
logically speaking, what is the need to have a marriage? I mean, two people can enjoy property rights, two people can enjoy friendship, two people can go together, they can visit places.
Yes.
What is the need to call it a marriage?
So the acceptance in the society is one of the...
No, what is the need for the two of them to
Yes.
call it, give that connotation of marriage to their relationship?
So there's...
Since you agree with it, I am asking you, because you are in favor of it.
yes, sir, I'm in favor of it.
So I want you to tell me why you think that connotation of marriage
Yes,
is
sir.
necessary for same-sex couples. They can be friends.
Yes, sir. So that what you said is very means it is right that they can be friends, and marriage is not necessary. But the kind of society which we are living, any relationship has to be given some kind of name or some kind of labels for that to be accepted. So I think if our society is that much liberal that they can accept friendship and anything without marriage, then I think that the concept of marriage is not required. But the kind of society which we are living, people's relation are judged on what they are.
No, I think society, in fact, accepts friendships very liberally.
Yes,
When people of the same sex get together, society is not offended.
yes. So that is there, but there is also some kind of prejudices to homosexuals, same-sex marriages.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We'll come to the end of the interview.
Yes.
See, I tell you, you are like an unpolished diamond.
Yes.
You have a lot of material in you, but I think you need to give it the right color. In the
Yes.
sense, the presentation. Presentation skills are very important.
Yes.
Okay. Firstly, your appearance, the brown shoes will not go with a naval blue suit.
Yes.
So
I'll
obviously
change
you
it.
need black shoes or something. And of course, your dress and appearance need to improve. That's
Yes.
one side of the story. The other part of it is that you know something about everything,
Yes.
but it's like half-baked knowledge.
Yes.
And you are also very forthcoming with regard to answers, even though you don't have the information at your command. Imprecise information, imprecise answers.
Yes.
That's a major problem. The second is, I think, I gave you the whole background and then I asked you the question.
Yes.
I didn't just say, what is your view on same-sex marriages?
Yes.
So when I've given you the whole background, that means the Supreme Court has said something.
Yes.
The government is not doing anything on it.
Yes.
So you know the view of the government, you know the view of the Supreme Court. It's better to agree with it.
Yes.
And logically, you don't have a justification for same-sex marriages.
Yes.
You said finally, why should it be called a marriage? There's no reason.
Yes.
It could just be a relationship.
Yes.
Two men or two women can always walk together, fly together, go on a holiday. There's no problem.
Yes.
Okay, so I think it's better to take the easier path.
Yes.
Okay, thirdly, when you talk about personalities like Trump and Putin and all these people, don't say Donald Trump, Putin, and they are not cartoon characters.
Yes.
Okay, they are but the people in high office.
Yes.
So Mr. Donald Trump or President Trump or President Putin. Okay, and never say I asked my seniors and seniors told me, and that's the reason indirect taxes direct. That's a ridiculous argument. And that means you have no preference of your own.
Yes.
The seniors will tell you to do something, you will do it tomorrow.
Yes.
That's not the way. Tomorrow your minister will tell you to do something and you will do it.
Yes.
Whether it's right or wrong, it is immaterial, is it?
No, sir. That I won't do.
So this is the point.
Yes, sir.
So you should take full ownership for your decisions.
Yes.
That's important.
Yes.
Abhishek, Chairman has very lucidly explained to you everything, you know. We also thought the same, you know, कि you come in very confidently on issues which you lack total knowledge.
Yes.
For example, he'll go to prison. You know. So, and when you were asked a question for like the Bolshevik, it was a very superficial thing. So don't border on the superficiality of answers, you know. Go deep, take a comprehensive look, and then you will score much better marks.
Yes.
Okay, what he rightly said, an unpolished diamond, you know, unpolished diamond is nothing,
Yes.
but it is still a diamond.
Yes.
Now, whether you make it a queen cut or a brilliant cut, or a square cut or an oval cut, that's up to you. Okay?
Yes.
Thank you.
Since IPS is your second choice, I think my advice for you would be to read something on police related questions. Like police custody, judicial custody is only one aspect. There may be several questions. So read on it.
Yes.
I think Steve, already you act upon these points, I think you will do well. You have a potential, but only thing you have to organize yourself, structure your answer.
Yes.
Okay?
Okay.
All the best.
आप कुछ बोलना चाहें?
No, nothing, sir. That's fine.
कुछ do you want to ask anything?
So, means for the rest days which I have, how, what should I do? Means in my part so that I can improve to some extent.
You have some time.
Yes, sir.
20 days.
Yes, sir.
So you can do a lot of things. First, polish up your knowledge, and
Yes.
secondly, improve your appearance.
Yes, sir.
Thirdly, be careful about the way you state things.
Yes, sir.
Think before you speak something, and don't give answers which are incorrect.
Yes.
If you don't know something, please say I don't know,
Yes.
rather than say something and then get into problems.
Yes.
I think points about Chanakya's mandala theory those were reasonably correct.
Yes.
But then the later part of the interview was not all that good.
Yes.
Police custody and same-sex marriage, lots of other points,
Yes.
lots of other issues. So I think those were imprecise answers, incorrect. So you need to be careful.
Yes.
See, half-baked knowledge is a dangerous thing.
Yes.
That's what they say.
Yes.
So that is the point. You need to make sure that you have complete knowledge about subject. So prepare a question bank. Since you asked me what you should do, prepare a question bank, 40 questions, write down the question, crystallize your answer.
Yes.
You will be better off.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you,
डाक पे काम कर लेने का है
sir. Yes, sir.
कुछ भी है उधर वो अब चलेगा नहीं वो करना पड़ेगा
Okay.
नो टाइम ओके गॉड ब्लेस यू
Thank you, sir.
बुला लीजिए नेक्स्ट जल्दी करना है थोड़ा सा आज ज़्यादा कैंडिडेट्स हैं
अभी कौन आ रहा है?
अभी रेडी
सर्वर
सुबह से बैठा हुआ है
कौन?
I can see you every time you open the door. बुला लो भाई
Lord. Moving.
May I come in, sir? Good morning. Good morning, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hasib. Please sit down.
Thank you, sir.
So Hasib, you're from IIT Bhubaneswar,
Yes, sir.
and then subsequently you also done your IIM from Lucknow.
Yes, sir.
MBA from IIM Lucknow. See, there's been a lot of talk about the Waqf bill, and the JPC has given its recommendations, and the cabinet has cleared the Waqf bill. That would mean that the final version of the bill is ready. What do you think about the amendments made to the earlier act by the JPC? Can you state a few important amendments that have been proposed?
Yes, sir. So one is the ownership. There are various criteria of Waqf. One is there were problems with the management of Waqf, sir. So now there are provisions for non-minority members to come into the management, sir. And that was also given as a recommendation by the Sachar committee, sir. That is one. Second is the provision of DM doing the survey of district magistrate doing the survey of the Waqf properties, so that those properties which are under the government, they can come for the use of the government, sir. These are some of the provisions that I can remember.
Now, who can donate to the Waqf now?
Yes, sir. So any person who has their own land can donate to the Waqf, sir, for religious or charitable purpose.
No, he should have been a Muslim for more than 5 years. That's an amendment that's been proposed.
Okay, sir. Thank you for that information.
And what about government land, which the Waqf claims? So who will decide whether the land will belong to the Waqf or to the government?
So as far as I can remember, I think it is the district magistrate who is the authority right now, as per the amendments.
Okay. You're not exactly right, but I think you can read up on that.
Sure, sir.
You talked about early childhood parenting. Can you explain what is that hobby that you have?
Yes, sir. Sir, actually, I've been married for 5 years now, and I have a 1-year-old daughter, sir. So something which became as a duty and love for my child. I started enjoying it so much since I'm a stay-at-home father. I started reading on parenting, sir, on various ways of having a good parenting in terms of developing the child, sir. So this is what I have mentioned as my hobby, sir.
Can you tell me some very good features about Indian parenting?
Yes, sir. So one is the close association and the socialization of the children through parenting, especially in a joint family. The grandparents and the parents all are involved in raising and rearing the child. That is one thing. Second, something which is different from the Western way of parenting is the oil massages and other things that are done, sir. So this is very different from the Western way. So that is so that is for the healthy development of the child, sir. These are there, and there is love and tenderness which is there in Indian parenting, whereas in Western parenting that is a bit of dissociation, especially after 18 years of age, sir.
No, I'm talking about parenting of early childhood. That's what you said.
Yes, sir.
At early childhood, there are a number of other important features you can think of. The way the mothers sing songs, the way children are, taken out in broad daylight to be exposed to the sun, and the way they are not given to nannies, they are kept with the mothers most of the time. So I think these are some special features of Indian parenting which bring the child closer to the parents.
Yes, sir.
Now, you stayed in Gurgaon, you stayed in Bengaluru, you stayed in Lucknow. Can you tell me, when you compare these cities, which one do you like the most?
So personally, I liked Bangalore a lot, sir.
Why?
So because I was there back, it was my first job, sir, first city outside Odisha. So the weather over there was good for me. So the culture was good, sir. There was law and order was good over there, and there was an entrepreneurship culture over there, sir. So there was a lot of focus on boosting people to have their own startups, sir. So these were some of the reasons. That is why I like the pollution was not there, which is there in Gurgaon, sir. So these are the reasons, sir.
Okay. Sarwar, you've been to Warwick. What do you remember of your visit to Warwick?
Yes, sir. So it was after my third year in IIT Bhubaneswar, sir. So, sir, one is the 2 months I was stayed over there, sir. So I know about the industry academia linkage which was there. Apart from that, during the weekends we used to travel, sir. So Warwick was 3 hours away from London. I've travelled to London, I've travelled to Manchester, I've travelled to Edinburgh, Glasgow. So these are some of the places that I've travelled to. And one important place in Warwick is the Warwick Castle, sir, which is a British era castle, sir.
Okay, good. So you're an MBA in finance strategy. So suppose I ask you to design a finance strategy for the country. You can start on like a clean plate. What all comes to your mind?
Yes, sir. So I have to look at both the aspects, revenue strategy as well as the expenditure strategy, sir. So in terms of revenue strategy, what I would do is facilitate the ease of doing business, sir. A plug and play model where more foreign investments can get into India, sir. So that would boost the revenue, forex reserves as well as the revenue, sir. Then on the expenditure side, I would increase, as the government has been doing in the last 4-5 years, increase the capital expenditure. That is something that I would work on, and I would try to reduce the revenue expenditure, especially rationalize the subsidies, sir. So this would lead to a good finance strategy.
Okay. So do you think that the stock market is acts on its like the real basis, or is it like engineered to show the Sensex up and down?
Yes, sir. Sir, it is based on the demand and supply, sir.
Yeah.
Though there are some small stocks or the SME stocks, they may be manipulated, sir, but not the larger stocks. Sorry, sir. So they won't be manipulated, sir. So they are based on the demand and supply, sir, on the requirement that is there, sir, of
So
buyers and sellers.
what we are seeing is a real picture.
That is what I understand, yes, sir.
And why does these corrections come sometimes?
Yes, sir. Sir, now there has been exodus of the FII, sir, which is why the demand has reduced, sir. And some of the domestic mutual funds have also taken out money from the small cap and the mid cap funds, sir. So that is why there has been reduction in the value of the Indian stock market.
Okay, you worked in Flipkart and Amazon.
Yes, sir.
Right. How would you rate these companies vis-a-vis the cyber security? People interact with them, pay through Amazon Pay and
Yes, sir. Sir, they have access to the user data, sir, to the last user data that they have. And based on that data, they are able to give personalized recommendations, sir. So whatever, they are able to tap into the online behavior of all the consumers, sir. So that is there. But given the recent act, sir, there can be consent that can be taken away from the data principle, sir. They can take that away, sir. That is what I understand.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Sarwar.
Yes, sir.
You tell me, you come from Odisha. Odisha budget was presented recently. What is the total outlay of Odisha budget?
So I don't remember the exact number, sir. I'm sorry.
What is the thrust areas of the budget? On which areas they focused more?
Yes, sir. So there are few areas like tourism and IT industry, and there are some other areas like the sustainable development, sir, renewable energy. These are the areas that have been given importance, sir.
They made a major expenditure, about 6% on the capex, capital expenditure.
Yes.
What do you think in Odisha, where these capex can be best utilized?
Yes, sir. So what I understand is the connectivity to the various places in various regions in Odisha, sir. So one would be the connectivity to the ports, sir, Paradip port or the other ports, Gopalpur port, these ports, sir. Second would be the connectivity in the southern Odisha and the western Odisha, sir. So that the issue of western Odisha which is there, so that can be resolved, and the Naxalism can also be tackled, sir. So this is what I understand.
Naxalism is how many districts are still affected by Naxalism in Odisha?
So I don't know the exact number, sir, but most of the southern regions like Koraput, Kandhamal, these are the areas which are primarily affected, sir, right now.
So what is the status of Naxalism? There are many, because most of the Naxalism activities are in Chhattisgarh. When we have not heard much from Odisha. So what is the current status in your view about this problem?
Yes, sir. Sir, these areas that I said, Kandhamal, Keonjhar and other areas, they have been backward areas, sir, and mostly represented by the tribes, sir. So and they also have close proximity to the Chhattisgarh areas, sir. So that is why Naxalism does exist, though it has reduced, sir, by almost 80%, sir, in the last couple of decades, sir.
Okay, how many tribes are there in Odisha?
Sir, as per 2011 census, there are 62 scheduled tribes in Odisha, sir.
And which is the largest one?
So I don't know the largest tribe in Odisha, but Santhal may be one of the largest tribes, sir.
Okay. Santhal is also in which other state?
So it is in the neighboring states like Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh.
There is one district also, Santhal. Santhal. In which state?
Sir, I'm not sure about it, sir.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you, Sarva.
Thank you, sir.
Sarwar, if I heard you right, you said Paradeep Port and Gopalpur Port. Paradeep, I know. It's a huge port. Is there a port at Gopalpur also?
So there is a private port in Gopalpur.
Private?
So that is what I understand. That is what I have read. Private port. It is held by the Adani Group, if I am not wrong, sir. And there is also another port called Dhamra Port, sir, which is also held by Adani Group, sir. This is what I understand.
All right. You were in a job earning 1.7 lakh rupees. Have you given it up already, or you are prepared to give it up for getting into IAS? Tell me why. Such a lucrative job छोड़ के क्यों bureaucracy में आना चाहते हो?
Yes, sir. So I had given it up in 2020, then itself. So sir, the idea is, so basically I gave it up for the main purpose, sir, because in civil, what I understood was, in civil services, so there at the entry level there is a leadership position, sir, which takes some time in the corporate, sir. So that was one attractive factor. Secondly, sir, I feel there is a huge scope of work, especially after the later years, where I can take part in the policy making, sir, which would have huge scale and impact, sir. So that was there. But in the corporate, it may take some time, or there might be silo structures which are there, sir. So this was there.
So you were after leadership and policy making. That was the intention of joining the bureaucracy.
Yes, these are some of the areas, sir. Yes, sir.
So serving the people of the land was not your priority.
So that was there, sir. That was also part of the job, sir. So
That was incidental, but not the primary interest.
So it was. So that is one of the main reasons, sir, as well. So, but the primary reason was.
You didn't say that.
Yes, sir.
All right. So you are a mechanical engineer.
Yes, sir.
What's the difference between petrol and diesel engine?
Yes, sir. So, petrol engine, the fuel is measured by, so there is a difference in terms of efficiency, that is there. Second, in terms of fuel, that is, there is a difference, sir. And in terms of petrol, the efficiency is done in terms of octane rating, and diesel in terms of cetane ratings.
No. What is the major difference?
Sorry, sir, I have to read on it, sir.
Come on, one is an internal combustion engine,
Yes, sir.
where this spark plug, there is a use of spark plug in petrol engine. Is there a spark plug in diesel engine?
So I don't remember, I have to read it on it, sir. I don't remember, it's been some
I
time.
mean, this answer is not expected
Yes, sir.
from an IIT and IIM student.
Yes, sir.
मैं रहूँगा तो मैं 10 नंबर तो मैं इसी बात पे कम कर दूँगा.
I understand, sir.
All right. Then can I ask you what are the law of thermodynamics as you would have studied in your mechanical engineering?
Yes, sir. So there are the three laws, sir. So I don't remember. So I remember a bit on each of the laws, sir, but not the exact details, sir. So I have to revise my mechanical engineering portion.
All right. My last question. There was recently a Pravasi Bharatiya Divas observed in Odisha. What is an OCI?
So overseas citizen of India, sir.
Hmm.
So they are basically they have OCI. This is a card that is given, sir. They hold passport from another country, sir, but they are given this particular card because of their parents being Indian citizens, sir.
No, that is all right. But what rights do they get? How is an OCI different from a citizen of India?
So they enjoy various rights, sir, but they are not. So they are not able to buy. There is some restriction on buying of agricultural land. and some restriction on joining the government service, sir. Rest, they enjoy most of the similarities as a Indian citizens.
You mean they can vote?
So they cannot vote, sir.
That's the major difference.
That is.
Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Yes, sir.
So, you were talking about the budget of Odisha. You interacted with a senior panelist, right? I will be interested in talking into that again. But before that, can you tell me who was Uttam Mohanty?
Say, I don't exactly remember, sir.
You don't know about him. Okay, not an issue. So, recently, Odisha CM asked departments, various departments, to spend 85% of the budget funds by the end of March 2025. How do you say this? What is the meaning of this? Spending 85% of the budget funds.
So I understand that it is to prevent the underutilization of the funds, sir, in the long run, so that the fresh funds can be allocated next time, sir, in the next budget.
Okay, that's fine. So you were unaware of the size of the budget of Odisha 2025,
So I have to read.
right? But I want to know what are the major growth engines of the Odisha economy? You're talking something else. Thursday, yes, sir, asked you, what are the major engines of growth engines of Odisha economy? Can you name two?
So mining industry is one, sir, that is there.
If you are sure, then it's okay.
Sir, I understand that mining industry is there, sir.
Okay.
Especially we have in Taj.
As a whole, what is the contribution of the industry in Odisha?
So I have to read on it, sir.
Okay. What is the contribution? Again, you won't be able to. After industry, which sector is important?
So agriculture is another sector which is important, sir. And service is also there. The IT industry is coming up, sir, in Odisha, especially in Bhubaneswar.
Okay. So agriculture is before the service sector.
So I have to read on the exact contribution to the state economy.
Please look into it.
Sure, sir.
Okay. So you are anthropology right now. So what do you mean by Adivasi, scheduled tribe, and PVTGs?
Yes, sir. So Adivasis are the original inhabitants in their respective lands, sir.
Okay.
So that is the term that is used, sir. Scheduled tribe is based on the constitution, sir. The president of India, as per
Where it is mentioned?
Sorry, sir.
Scheduled tribe. Why it is called scheduled?
Sir, it came, sir. It's based on Article 366 and 342, sir.
Why it is called scheduled?
Yes, sir. So because it was, I have to. I'm not able to recall it, sir.
If you are not aware, don't go.
Yes, sir.
Okay, into it. So Adivasis are included in the scheduled caste?
Scheduled caste, sir.
Adivasis are included in the scheduled caste? Do you think so?
Sir, I'm not sure about it, sir.
Yeah, right. What do you know about PVTGs?
Yes, sir. Sir, PVTGs.
What is the full form of PVTG?
So it is particularly vulnerable tribal groups, sir.
Okay.
So these are some of the. It's basically as per Debar Commission in 1963.
Oh, that's fine.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what are the criteria to list PVTGs?
Yes, sir. So few criteria is that population is either stagnant or declining.
So population is one factor.
Yes,
Other?
So educationally backward, sir. That is another factor.
Education. Okay.
So then economically, sir, primitive use of technology or economically backward. This is another criteria, sir.
Where the use of this technology? Use of primitive technology where?
So in terms of economic sustenance, so basically they do even some of the PVTGs do hunting and gathering right now, which are where there is low efficiency compared to fields like agriculture.
Anyways, fourth one?
Yes, sir. Sir, I'm not able to recollect it.
You are not able to recollect it. Okay, my last question to you.
Yes, sir.
Are you aware of popcorn classification on the basis of GST rates?
Sir, I am aware that there are 3 different rates for popcorns, with the highest rate being 18% for caramelized popcorn, sir.
Thank you, sir. Over to you, sir.
You are aware of the Citizenship Amendment Act.
Yes, sir.
What does that act provide for?
Yes, sir. Sir, it basically provides for the citizenship status, sir. So after the original constitution was there, the original constitution mentioned about who would be the citizens on that particular enactment date. After that, the changes were done via the Citizenship Amendment Act, sir.
Yeah, this act came into force. I'm talking about the amendments. These amendments, when did they come into force?
So the original act was in
No, I'm talking the original.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
talking about the amendments which have come in recently.
So 2019, sir.
19. Right. Are you in agreement with the amendments made?
Sir, I am in agreement of it. So, but there is certain provisions that could have been done better, sir.
Such as?
So, so though the border, it was done for some few religious communities and few others were excluded, sir. So perhaps that is in contravention to Article 14 of the Constitution, sir. That is one specific aspect that could be looked upon, sir.
Yeah, but if there is a violation of the constitution, one can go to court for redressal. There is no need for a protest.
So I understand that it is sub judice right now, sir.
Mm-hmm.
So the people have gone to the court, sir.
Court, yes, but
Yes, sir.
but it's still under. I mean, there's no stay order or anything of that kind.
Yes, sir. That is not there, but
How can people who belong to a particular religious denomination in a country which calls itself as a nation which represents that religious denomination be persecuted in those nations?
yes, sir. Sir, it is more about removing the illegal migrants, sir. That is why the identification of the citizens are important, and that should be respective of religion, sir.
Does the CAA talk about removal of illegal migrants?
Sir, so CA and NRC, the objective of both.
Now, why bring in NRC when it's not there in the CAA? It's about citizenship, it's not about NRC.
Yes, sir. Sir, the Honorable Home Minister had mentioned about both will be done simultaneously, sir. That is what I understand, sir. To remove the illegal migrants, sir.
So, one is against NRC, but need not be necessarily against CAA.
Sorry, sir, I didn't get you.
No, if one is against the NRC, he or she need not be necessarily against the CAA. Is that what you're saying?
So, it is more about the objective of both the acts, sir.
Okay.
If it is done to remove the illegal migrants, sir, then citizens won't be against it, sir. But if it's targeting any specific community, maybe, sir, the role of Supreme Court comes into the picture.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You come to the end of the interview. When you came in, there was a lot of promise. In fact, I thought you were going to do exceedingly well.
Yes, sir.
You have an impressive physical presence and your expression, obviously, you're from IIM and IIT. It's quite good, fluent in expression, and you carry yourself well. Voice is good, modulation is good. There are problems relating to knowledge.
Yes, sir.
And also problems related to the way you present yourself when you have knowledge gaps.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it's a little better to be a little more humble when you don't know something, rather than try to either force your way or try to give imprecise information. So that's very important. I think you need to draw the line somewhere. I think it's better you draw the line rather than me telling you where to draw the line. Okay, so but it's definitely not good to volunteer information which is wrong.
Okay, sir. So, was there any specific information?
Yeah, I think there are a number of them.
Okay, sir.
There are a number of them. It's not one or two. There are a number of them. Waqf bill, for example. I mean, you were giving all kinds of wrong information.
Sorry, sir.
Waqf bill.
Okay, sir.
Waqf bill.
Okay.
You were giving a lot of wrong information.
Okay, sir.
See, that's okay, but why do you give wrong information when you don't know?
Okay, sir.
The bill has been modified substantially.
Okay, sir.
You are talking about the DM. That's 6 months back.
He's no longer there.
Okay, sir. I have to read it. I'm sorry, sir. That was the last thing I had read, sir. I'm sorry, sir.
And again, I think the other panelists will also tell you about what happened when they were asking you. Towards the end of the interview, you started getting irritated. It was evident from your face, the way you were looking at him, and when is it going to get over? The way you were closing your eyes and opening your, the way the eyebrows were shifting. You were giving an impression that you're getting irritated.
No, sir. Sorry,
Okay.
sir. It wasn't.
I mean, you didn't maintain that smiling countenance which was there earlier. I was watching your face.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Kindly be a little careful about it, because sometimes it happens involuntarily.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Hand gestures, you probably use your hands can be used a little more. It will be better. And lastly, see, never disagree with something which is, the question is on CAA. Okay. It's not about NRC.
Yes, sir.
So give a clear reply to the question that is asked. It's a controversial area, and I deliberately asked you that question to find out whether you're fit for the civil service. Okay. the government has taken a view. Are you in agreement with the view or not? If you are in agreement, say yes. If you are not in agreement, you must give sound reasons why you are not in agreement.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You couldn't give anything. You are saying, well, Home Minister mentioned in Parliament about enhance. No, Home Minister will tell you hundreds of things. After all, he is a politician. He'll have to, also be politically relevant. Okay.
Yes, sir.
But point is, you are a bureaucrat. You've been asked about a specific act. What is your view on that act? That's all. It ends there.
Yes,
But
sir.
you said, yes, I am in agreement, but that's where the problem started.
Okay, sir.
But sir, a few more changes could have been made. What changes? You never suggested any changes in CAA finally.
Okay, sir.
Isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Go on facts. And also one thing I noticed when you answer, you try to bring in something beyond the answer also into the answer.
Okay, sir.
So that confuses the issue.
Okay.
Try to control this. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll say two things. One is, for the purposes of UPSC interview, it would be a sin to lie with a straight face. Please remember. So if you don't know, admit you don't know. And secondly, please do read something about various areas which came out on which your knowledge was not adequate. For example, Waqf Bill. For example, your engineering subject. Okay?
Sure, sir. Thank you.
I think about Odisha also, what Odisha budget, what are the thrust areas? These are the questions which can be asked because you come from that state. Okay. Otherwise,
Sarva, you must say one thing that is quite apparent from your DAF. First you done your IIT, then your IM, and now you're also trying for CFA,
Yes, sir.
right? And you may be taking a chance in UPSC. So what, we don't know much about you. This is the only thing that we know about you,
Yes, sir.
right? So आप अगर यहाँ आने चाह रहे हो तो वो keenness दिखना चाहिए. That should be within the limits of the constitution, ठीक है ना? और personality में भी आनी चाहिए. There are too many things that honorable chairman suggested you, and सर ने भी उधर पूछा, आपसे कहा था last panelist सर ने, तो वो भी आपके लिए काफ़ी important है, उसको भी आप थोड़ा ध्यान में रखिए, ठीक है ना? So nothing should come on your face, and language पे थोड़ा सा तो मैं भी कहूँगा कि थोड़ा सा moderate और थोड़ा सा humbleness रहना चाहिए, ठीक है? Corporate is something else, civil service is something else.
Sure, sir.
ठीक है? Thank you. That's it from my side. God bless you.
Anything you want to ask us?
No, sir. I think I could have, whatever I didn't know, I should have been very upfront about it.
Yes.
Sir.
And you didn't know the basics of mechanical engineering.
Sir, I did, sir, but I didn't want to go wrong, sir. That was the problem, sir. Wherever there is a bit of a knowledge gap, I'm a bit confused.
This is your problem.
Yes, sir.
I did that, but.
Yes, sir.
And he pointed it out to you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So maintain a smiling countenance. You have a nice smile,
Yes,
and
thank you.
you've given up so many things for this.
Yes,
Think of all the sacrifices you've made.
Yes,
Okay. It's worthwhile, putting on an act for half an hour.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay,
All
sir.
the best.
And you also said something about stay-at-home father.
Yes, sir.
He is now.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So somebody may catch on to it, I remember.
Yes, that is fine, sir.
Okay.
My wife is working, I am a stay-at-home father. That's it. Okay, sir.
That's between the two of you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you,
All the
sir.
best.
Thank you for your time.
5 हुए अभी सुबह से और 2 है 2 लंच बिफोर लंच
नहीं, 6 हो गए. 6.
6 हो गए. नहीं 5 ही हुए शायद. आने तो 6.
Okay. The one coming in now is the 6th.
Tanya Gupta. Now, who is
Here.
Tanya? Thakur, Ankit Singh will be there before lunch. These two will be there before lunch. Hello?
नहीं समझ में नहीं। हाँ सर गुड मॉर्निंग सर गुड
Good
Good afternoon.
Please, sir.
गुड आफ्टरनून
Ms. Tanya Gupta,
यस सर
you studied Indian economy in college.
यस सर
Okay. What is the annual growth rate of the Indian economy? The last 2 years.
Yes, sir. Currently, as I can recall, the growth rate is around 5%,
5%? It's quite low.
5 to 6%.
It's more than 6%. When we talk about Viksit Bharat, I think there's a lot of talk about Viksit Bharat by 2047.
Yes, sir.
And we are hoping to grow at about 10% per year.
Yes, sir.
How do you think we'll grow at 10% if we're talking about 5 or 6% now? Can you give me the calculations as to how this has been worked out, that India will grow at a nominal rate of 10%?
Sir, if India has to grow at 10%, then first we have to decrease the imported inflation, which is mainly due to the supply chain risk we are facing, and we have to diversify our export basket. Then second, as we are focusing on Make in India, then growth of MSMEs, SHGs are extremely important for bringing in the growth potential of every sector.
If I were to tell you that India is already growing at 10%, how would you react to it?
Sir, as far as I have read, this is incorrect.
This is what the chief economic advisor has said. I have not said it. So obviously he knows his facts.
Surely, sir, then I have to read about it.
Okay. That's because the Indian economy is growing at around 6.5% at the real time growth. Okay. Plus 3.5%, 4%, 5% inflation. Okay. Minus 1% for devaluation of the currency. So it comes back to 10%.
Okay, sir.
On political science, since you have taken political science as your optional subject, can you tell me about the role of the individual in society as enunciated by Mill?
Sir, Mill has focused on individualism. So, his focus is that state should provide the individual the freedom of life, liberty, and also the right to his own labor. And the role of individual is having some duty towards the state also, but the state does not have control over the individual.
You must also read about what is called as the emotional quotient.
Yes, sir.
Okay. How important is emotional quotient for a bureaucrat?
Sir, I believe it is extremely important.
Why?
Because a bureaucrat has to deal in unexpected situations, and he has to keep his calm in disasters, emergency such as COVID-19, and he also has to lead his team, and to lead a team, interpersonal skills and emotional quotient is extremely important.
Recently, a very distinguished lady by the name of Ursula von der Leyen is visiting India. Who is she?
Sir, she is the European Union Secretary.
Okay, what is the European Union, by the way, and what are its objectives?
Sir, European Union forms a common market, and its objective is that it provides a free trade area within its area. Then Schengen zone is there, in which travel can be visa free in different countries, and also they have a common parliament and common economic currency, that is the euro.
And was UK a part of it?
Yes, sir.
What happened then?
Sir, then it broke away from it because of Brexit.
What is Brexit?
Yes.
What is it?
Sir, Brexit is
It was
that,
exit, no?
Yes, yes.
What is that?
So Brexit is that as per the Lisbon Treaty, any country can break away from European Union, and this is mainly because they were dissatisfied with the European economic situation, and also the economies like Portugal, Italy, Greece were bringing down the growth potential of developed nations like UK.
Okay, now recently another Indian, one Indian origin distinguished person is in the news, Kash Patel. Why?
Sir, I am not exactly aware, but he is in the Trump administration.
Okay, okay, Tanya. He's been now voted as the FBI director. You know what FBI is?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
Sir, it is the USA's intelligence agency.
Okay, intelligence, okay. And what is the equivalent in India?
Sir, in India we have RAW.
RAW is for external.
Yes, sir.
And for internal?
Sir, National Security Agency and IS. So, National Security Agency, I can recall.
IB,
IB, yes.
Intelligence Bureau. And what is CBI?
Sir, CBI is the Central Bureau of Investigation into charges of corruption.
Okay, and under which act does the CBI constituted?
Sir, I am not able to recall right now.
Okay. Now, sometimes the Supreme Court said something about a caged parrot. What was that, in which context that was said?
Sir, it was said in the context of CAG itself because there was an allegation that the central agencies are not having much free hand and there is much political interference in their working.
Okay, thank you, Tanya.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Tanya, how are you?
Sir, I am well.
Okay, you have chosen Indian Audit and Accounts Service as your second preference.
Yes, sir.
Why? Any specific reason for that?
Sir, I learned about the work profile and service conditions of different services.
What?
And
Okay, what is the role of Indian Audit and Account Service officials? Where they work?
sir, mainly it is to audit the different departments of the government itself.
Departments of the Government of India or the state government also?
So state governments also and central government also.
Okay. What do we call them in the state government? How they are designated? Any idea? Their office?
Sir, they are. Sir, are you asking about the hierarchy?
Just hierarchy, or you say the name of a office is known in the state government hierarchy.
Sir,
Like DGP in police, chief
Yes.
secretary, like that.
sir, there are additional. Sir, there is CAG at the top, and below it there are. Sir, I'm not able to recall.
In
Right
the state they are called Accountant General, Auditor
Yes.
General, and
Yes.
in different state governments they have. So now you mentioned about CAG. What is the full form of CAG?
Controller and Auditor General.
Controller or controller?
Comptroller.
What do you mean by controller?
Sir, comptroller is basically that it is also looking into the finances and like sanctioning the. Sir, I will have to read about it.
Okay, these CAG reports, suppose they are submitted to state assembly or parliament. What is the further course of action in that case? Once the reports are laid on the house?
Yes. So once they are laid, they are advisory in nature. So the state governments take action on that. For example, the recent CAG report in Delhi Assembly or the Uttarakhand.
Straight away government take action on that, or they before that there is another process? They go through some committee there to further go through that report and suggest.
Also, public and account
Yes.
committee is there.
Yes.
Then it recommends to that, and the state can take further action based on the report.
Yes, that's right. Now you have PSIR as your optional. You mentioned about EU recently. EU president is in India.
Yes, sir.
So what is that balance of trade between EU and India?
Sir, EU has trade surplus with India.
Okay, what are the major items we import from EU countries?
Sir, major are wine, whiskey, cars.
Okay. And what we export?
So we export petroleum products, and also there is skilled skilled labor migration to EU.
Okay. How many members are there in EU? Member countries number of?
Sir, I'm not able to recall.
Okay, no issue. How many countries we do have FTA? Have you heard about FTA?
Yes, sir. So it is free trade agreement, and we have FTA with ASEAN, and we have SEPA with UAE, and also India-Australia FTA, then with Japan.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Tanya.
Thank you, sir.
You belong to Onlyias. How do you pronounce the name?
So it is Onlyias.
Onlyias. Why is Onlyias famous for?
Sir, Onlyias is recently being developed as a plastic city, and
As a plastic city.
yes, sir. A plastic park is being opened there, and secondly, The one district, one project of Onlyias is ghee. And there are two plants there. One is the NTPC plant for power generation, and there is a GAIL plant for petrochemical industry.
What is so great about the ghee produced in Onlyias?
Sir, mainly it is an agricultural district. So the ghee that is produced is also exported to other.
No, that is all right, but what is so great about the ghee produced? Why? What makes it so good?
So it is a high quality ghee, and there is
High quality means less
less
adulteration.
Yes, sir.
All right. PSIR.
Yes, sir.
Legislative councils. How many states have legislative councils?
Sir, currently UP, Bihar, and Maharashtra, and there are two more states. 5 states have.
There are 6.
Okay, sir.
So, UP, your state has legislative council.
Yes.
Tell me why other states do not have legislative councils?
Sir, legislative councils are formulated in states where there is a high number of MLAs in the assembly, and it is mainly to keep check and balances. So as UP, Bihar, Maharashtra have more population density, so there is more need for legislative councils there, and such was felt by the assembly.
What do they do,
too.
legislative council? Because if we go by your definition, West Bengal has very large population density, Tamil Nadu has good population density, neither of these states have legislative councils.
Yes, sir, it could be formulated because it will keep.
It could be formulated means?
Sir, if the assembly itself passes the resolution, then the.
No, that's my question was why other states do not have legislative councils?
Sir, such need might not have been felt till this time by the assembly itself, because they have to pass a resolution.
So it is not necessary that a state should have both legislative assembly as well as council.
Sir, it is not mandatory.
It is not mandatory.
No, sir.
All right. Places of Worship Act,
Yes, sir.
right? What is there in the act?
Sir, Places of Worship Act was passed in 1991, and it places a limitation on change of religious character of any place after 1947. And
1947, is there a date?
yes, sir, year is a mention.
Date?
Date, I have not read about it. It must be the date of independence.
All right. Why it has recently been in the news?
Sir, recently because there has been a demand from many places like Sambhal, Gyanvapi mosque that their religious character should be changed because of
The religious
finding
character
of,
should be changed.
yes, because archaeological findings were present that the remnants of temples are there, and on over which mosque was formed.
No. You will have to read on it.
Okay, sir.
Okay, Tanya, coming back to ghee. The city is known for the ghee, right? It is a milk product, na? Ghee
Yes,
is a
sir.
milk product. Okay, that's great. Okay. Suppose a person is lactose intolerant. Can he take ghee?
Sir, he can take ghee, but in small amounts.
Why? खाने दीजिए उसको दिल से जितना खाता है स्मॉल अमाउंट में तो हम सभी को लेना चाहिए एवरीवन शुड टेक अ स्मॉल अमाउंट
Yes,
माय क्वेश्चन
sir.
इज इफ समवन इज lactose intolerant can he take ghee?
Sir, he can take ghee because it does not directly causes bloating issue that is in the lactose.
Actually, it is lactose free. He is lactose free. He can take.
Okay, sir.
Okay?
Yes.
Okay. Not an issue. So you are a student of PSIR, right now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There are certain words, state, nation state formation. Have you heard about it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's fine. When a state becomes a nation?
Sir, nation is a cultural concept. When a group of people feel that they're connected historically and culturally, then there is a concept of nation. But state is a political concept. So we see in India itself, there was a concept of nation since 1905, but state was formed in 1947.
That's great. Okay. So what is Gyan in Budget 2025?
So Gyan is the caste that have been mentioned. It is said as the caste of India are not a division on the usual caste system, but we have to consider Garib, Youth, Annadata and Nari as the caste.
Okay. What are the special provision for Nari in this budget?
Sir, in this budget, firstly the SHGs, they have to be credit linked, and greater digitalization for SHGs is promoted.
Okay.
Then there is Lakpati Didi scheme which has been extended. And further there is continuation of previous schemes like PM Ujjwala Yojana and PM Mudra Yojana.
Can you name 3 government schemes, central government schemes, towards the empowerment of the women?
Sir, first is the Domestic Violence Act 2005.
Is it an act or it is a scheme?
Sorry, sir. Scheme, if I have to mention, then the major is PM Ujjwala Yojana.
Okay,
because
that's fine. Okay, that's fine. Then rest 2.
Sir, rest could be Mudra Yojana, from which greater dissemination of loans to women, and third would be there is SHG bank linkage program.
Okay, coming to one more question to you. We are in the era of new colonialism.
Yes.
We are also in the era of new imperialism.
Yes, sir.
Are we into the both?
So there is a mix of both.
Mix of both. Okay. How do you see US in Ukraine? It is neo-colonialism, example of neo-colonialism or neo-imperialism?
So we can say as a neo-imperialism, because there is currently there is not direct control, but the policies are such that it is
My simple question is that it is an example of neo-colonialism or neo-imperialism. Whatever is happening, mineral accord and everything, right? Considering all these things. So it is, when US is in Ukraine, it is example of neo-colonialism or neo-imperialism? Simple answer.
Sir, I would say it is neo-imperialism right now.
Pakka? I don't
Yes.
think so. It is neo-colonialism.
Okay, sir.
Why I am right?
Sir, he is trying. The US President Trump is trying to get more control over the Ukraine's minerals. And
No, something else. Anyways, thank you. Over to you, sir.
Are you aware of the judgment of the Supreme Court given in the case of the Sabarimala temple?
yes, sir.
What was the first judgment?
Sir, the judgment was that the entry of women of all ages has to be allowed in the temple.
And then what happened? Did women start going in large numbers?
Sir, tradition-wise, women are still not going, because the deity is considered very sacred, and the menstruating women refrain from going there.
So all deities are sacred. And there was a dissenting note in the first judgment to say that the court should not interfere with customs and practices of a particular religion. Now, subsequently, the Supreme Court admitted a review petition, and it is now before the Supreme Court, where they say we will have to look at customs and practices across all religions, since we are a secular nation, and then decide what should be done with regard to man-woman equality when it comes to practices of temples. Which one do you think is right? Is the first stance correct or the second stance of the Supreme Court correct?
Sir, it is complicated because Supreme Court itself has formulated the essential practices doctrine, and it is difficult to determine by the court itself that what is essential and what is not. So it is sub judice, and court has to form larger constitutional bench and also include religious leaders in it to get a broader overview of this issue.
But what is your opinion? Which stance of the Supreme Court is right? The Supreme Court has erred in admitting the review petition. They should not have admitted the review petition. Is that your view? Or the Supreme Court has done the right thing by admitting the review petition?
So it is the right thing to admit the review petition right now.
Because? Why?
So because it is also very much important to balance freedom of religion with the right to equality, and the customs and traditions of the local population have to be taken in consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We come to the end of the interview.
Okay,
So
sir.
how did you feel about the interview?
Sir, I feel I have to read a lot.
Yeah, that's correct. I think you're a candidate with a lot of promise. You're polite and courteous, you're generally balanced. But I think knowledge gaps are the serious problem. And
Yes.
mistakes particularly, you can't commit mistakes with regard to subjects which you've studied. The Indian economy is a very important subject. You studied Indian economy, so you should know something about the Indian economy.
Yes, sir.
So Chief, please read the economic survey report which has been submitted before Parliament this year. It will give you an idea. Generally, I think you should also overcome your nervousness. There's a certain amount of nervousness in the initial stages. When you came in, you said good morning, and apart from that, I think I could see that you were not feeling very comfortable in the initial stages. Subsequently,
Yes.
you came into your own when you found that you could answer questions. Have you appeared before the UPSC before?
No, sir, this is my first interview.
First time. So when you go into the hall, you generally feel, oh, where have I come? So you should overcome that feeling of nervousness beforehand. I'll request others.
You're a very good candidate, Tanya. What the chairman has said, you can really make a mark. So your interview is on the
28 March.
28th of March. You have time. Please use this time to the best of your ability. See, everything flowed out from your diaph only. There can be no mistake.
Yes.
Do well.
I strongly disagree with your inference that religion should sometimes get the better of administration. But it is your opinion. I would suggest that you read on this and then form your opinion. The question which the chairman asked about whether the Supreme Court was right or not, he very assertively said that no, the Supreme Court was right in admitting the review petition. That is admitting that yes, religious considerations should be there before taking any important administrative decision. See, in a secular country, you have to draw a line somewhere. So, it's your personal opinion, but please do read on the subject before forming an opinion.
Okay, sir.
Though I won't say it was wrong, but it's for you to decide.
Simply I will say you have lots of potential, but read constitution. कि बहुत सारे constitutional development हो रहे हैं, ठीक है ना? Even after developments after महाकुंभ, right? उसके बाद भी काफ़ी कुछ डेवलपमेंट होना है. टूरिज्म विल बी अट्रैक्टेड, बहुत ज़्यादा भी वहाँ बढ़ने वाला है आने वाले समय में. सो लॉट मेनी थिंग्स. अंजन घी के बारे में बात करो, आजकल बिनौला घी का इतना सारा एडवर्टीजमेंट हो रहा है. व्हाट इज द डिफरेंस बिटवीन घी एंड बिनौला घी? एवरीवेयर यू विल सी द बिनौला घी, इवन टीवीज एडवर्टीजमेंट्स, इवन इन क्या कहते हैं वो सुपर स्टोर्स, वो सभी जगह जा रहा है. तो मतलब थोड़ा सा वो सब पे काम कर लीजिए आप, अदरवाइज यू आर फाइन.
All right, sir.
Anything you would like to ask?
Sir, how should I prepare better. Like sir asked from CAG, and I was not able to recall the hierarchy, even though I like read it. So I fumbled.
Indian audit, I was asked
Achha,
now, what is Indian Audit and Account
In the
Service?
middle of the answer, then I fumbled
What
and
is
said
CAG? What is the meaning of controller?
Controller.
controller. Yes.
Knowledge helps, nothing works. Knowledge is power. Okay. The more you read, the better you feel. Knowledge helps, okay. And also, maybe you can talk to a friend or talk to your parents or talk to your, maybe if you have nobody, talk to yourself by looking at the mirror. You know, sometimes when you speak out loudly, then you become more confident. When you keep reading, you know, it just goes into your mind. But when you speak it out, then you know what comes out. Okay, whether it's acceptable to you, is it acceptable to your ears, you would know that. If you had a friend, of course, he or she would be able to tell you, no, this is not acceptable. But knowledge helps. You have to read much more.
Yes, sir.
Read about Indian Audit and Account Service. What does it do? Because it is your second preference.
Yes.
See, now develop a strategy. Study, give a mock. Study, give a mock. So that you improve. And your performance will improve. Your confidence level has to improve.
Okay.
Sir, can I add one thing?
Yeah, please.
आप कैसे यहाँ आए? Prelims दिया है आपने? You have given your mains. You qualified all those stages. ठीक है, right? What is the problem? You are not aware of the current affairs. You are not aware of your DAF itself. So mine out your DAF, every possible questions, prepare it, and current में जितना भी development हो रहा है ना, उससे जितने भी possible questions हैं, उसको आप कर लो. CAG is in the news itself. ऐसा कुछ नहीं कि सर ने पूछा है. CAG because in the news, just because of Delhi Assembly and Uttarakhand everything. ठीक है, तो उसके बारे में जो भी possible questions, just try to find it out, and then come for the next mocks. Right? It is the only way. You will get. You will do.
I'll ask
For
you
sure.
one question. What is the size of the union budget? I'm sure you wouldn't know. That's because you haven't read up on it. And you're a student of Indian economy. Isn't it?
Yes, sir.
So please read a little more.
Okay, sir.
You have time.
And sir, regarding my attire, is this?
Yeah, that's
Absolutely fine.
everything is good.
Thank you, sir.
God bless you.
Push.
बाहर की तरफ,
Push.
बाहर
Push.
की तरफ.
Press and push. Press, push.
Nervous variety.
Nervous हो रही थी.
But she is very cool, stable, cool and stable.
Abhi before that one candidate.
ठाकुर अंकित सिंह. हाँ डैप दे जाओ.
6 are over. 7. Lunch ready by 2 o'clock. Maximum. Lunch there.
Candidates.
Okay. You complete at 6.
Yes.
See, we finish by 2. We start after lunch by 2:30. We can easily do 6 candidates after that. Maybe 7.
If we have 14, then we have
Yeah, if the 7th one does come, we can still finish before 6. That's my plan. But you have to help me.
Yes, sir.
You know,
You can help us by trying to reschedule the 14th candidate for tomorrow. Please do. Please try more proactively.
इधर. वो जगह है. तार बहुत लंबी है इसकी.
पैनल रिपीट हो गया, पानी एक बार रिपीट हो गया, नेक्स्ट वीडियो के चक्कर में बोलते ही नहीं यार, कुछ ऐसे लगता है वीडियो रिकॉर्डिंग के चक्कर में कुछ बोलते ही नहीं.
हेलो.
अच्छा बोलते हैं, फिर भी कुछ बोलते हैं.
हाँ भाई होया है क्या वहाँ?
इन डेप्थ में करो.
हाँ.
जैसे थर्ड आई व्यू ये सब है ना, इन लोग ज़्यादा अच्छे रिव्यू
तो कर ले
अभी खुल के बोलते हैं ना, हम लोग इतने लोग को देख रहे हैं,
ठीक है,
आइडिया रहता है कि क्या गन को तुरंत पकड़ना आता है।
उनको आना है।
बच्ची अच्छी थी, बड़ी रॉ थी लेकिन।
Once were like that.
Yeah.
See, I think it wasn't so difficult those days. I never knew anything about mechanical engineering. You had studied. I didn't brush up my knowledge of mechanical engineering. I mean, I would have answered. We had two subjects those days. I had taken history and psychology.
May I come in, sir? Good morning, sir.
Good afternoon. Please, sir. Mr. Ankit Singh.
Yes, sir.
Your father works in a bank, is it? Is
Yes,
he a
sir.
branch manager, that's what is recorded.
Yes,
Does
sir.
he work
He is
in a,
now retired. He used to work in District Central Cooperative Bank.
the Central Cooperative Bank?
Yes, sir. District.
Can you tell me what is the difference between a cooperative bank and a scheduled bank?
Sir, with respect to the creation of cooperative bank, it is created under Societies Act, and then it is registered and under Banking Regulation Act. And further, sir, the cooperative banks have a double governance measure, while the banking aspect is regulated by the RBI, while its functioning, hiring and other such are controlled by the state government.
But you didn't talk about scheduled bank or nationalized bank.
For scheduled bank, sir, it is created under banking, registered under Banking Regulation Act, and the governance aspect as well as the banking aspect is through RBI regulations only.
What is meant by the CD ratio? And
Cash.
how is it important for development?
CD ratios.
Credit deposit ratio.
Yes, sir. It is credit deposit ratio. So it is important as well. The amount of deposit is the base on which the banks are able to lend money and create money through money multiplier effect, sir. So it helps in determining.
That's not right. Since you opted for the IFS after the IAS, that's your second preference.
Yes, sir. Foreign service.
With regard to Ukraine, now discussions are going on. There are different stances adopted by different groups of nations. The EU has a particular view, UK has a particular view, US has a particular view, Russia has a view. Now, Russia has just said that it will take some time for relations between US and Russia to be normalized. And in this context, they were referring to sanctions against Russia. So how relevant is the liftment of sanctions against Russia for the war to end?
The sanction on Russia is a leverage that the Western EU and USA have. So right now USA is suggesting to withdraw sanctions. However, the Europeans are opposing withdrawing sanctions. So Russia would want to sanctions be lifted from both EU as well as USA in order to have a discussion on peace.
No, would Russia give security guarantees to the European nations to say that we will not go beyond what we have already annexed?
Sir, if the demands of Russia with respect to protecting its own sovereignty is met, then it will give. However, sir, the security guarantee needs to come from Europe, because the guarantee of Russia is not something
It's
which
not
can be
never going
relied
to
upon.
come. You mean the guarantee from Russia will never come?
So even if it may come, it may never be relied upon.
Okay.
So Europe will have to be self-sufficient when it comes to protecting their own borders.
Do you think Europe will be able to protect itself without support from US?
Sir, they are definitely capable financially to do it. However, they require political will to increase their finances and defense expenditure, which will help them protect themselves.
No, they don't have the military weapons and technology.
Ankit, recently the Supreme Court gave a judgment on a petition which was challenging the power of summoning and arresting under the GST Act. What is that?
Sir, I have read an article where the Supreme Court asked the GST inspectors to have a greater threshold when it comes to arresting individuals when compared to police inspectors. That is only which I can recall now, sir.
Okay, now you must read about it, because they also talked about the provisions in the BNSS, right? So now, recently the national education policy vis-a-vis Tamil Nadu came in sharp focus. What was the reasons, and what is the Honorable Chief Minister saying?
The reason for it coming into focus was that Tamil Nadu's opposition to the implementation of three-language policy and central government restricting certain amount of funds under Samakra Shiksha scheme to the government. And the Tamil Nadu government's stance is that it does not want to pursue three-language policy, and it will implement only two-language policy in its state.
So do you think that this is some kind of an arm twisting technique by withholding funds between the center and the state?
Yes, sir. I do believe the manner in which it was done, it was a certain type of arm twisting, because it could have also been resolved through dialogues and other less aggressive methods.
Okay. Does it disturb the cooperative federalism philosophy also?
Yes, sir. I believe it disturbs the cooperative federalism, because education is a concurrent list, and state also have a right to have their own say when it comes to education policy.
You studied in Pune in a college which had the name of Singhgad.
Yes, sir.
Tell me something about Singhgad.
Singhgad is also known as Kondana Fort, and it has a rich cultural history, as it was one of the important forts under Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, and it is situated in Western Ghats. And further, sir, there is a popular soldier named Tanhaji who had surrendered his life when trying to defend Singhgad Fort, for which Shivaji Maharaj famously called as that Singh Ala, Gad Ala Pan Singh Dila, which means that fort was won, however we lost lion.
Right. One last question. So how many districts are Naxal affected in Chhattisgarh, and what can be done to, get them rid of this Naxalism?
Sir, out of 33 districts in Chhattisgarh, currently 18 districts are affected by left-wing extremism.
Large number.
Yes, sir. And in order to get rid of it, we need to have a multi-pronged approach, keeping in mind security, development, and rehabilitation and surrender of left-wing extremism. So the both central and state government are coming up with initiatives like Aspirational District Program, while the state government has come up with Naya Nelanar scheme, which basically means to provide basic infrastructure facilities to the villages of these towns. And in addition to this, sir, with special emphasis on security measures, we need to improve intelligence and build trust with local populations, local tribal populations.
Thank you, Ankit.
Okay, Ankit,
Yes, sir.
you have opted for customs and income tax at 4th and 5th. IRS customs
Yes.
and then IRS income tax at 4th and 5th position.
Yes, sir.
So what is the difference between taxes and duty, tax and duty? Sometimes we say duty, sometimes we say tax. What is the difference?
I'm sorry, sir, I'm not able to come up with the difference.
Okay, you tell me when GST was introduced on 1st July 2017, how many indirect taxes were merged with it? Can you name few of them from both central and state?
Yes, sir. So from central, sir, it was the excise duty
Yes.
and entertainment tax from the state. Entertainment tax. So I'm sorry, sir, I'm not able to recall.
Many taxes were merged.
Yes, sir.
VAT, sales
Yes, sir.
tax,
VAT,
service tax,
Service
excise
tax.
duty. So many indirect taxes are merged. Octroi duty,
yes, sir.
they were all merged into GST. Now GST collections are increasing steadily every month, year after year. Can you share with me what was the last month's collection? Any idea?
Sir, I'm not exactly aware of the last month collection. However, sir, from the trends, it is consistently crossing the mark of 1.7 lakh crores.
Yes, you are right. It is 1.95 lakh crore
Yes, sir.
last month.
Thank you, sir.
So you tell me, how is the distribution of GST taxes among the central states?
Sir, the SGST portion is given to the consuming states, while the CGST portion is kept with the center. And when it comes to IGST, sir, then it is again distributed between the center and state.
What is IGST?
Sir, integrated GST.
Integrated. So where, how it is distributed?
Sir, I'm not able to recall the exact.
And what is the rate of CGST or SGST?
Sir, if a product is charged at 18%, then the SGST would be 9%.
50-50?
Yes, sir, 50-50.
Huh?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, right. Okay, you tell me now, this GST, there are many slabs are there. How many slabs we have in GST?
Sir, can I take a moment?
Yes. You name them.
Yes, sir. 0%, 5%, then 12%, 18%, and then 28%.
Yes, very right. Some southern states, some states say that they are losing after the GST was introduced. So what was done initially by the government to ensure, to compensate them? Anything done by the government?
Sir, the government had come up with a GST compensation scheme where the states were guaranteed that their annual tax revenue would be at a estimated growth rate of 14%.
Still it is continuing, that scheme, or it is over now?
So the compensation amount, it is still being levied, and
What we call it?
sir, it is cess under.
Yeah, GST says for. Till what time it will continue?
Sir, it was extended for 5 more years, so sir, I'm not exactly aware of the next.
Not 5 years, next year, March 23rd, 2026.
Yes, sir, 20. Yes, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Your interest in football?
Yes, sir.
You played football
Yes, sir. I have played football during my school times.
during your school. Do you still love football? You watch football?
Yes, sir. Right now, most of the time I watch football.
All right. In the FIFA World Ranking, India is placed below 100.
Yes.
Whereas there was a time in 1950 when India was invited to participate in the World Cup also. So why is India slid so much in football? Even though, if I may add, there are states like Kerala and West Bengal which are crazy about football. Northeast states also.
Yes, sir. So there are few states which are very passionate about football.
However, if we see across India, the interest in football is very less, and then there is also lack of an
It's not true. The football in other states is very less. Which state would you say the interest in football is very less?
Sir, from in Chhattisgarh itself, I would give as an example.
Chhattisgarh is a very small state.
Yes, sir. Sir, I was saying it in comparison with other sports like cricket. So, in comparison to cricket, it is very less. But, sir, the factors for the decline in football, India's performance in football, sir, there is a lack of proper institution which can help facilitate, create a conducive environment where our players can thrive. So, sir, the AIFF is constantly accused of political interference and corruption, where the players and the coaches' interests are capped at very end. So, due to which there has been constant complaint with regard to the governance of
What
football.
can be done to improve upon the performance of football in India, quality of football in India?
I think, sir, initiatives have already been taken, like the creation of India Super League, which is similar to IPL.
Sports League. India Sports League or Super League?
It is named Indian Super League, sir, ISL.
Okay.
Yes, sir. So where the players are now playing with international players, due to which they are getting greater exposure, and their skill and speed and other
This
physical.
ISL, as you say, has been in existence for the last 7-8 years, maybe more.
Yes, sir.
There hardly been any improvement in the ranking of Indian football.
Yes, sir, I agree with your opinion. However, sir, ranking is an important aspect to judge a team's performance. However, if we see, sir, in recent few, like for this World Cup qualification, our team performed very well. One was an incident where in a crucial moment we were not given, a goal was given, however the ball had crossed the line.
No. I heard with interest your reply to a question about left-wing extremism asked by my co-panelist. There are 15 districts as per MHA paper in Chhattisgarh which are affected by LW. In fact, Chhattisgarh has done pretty well in its anti-LWE drive. It has done very well. There have been, especially this year, there have been many encounters in which a number of either LWE extremists have been killed or they have been arrested or surrendered. Right? The Home Minister has given a statement. He has given a deadline that by this date the LWE menace will be eradicated from Chhattisgarh. What is that date?
Sir, it is March 2026.
That part is very correct. Well, we have overrun the time. Let me ask you my last question. You're a mechanical engineer.
Yes.
What is the difference between a diesel engine and a petrol engine?
Sir, the diesel engine, it runs under the air and the fuel are injected separately, where the air is first compressed and then the fuel is injected. While in case of petrol engine, the mixture of air and petrol both are together injected. While the diesel engine has a higher compression ratio, the petrol engine has low compression ratio, and due to which, sir, the diesel engine is better suitable for high load performance, while the petrol is not suitable for high load performance, sir.
How is the pressure created in these two engines?
Pressure inside the cylinder chamber.
That makes the pistons move.
Yeah, I'm sorry, sir, I'm not able to recall the exact mechanism through which this happens.
All right.
Okay, Ankit. So, Thakur Ankit Singh sir.
Yes.
Asha, can you tell me what is the role of language used in social hierarchy? Being a student of anthropology, can you tell me what is the role of language?
In social hierarchy. Sir, under social linguistics, we study that the vocabulary of the higher class and the lower class is different, and one of the prime example is the USA society, where the black population, they generally speak and they generally have double questions, while the more to say the white population, they have only one question. Like if they are asking question, they'll only ask one. So this is one mechanism through which social hierarchy is represented through the use of language.
Okay. Okay, let's come into America. Mr. Donald Trump. What is Donald Trump's gold card citizenship?
So the gold card citizenship, it offers US citizenship if an individual invests $5 million into the US economy.
What are the provisions? How it is going to impact India?
Sir, in recent time, India has seen a migration of few high net worth individuals to other countries. So it may create a situation where our more wealthy people, they might shift to USA due to this simplification of procedure of citizenship of USA.
Simplification of.
Yes, sir, because.
Okay, coming back to India, there are certain states having legislative council.
Yes.
Why not all the states are having legislative council? Why only 6 states are bicameral states? Why not all the states?
So creating BICAM, an extra house is it has financial aspect as well, because then you need to provide more funds for its functioning. And sir, the legislative council, they generally have only consultative power when it comes to.
You don't think that this other house will also strengthen the democratic process?
Yes, sir. It is definitely going to strengthen the democratic process through furthering the dialogues and providing greater representation to teachers, students, and other such sections of society. But however, sir, as I mentioned, that various states are already under a financial burden, so it will be a extra cost to the states to have a legislative council.
Okay, let's talk those states which are having this legislative council. What is the purpose of this legislative council? Do you think that there is any actual purpose?
So the actual purpose was to strengthen the democratic process and to give more representation to certain.
Okay, that's fine. That's a very diplomatic thing. That is also a different aspect. What are the financial powers? Do actually legislative council have some executive control over the state ministers? Do you think that?
So no, the legislative council, they do not have control over the monetary power or the legislative power. They can only delay the bill for a certain amount of time, but they cannot make a greater difference by amending these provisions. And sir, we have generally observed that this legislative councils are seen as a backdoor entry, mostly during the times of
Backdoor
coalition
entry.
politics and.
Okay. Last question. What are the constitutional provision to create and abolish legislative council?
Sir, the demand needs to come from the legislative assembly of a state through a special majority.
Okay.
Then the parliament can create a legislative council on the request
By
of
which majority?
By simple. Parliament
simple.
needs the simple majority.
Simple majority. That's
Yes.
fine. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Over to you, sir.
There's a case in the Supreme Court now about criminalizing marital rape.
Yes, sir.
Are you aware of that?
Yes, sir. I am aware of the issue surrounding it.
The case was decided in the Delhi High Court on a 1:1 basis. One High Court judge was in favor, another High Court judge was against it. So the case has gone to the Supreme Court. What is the stand of the Union government before the Supreme Court? And what are the problems? What are the pros and cons of criminalizing marital rape?
The stand of the government in Supreme Court is that it is against the idea of criminalizing marital rape, because it mentions that it will lead to interference in private affairs of the couple. Mm-hmm. The pros of legalizing marital rape is, sir, it will lead to gender justice, because the NFHS 5 also says that around 33% of women, they go through domestic violence, especially in their marriage. So it will provide gender justice. However, the concern is it is very difficult to provide evidences with regard to marital rape or such instances, because it is very personal matter and it is within the four walls of the house. So it will be difficult in that. And the second challenge would be it is perceived as interfering in the personal matter, which is marriage.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We've come to the end of the interview. So, what did you feel about the interview? How was it?
It was, I enjoyed the interview, sir.
You enjoyed the interview. We also enjoyed interacting with you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So, see, you are from a military school.
Yes, sir.
But did you take the NDA exam?
Yes, I did appear for the NDA exam.
There's no mention about it in the DAF.
Yes, sir. I was not. I had appeared during 12th, sir, and.
You didn't qualify?
Yes, sir. I did not qualify.
Okay. Anyway, because it was not mentioned, that's the reason I was asking. See, you opted for the IFS, so obviously you must be up to date on current affairs.
Yes, sir.
Foreign affairs, global developments. Must have clear views.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, when I asked you about, Russia, Europe, all of them, and do you think it will come? You think Russia? What will happen? See, will Russia? Will the relationship between US and Russia get normalized? You had no good answer.
Sir, between Russia and USA,
US.
there is a chances of the relation getting normalized.
No, but Russia has ruled it out.
Yes,
it will
sir.
take quite some time.
Yes, sir, but we definitely see a change of stance from USA, which if we compare it to past year, there is
there is
significant
an
change.
improvement.
Improvement.
There is
yes,
a lot of difference between normalization and improvement.
Yes, sir.
So I use the word normalized.
Yes, sir.
So what's the words?
Yes, sir. I will.
That's important. Okay. All right. And see, knowledge is one thing where I think you need to fill in the gaps. Apart from that, don't use words like aggressive.
Yes,
See,
sir.
the government of India has been aggressive towards the government of Tamil Nadu.
Yes, sir. I should have said.
That's not correct. Government of India has not been aggressive.
Taken a much softer approach.
I don't think the government of India is wrong in a way, because they're just saying this is the scheme. It's a centrally sponsored scheme. You know what is a centrally sponsored scheme?
Yes, sir.
60-40. If you want, you can take the scheme. If you don't want, you need not take the scheme. If you take the scheme, you contribute 40%, we contribute 60%. That's all. So if you don't want the scheme, fine. Then you give up your 60%. That's all.
Yes.
So that is the way the central government has formulated the scheme.
Yes, sir.
So that's all. Where is the aggression in it?
Yes, sir. The arm twisting. So I was.
Arm twisting, aggression. These are not correct words.
Yes, but sir had asked that.
No, he had asked whether it is arm twisting. You can't say it is arm twisting.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, I just noticed, Ankit, probably because of your military school background, in the middle of the conversation, start adjusting your posture in like a soldier fashion.
Yes, sir.
So it keeps on happening. So just once you enter the room, just relax and engage in the conversation. Don't let it go back to, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
We have anything to ask?
Yeah, good.
You want to ask something? Sir is asking you.
Yes, sir. I wanted to ask whether my articulation was to the point.
Your articulation is good, but you will have to bridge whatever knowledge gaps that you have. I asked you a question about the difference between diesel and petrol engines.
Yes, sir.
You went round and round without giving me the exact answer. So the exact answer is the manner in which the energy is created in these two engines. In petrol engine, the energy is created by a spark in a mix of petrol and air. In a diesel engine, energy is created by pressure in a mix of diesel and fuel and air. Right? No, that's not the important. Important point is that your answer should be, one, you should bridge your knowledge gap, and secondly, your answer should be to the point. right? So when a question is asked, you please listen to the question carefully. क्या पूछ रहे हैं? Wait for it 2-3 seconds. Don't be in a hurry to reply. Form your opinion कि मैं इसका क्या to the point जवाब दे सकता हूँ. And then you should give your reply, which should be not more than 2-3 lines to the point. Full stop.
Yes.
Right?
Thank you.
आप कुछ बोल रहे
It's fine. I think already many points have been told.
Yes, sir.
Simply, God bless you. Fine.
Thank you, sir.
Sufficient.
Something you want to ask us?
No, sir, that was the only question.
No, the point is, see, the posture is important. You give a feeling. I wanted to say that at the end. Kind of a domineering feeling, about yourself. A little more of, what should you say, humility will be better.
Yes,
Sir,
appreciated.
can I, sir, in my previous interviews, I was, sir, generally I'm very humble and I'm very calm, but then I was criticized that you are a very boring person to talk to because
That you can't say well by becoming like Kumbhakarna, you can't become boring, less boring.
so I'm just trying to find the right balance, sir.
No. That comes through your voice and the way you present, the way you modulate your voice. It doesn't come by, sitting like this, like that doesn't help. Nobody's going to be looking at you all the time. You're not an actor or something that we keep looking at you.
Yes, sir.
But once in a way, when you look at somebody, this kind of, it looks like you are.
So
bring
can
an-
you just
this is
suggest me
better.
some changes?
I think this is a little better.
So, like, having
this
your
is-
knees-
Yeah, this is a little better. I mean, not so much. You can make it little. Yeah.
Don't keep your hands frozen.
And you use your hand
थोड़ा
gesture.
इसको ऐसे पकड़ो, कुछ इसको हाथों को इस्तेमाल करो बात करने में,
Yes, sir.
कुछ एम्फेसाइज करने में थोड़ा हाथ जैसे अभी कर रहे हो.
Natural.
Hand gesture. Smile is missing totally.
Smile.
Now the smile has come back
Yes, sir.
after half an hour.
I will try to bring it.
Good smile. Smile.
Yes, sir.
That would actually ease the tension in the room.
Thank you, sir.
That would bring people closer to you.
Yes,
See, we should feel at the end of it, oh, I had a lovely interaction with this fellow.
yes.
So automatically you get another 20 marks more, irrespective of what you spoke. Okay? Like you say, after a meal, it leaves a good taste in the mouth. That's all. It doesn't matter what you put into it.
Yes,
Right.
sir.
So, that's very important in an interview. Of course, the content is important.
Yes.
A number of things like, when you say something against the central government, it immediately hurts people to some extent because most of them have been appointed by the central government.
Yes, sir.
And there's no case to, and this is logically wrong to say that the central government has been aggressive, things like that. It's not correct.
Yes, sir.
Apart from that, I think knowledge will help, particularly on matters related to anthropology, matters related to foreign affairs, matters related to current affairs, matters related to mechanical engineering. You'll have to brush up. And general studies, all the general studies you studied for your mains.
Yes, sir.
Anything about Constitution, Article 370, all this can come back again.
Yes, sir. I will.
They'll ask you questions, and see, it could
Sir,
just be there.
one question that duties and taxes.
Yes,
so that
you
was,
didn't know.
Sir, I knew, but then I think I would have said it would have. I was exactly not aware of the actual exact differences because I was not able to recall. So that is why I refrained from answering that question.
But you
Yes,
should
sir.
know. You should have known.
Yes, sir.
Yes. So that's what. See, basically, when you say you're bringing it into GST, the GST is in the news everywhere. So you should know something. And unless you know something, we can't carry on a conversation with you. That's the fundamental
sir.
problem. If you say, well, I don't know, or you give half-baked answers, then how do I carry on a conversation with you?
Yes.
So it's important for me to carry on a conversation, for me to be able to assess your personality.
Yes, sir.
So that's the point.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, all the best.
Thank you, sir.
All the best. God bless you.
Good. Earned our lunch.
Now we have our lunch.
अभी देखिए आप लोग अभी 2:10 हो रहा है ठीक 2:40 शुरू करेंगे मैं आप लोगों को बोल रहा हूँ क्योंकि आप लोग लेट करते तो कभी कभी 2:40 आज शुरू करना है समझ रहे हैं एग्जैक्टली 30 मिनट नहीं अभी नहीं और 7 कैंडिडेट है उसके बाद सबसे पहले 7 कैंडिडेट उसके बाद नहीं अभी कोई टी कॉफी नहीं है।
सिर्फ आधे घंटे बाद गुनगुना पानी चाहिए मुझे।
अकाउंट से पता नहीं, बस वही एंट्री बड़ी गलत टाइम थी उस टाइम। मेरा दिमाग भगवान ने जब करना होता ना, पॉलिसी हमने
प्रिय रंजन, आपका क्या नाम हुआ? बोलो।
चलो
Seven candidates have confirmed again.
नहीं आ रहा है दिमाग, 2 लाख रुपए तो चलिए देखते हैं। ठीक, आप मेरे को शाम को बताना डेबिट कितना अभी तक अकाउंट से डेबिट हुआ है। हाँ वो मुझे परेशान है, कौन नहीं होगा परेशान।
एक और चीज़ है, आई थिंक
अभी तक कितना हुआ है जरा बता देना मुझे शाम को, मैसेज डाल देना मुझे। ओके,
पैनल हियर मस्ट बी पॉपुलर।
ठीक है,
व्हाई दे आर वांटिंग टू
टोटल करके भेज देना, टोटल इतना, ठीक है।
बिकॉज़ लास्ट
स्क्रीनशॉट के साथ हाँ टोटल भी तो कर देना, जितना भी हुआ पता तो चले कितना हुआ है।
9.5 दिया है कैंडिडेट ने।
कितनी देर लगेगी
सर
टोटल
इतना
करने
तो
में आपको?
कभी नहीं हुआ, 9 तक हुआ था, 9.5 नहीं मिला था कभी।
हाँ ओके,
अच्छा, कैंडिडेट्स
ऑल्सो इवैल्यूएटिंग द पैनल
लगा ही हुआ है, ये देखना ऑन है ना।
I am not aware of this.
Yeah, I was also not aware. So I asked him, I said, तुम कैंडिडेट से भी अपना वो करते हो?
One of these people rang me up and told me कि कैंडिडेट्स की फीडबैक है ग्रूमिंग के बारे में नहीं बात करनी है। मैंने कहा वो तो चेयरमैन करते हैं, मैं तो चेयरमैन रहता नहीं हूँ।
ग्रूमिंग के बारे में?
हाँ वो appearance
अच्छा,
greeting.
तो वो ऐसे ही चला जाएगा फिर तो वहाँ पर? Yeah. वो बिल्कुल ही मिसमैच था एक्चुअली।
And they also listen to the recordings, I think.
हैं उतनी पॉइंट बता रहे हैं, उनका मैसेज आया हुआ पहले कोई। अभी कौन आ रहा है, पूनम सिंह या ये प्रिय रंजन कौन आ रहा है? पहले प्रिय रंजन।
शुरू करें भाई, शुरू करिए, बुला लीजिए माइक।
पोजीशन तो गलत होती है। ठीक है, ओके, नहीं मुझे कोई दिक्कत, रहने दीजिए इसको, यहाँ पे गिर जाएगा ना, यहाँ रखो ना। ठीक है, कौन सा मुझे पुनः फिल्म इंस्टीट्यूट के इसमें थोड़ी जाना है।
लेकिन सर हमारे से पूछ लिया जाता है ना अंदर से क्या किया, हम क्या जवाब देंगे?
गिर जाएगा वहाँ से, इसलिए मैं सामने रखता हूँ. यहाँ रखो, दिखेगा नहीं.
एंटर करके कमर्शियल असिस्टेंट कमिश्नर ऑफ स्टेट टैक्स लगा हुआ है.
May I come in, sir? Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Priyaranjan,
Yes, sir.
you're from Bihar,
Yes, sir.
but you went to study in Kota for a couple of years.
Yes, sir.
Why was it?
Sir, to prepare for the ITJE from there, sir. I did my plus 2 there also.
Is Kota a good coaching center for the JEE exam?
Yes, sir. Earlier in my time it used to be, but in the recent time there might be some changes with the introductions of online system of education, sir.
But even now, I believe suicides do take place in Kota because of the enormous work pressure.
Yes, sir.
Suppose you are the DM of Kota,
Yes.
what would you do to reduce the work pressure on students?
Yes, sir. Rightly, the competition has increased manifold work pressures.
They're all over.
Yes, sir. So, as a DM of such a region, my first priority will be to make certain regulations on the coaching, so do not they give much force for the competitions among the students.
But
And
then they wouldn't succeed.
Yes, sir. Rightly, sir. They are commercial ventures. So my first priority is the first focus on the counselings of the students. If any students is facing some challenges, they can directly come for the counseling, giving them the certain numbers like some counseling number. Second priority is to engage the parents also. To make them aware what their students are, what their children are facing there, what challenges financially, economically, emotionally they are facing. So third priority will be engage with the coaching also, sir, to make internal mechanism for the counseling mandatory for every coaching to have internal mechanisms, regular interactions among the students, as well as promote the cultural events also, sir. I will focus.
Yeah, but you said you will reduce work pressure, you will ask them to become less competitive, you will do counseling, but that's not going to help because the institutes may not listen to you.
Yes,
They may
sir.
not listen to you. They would still be doing the same.
Yes, sir. Then the regulation will be the one of the mechanisms, sir.
Will you be able to close them down?
No, sir. It will be very difficult to close them down in case since we are in a democratic country. It's very difficult to close them down, and that is also not the solution. I think, sir. So regulations and
Come up with one very intelligent suggestion.
Sir, I will propose the coaching centers must provide the opportunity to the students to go into the educational institution like higher education like IIT, NIT, to see, interact with the student who got selected and learn from them. It is not only the end of the life if they're not selected or selected.
Okay. You are now working in the state tax department of the government of Bihar.
Yes.
So what do you collect in the tax department?
Indirect tax basically, sir.
Mostly
GST.
the state GST.
Yes, sir.
So what is the monthly collection there?
Sir, last in the January there was a 1500 crore collections was there. Last year 38,000 crore indirect tax collections was there.
Okay. And how much does the central government get by way of collection of CGST?
Sir, last month total collection of the central government was 1.91 lakh crore was there. And the last year was 20.65 or something. Sorry, sir, not know exactly.
So out of the central government collection, how much comes to the Bihar government by way of devolution?
Sir, internal total collections of the Bihar government is 27%. So almost half of it come from the central taxes and devolutions. Sir.
No, that's not clear. You said you are collecting 27,000 crores.
27%, 27,000 crore, that is GST, sir. Total collections last year indirect tax was 38,000 crores.
38,000 crores.
Yes, sir. Yes.
But by way of devolution, how much do you get from the center?
About, sir, 45 to 50%, sir. Exactly.
Of what?
Of total budget of the Bihar, sir.
But that's what's the amount?
Sorry, sir, I'm not able to recall, sir.
Okay.
Priyaranjan,
Yes, sir.
so What's new in the new income tax bill which was introduced?
Simplifications is one of the foremost things, sir. Many of the ambiguities and different clauses has been simplified, and the overall length of the total pages has been reduced, sir. So I will say the simplification is the one most foremost thing.
Okay, would you still need a CA to fill it, or people can do it themselves?
Sir, the objective of the government is to simplify so that the common people can also understand and file their own income tax returns.
How much percentage of people pay income tax in India?
Sir, total number is about 3 to 4% exactly paying the taxes, and filing return is about 6 to 7%, sir.
Okay. So what can you think of increasing the coverage?
Yes, sir. Increase the taxation base is important. The use of technology one of the challenges is the informal sectors of the economy, which is not counted in the taxation system, sir. So the formalizations of the economy is one of the foremost thing. For that, I would say, sir, the digitalizations and adoptions of the digital technology in the transactions, as well as like, sir, for example, in the MSME sector, we can make it accountable through the help of the technology, sir. So
Okay, now recently lot of cuts have been imposed under the USAID scheme by Mr. Elon Musk of DOG and under the directions of President Trump. What exactly is going to be the effect upon, because this is not one country, they are spread all over. Globally, global effect.
Yes, sir. Sir, USAID is basically one of the foremost impact of it will be on the health sector, education sectors, then the social sectors like protection of the transgender rights, as well as democratic functioning of certain regions. All these things will be very much impacted. Mostly in the African regions, the impact on the health aid was given for the health benefits. So AIDS and tuberculosis, all these things will impact.
Okay. Priyaranjan, if I ask you to tell me 5 challenges before the world today, in order of your preferences, what would they be?
Sir, first and foremost is the global turmoil in case of wars, sir. Second will be the climate change, sir. Third will be the democracy, threats on the democracy in certain regions, sir. Fourth will be the terrorism, sir. And fifth will be the internal security of many countries, like for example our country also facing challenges.
Okay, on the climate change front, are the leaders of the world doing enough to control the global warming or not?
Yes, sir. In the last COP in 2018, COP28, sir, there was a lot of issue on the devolutions of fund from the developed to developing country, but they failed, as rightly India objected to it. So I believe, sir, the world is not doing enough to control the climate as per mandate of the Paris Climate.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Priya.
Yes,
Ranjan.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Priya, you have declared Delhi as your home state.
Yes, sir.
While you have opted for Bihar cadre. Any specific reason for these two different things?
Yes, sir. As per the criteria for the UPSC, I was qualified to make a Delhi as my home state, sir. But my personal reason was, since I am married also, I am working in the state PCS, sir. So by giving the Delhi as my home state, it will increase my probability of getting the Bihar as home state, sir. In terms
that
of
is the reason you have opted for Delhi as your home state.
Yes, sir. But I am open to work in any parts of the country, sir.
Okay. Suppose you don't get Bihar cadre, then you have to work in other cadre.
Yes, sir. That's I make up
irrespective of your home state then.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm ready for that. That's why I felt.
Okay, no issue. You tell me, in the union budget,
yes, sir,
there are some provisions relating to direct taxes. One is the increase in tax limit up to 12 lakh.
Yes, sir.
What are the other provisions which relate to direct taxes?
Sir, change in the Income Tax Act.
Oh, that bill, what is the status of that bill now? Where it is?
It has been passed, but is recommended to the parliamentary committee, I believe, sir. I'm not exactly.
It is passed or it is sent to which committee?
Parliamentary committee might be, sir.
There are various types of, how many types of committees are there in parliament?
Sir, exactly I do not remember that there is a parliamentary committee like expenditure committee, PAC, public account committee is there, estimate committee is also there, sir.
What is select committee?
Select committee basically, sir, exactly I do not remember the functioning of it, but sir, if you allow me, I can make a guess.
Tell me.
Sir, select committee basically, if any bill is being proposed in the parliament, then government can refer it to the select committee and they can read it clause by clause if there is.
So what is the status of this income tax bill now?
Sorry, sir, I'm not able to recall.
It is referred to select committee.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, that is a separate. But what other provisions are there relating to direct taxes in the budget?
Sorry, sir, I'm not able to recall, sir.
There is a provision related to encourage voluntary tax compliance. Are you aware what is that? They have done something for that. We always stress that there should be voluntary tax compliance.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And what is the tax to tax base of our country? Tax base? How many people are actually paying taxes?
Sir, about 3 to 4 crore total number of people are paying taxes, direct taxes.
So this is not a large, and now because of this increase in tax limit, around 1 crore 85 lakh or something people are supposed to go out of tax net.
Yes, sir.
So this number will be further reduced.
Yes, sir.
So do you think by this further reducing the number, our tax collections would go further down? Next year, I think we will not be able to collect the same amount of taxes which we are collecting this year.
Sir, the government objective of increasing the tax slab was basically to increase the total amount of money in the hand of the people. So they go for the consumption. So the consumptions will be increased. So definitely the direct tax will reduce, but the indirect tax will improve or increase with the increase in the consumptions while giving money in the hand of the people, sir.
So at the one hand we are losing, other hand we may gain.
Sir, there is also one thing I can able to understand by this. By increasing the taxation slab, so the many more people will be convinced to come under the taxation structure, sir. So once they come, they might not pay the tax, but they can file the return. But in the long run, this will increase the overall taxation base of the country, sir.
What you tell me is around 85 lakh people will further go out of 3-4 crores.
Yes, sir.
So the people who are not paying tax are 96%.
Yes, sir.
So they may not be affected by this increase in tax limit. So do you think that disparity will further increase between the poor people and the middle class and above by giving this tax relief to the middle class and above?
Yes, sir. In the short term, this might be impact on the disparity, but in the long run, I will say the formalizations can happen, sir, in the economy, sir. And sir, with the increase in the taxation slab, more formalization of economy can happen, and this will also promote the more formal number of jobs, especially in the like MSME sectors or a smaller scale industry.
Okay,
sir.
thank you. Thank you.
Priyaranjan.
Yes.
What are the internal security challenges facing our country?
Sir, first is the Naxalism is one of the challenges is facing the country. Second is, sir, insurgency in the northeast region and militancy in the Kashmir region is another challenges India is facing, sir.
These three?
Yes, sir.
No more?
Sir, there is also communalism is other aspects of also poses internal security challenges. Yes.
All right. Coming to the Naxalism, as you say,
yes,
left-wing extremism.
Yes.
What is the current state of affairs?
Sir, in the last decade, there is a lot of reductions in the number of Naxal-based attack as well as a spread of this movement. As per the recent government estimate, there is only about 38 districts are mostly impacted by the Naxalism, which was earlier more than 100, sir. In the 9 states right now, reduced to the 9 states, and mostly concentrated in the Chhattisgarh and Odisha.
And your native state has gone out of it?
Sir, not completely, sir. Jharkhand, there is still.
Your native state?
Yes, sir. Bihar, sir, there is limited to certain two districts, I would think, sir. Jahanabad is the one of the district which is still facing the challenge.
Bihar does not figure in the list of MHA list of affected districts, but I may not know. You will know better.
Yes.
What is a geosynchronous orbit and polar synchronous orbit?
Sir, geosynchronous orbit is defined as 36,000 kilometers from the Earth's surface, and it is mostly in synchronous with the Earth revolutions.
As the name suggests,
Yes, sir.
what is geosynchronous orbit?
It is in synchronous with the Earth rotation period, sir. So if someone is looking the satellites from the Earth, it will be appear still and not moving in any direction.
So it will remain permanently above a particular spot.
Yes, sir. It will appears to be fixed at that point.
It will appear to be.
Yes.
What is polar synchronous orbit?
Sir, sorry, sir, I'm not able to recall it.
All right. What is Raj Yoga and meditation?
Sir, Raj Yoga is basically a mindfulness meditations which is based on the 8 limbs of the yoga of the Patanjali, Yam, Niyam and Pranayam, Pratyahara, Dharana, Dhyan and Samadhi, sir. So it is basically culminations of meditations, concentrations and having a focus in the mind to meet, to have a attachment of the Atma with the Paramatma, sir. So try to have a mindfulness.
Do you do it?
Yes, sir.
Every day?
Yes, sir. I try to do it every day, but sometimes I miss.
Is it helpful?
Yes, sir. It's very helpful, sir.
In?
Sir, in personally, sir, in maintaining the calmness as well as in the work life, also making a work-life balance, because we have to deal with a limited number of taxpayer also in the office. So sometimes they come with their own grievances. So it improved me the listening capacity of me to listen them.
My last question. Why is summer in India while it is winter in Australia and vice versa?
Sir, it is the movement of the sun, sorry sir, it's rotations of the earth around the sun. It causes one part is closer to the sun, like perihelion and aphelion regions. When it is nearer, it is called perihelion regions, so it appears to be summer. In other area outside, farther region.
Geography is your subject.
Yes, sir.
You cannot give such blatantly wrong explanation.
Sorry sir, I will definitely try to read about this.
You will have to.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Prayer Engine. So you are coming from Bihar right now?
Yes, sir.
That's great. And you are also working?
Yes.
Okay, what is the special category status?
Sir, the 5th Finance Commission has defined a special category status on the 5 parameters. Like difficult terrain, low population density in the border area, low economic activities, all these things. So this is the criteria to define any state as a special category. But the 14th Finance Commission has recommended to done away with this special category status.
Done away with the special category?
To giving the status, a special category status to any state.
Then why Bihar is demanding repeatedly for this status, CS status?
Sir, Bihar has its own grievances of they are lacking somewhere in the development parameter. So in order to attract more investment, focus on industry, so this special category status will provide the special incentives for the industries to come in the state of Bihar, and will also reduce the burden, fiscal burden of the states. In most of the central sponsored schemes where the without a special category status.
Fine. So what is your opinion, your personal opinion? Should Bihar be given this status?
Definitely, sir, if Bihar is not given the special category status, I will say it should must be given a special package instead of the special category status.
My question is, what is your opinion? Should Bihar be granted this status, SCS status?
Sir, Bihar, yes, sir, I think, sir, Bihar should be given the special
You don't
category
think that
status.
if this category status will be given to Bihar, it will incentivize poor policy, short-term relief? We will not provide Bihar an opportunity कि वो खुद से वो develop state बन सके.
Yes, sir. That's why I believe, sir, Bihar should must focus on developing the institutional parameters, institutional infrastructure. Like Bihar should must focus on how to make development in terms of actually benefit.
How Bihar can be a developed state?
Sir, the focus of Bihar should must be on certain areas like skillings. In Bihar is the youngest demography, so the focus should must first be on the skill development. Focus should be must on the higher education institution development also, sir. Then the focus should must be on the tourism. Since the Bihar is having Buddhist as well as Jainism circuit is also there, Gandhian circuit is also there. So there is lot of scopes of development of tourism.
You said only two parameters on which Bihar can be developed state: education and skill, one, and then the promotion of tourism. What about agriculture? What about
Yes, sir,
the
agriculture.
other sectors of the secondary sector of economy?
Yes, sir. Agriculture as well as industrial development should also be taken into consideration.
What are the special provisions made for Bihar in the budget 2025-26?
Sir, there is a proposal of a Makhana board in the Bihar.
Okay, Makhana board is one thing.
Second is, sir, Kosi linking.
Okay, irrigation facility.
Then infrastructure development in the IIT Patna, expansions of the IIT Patna, sir, is also there.
Okay.
Then, sir, sorry, sir, I want to recollect these three.
To make Bihar a developed state, truly a developed state.
Sorry,
What a
sir.
specific provision has been done for agriculture?
Sir, a special 100 districts of the India will be selected on
I'm not talking about India, I'm talking about especially about the Bihar. Everyone says that it is the budget of Bihar.
Yes, sir. Sorry, sir, I'm not able to recall.
What is the potential of food production, peas?
Sir, yes, sir, I now recollect. There is a food processing entrepreneurship center institution will be developed.
Institute.
Yes, sir, food processing institute will be developed.
Food processing. There is a entire belt of food processing.
Yes,
right
sir.
from the start, you can start with the Chapra Sivan till the Mokhama.
Yes, sir.
So there's a huge opportunity for that.
Yes, sir.
Anyways, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Over to you, sir.
In the national education policy, the new policy that we have, there is a scope for studying a third language.
Yes, sir.
Now, people from Bihar go all over the country.
Yes, sir.
And they know Hindi obviously because it is their mother tongue.
Yes, sir.
Which third language should people from Bihar, people in Bihar, students in Bihar study so that it will be of use to them as a third language?
Sir, first is the Hindi.
Hindi is
Yes,
obvious,
sir.
English is obvious,
Yes, sir.
apart from that.
Sir, it will the mix of all languages, sir. I will recommend, sir, it will depend on a demand of certain, for say, sir, if anybody wants to learn Marathi, then Marathi should be there, sir. If anybody want to learn the Telugu, then Telugu must be there. So I suppose, sir, it is the mix of all our Indian languages.
No, what you said is right, it should be there, but it is not there.
Yes, sir.
Why is your state government not making arrangements for it? What is the problem?
Sir, one problem I believe, sir, there is an infrastructures problem in
That's a very convenient word. What do you mean by infrastructure? The classroom is there, the board is there.
Sir, the education policy must be like that to inculcate the other regional languages promotions in the state of Bihar.
No, tell me, use your imagination and tell me what is the bottleneck? What is the problem? Why are they not able to implement it?
Sir,
They have bright bureaucrats there.
Yes, sir.
They know the problem.
Yes.
And definitely people have a requirement.
Yes, sir.
Why is it they are not able to implement it?
This might be the political reasons.
No, it's not political. Why does it matter to the chief minister or the minister if they learn Marathi or Kannada or Telugu or Tamil? It makes no difference to them. It's only a third language.
Yes,
So why is it not happening?
so might be the people of the state is not able to.
No, people are
Sorry, sir,
willing.
not-
You don't offer the facility.
Sorry, sir.
I am asking you to use your imagination. because of teachers not being there.
Yes.
Okay. Unless you have teachers, how can you have the subject introduced?
Yes.
That's
Thank
the
you, sir.
problem. So you need to appoint teachers in those languages. And that's the state government which has to take the initiative here.
Yes.
They have to find out the preferences of students and appoint teachers accordingly.
Yes.
Okay. We have come to the end of the interview. You have an excellent academic background, IIT, and you're already in the tax department. Obviously, been selected by the Bihar Public Service Commission.
Yes.
Taken geography and qualified, but the brightness, the spark is missing somewhere. I couldn't find the spark. I tried my best to locate the spark, but I couldn't find that IIT spark there. What happened?
Might be the pressure of, since this is my last interview of.
You settled down in tax department.
Yes, sir.
You settled down very comfortably.
Not comfortably much, sir. because
थोड़ा बहुत आप पढ़िए.
Yes.
I think you stopped reading. See, the knowledge base is. See, you have so many points in the DAF about which you can be questioned.
Yes, sir.
Quota again. See, the easiest way to prevent these suicides is to have a kind of a bar. You have to cross a particular bar before you admit. You just admit all and sundry. Obviously, those students will not be able to come up to the expectations of the institutes.
Yes, sir.
So, if you say that you must at least have a kind of a qualifying exam before you permit somebody to come for coaching in quota, then the crowd will be less and you will have brighter students who can cope up with the pressure.
Yes, sir.
That's the easiest way to do it. So I wanted you to be a little more imaginative. अभी third language में भी वही मैं सोच रहा था कि आप बताएंगे कुछ.
Sir, I thought the infrastructure in that way also. So.
Infrastructure क्या है? Classroom है, board है और क्या चाहिए?
I thought in that way, sir, teachers is the infrastructure.
No, be precise. Language is the other problem apart from knowledge.
Yes, sir.
So you are very, I think you know it, but I think you are very casual about the way you use the English language. जब आप बोल रहे थे कि I am willing to work in any state, I am hoping to work in any state, इसका मतलब क्या होता है? You said I am hoping to work in any state. See, you have opted for, you want to get into Bihar. You gave some logical reason.
Yes.
Then you say, I am hoping to work in any state. So that conveys the wrong impression. Sometimes English language, any language for that matter, if you use the wrong word, it gives the wrong impression.
Yes.
Right? And logic is missing. See, when you come to a conclusion, there must be some logic to back that. That is missing. So, thoda sa, I mean, this is an expectation from a person who's come out of IIT.
Okay, sir.
So, please think about it. Taxes, you should know everything because you're working in the tax department. CGST, SGST, devolution. How does Bihar get its taxes devolved? How much does it get? The state budget, union budget, everything you should know about the tax department.
Yes.
Police service, IAS, okay?
Yes.
थोड़ा सा पढ़ लीजिएगा. Anything else?
Just one more thing, Priya Ranjan. You carried the interview as if you're carrying a burden. We want to see more energy, more passion, more enthusiasm.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes.
you have to come into the game.
Yes.
You can't sit on the boundary and say, I am in the game. Right?
Yes.
I hope you take
Yes.
it constructively.
आप कुछ बताओ.
आपको कुछ पूछना है हम लोग से?
Sir, I have left with us 5 or 6 days in the interview, actual interview. So, what you suggest me to do in this? Since in terms of knowledge, I think I have, but not able to convey in the proper way. So
You don't have the knowledge. I asked you how much Bihar gets by way of devolution of taxes. You didn't know.
Yes, sir.
Where is the knowledge?
तो क्या 6 दिनों में क्या करना चाहिए?
6 दिन में बहुत कुछ हो सकता है.
Yes.
List out 30-40 points from your DAF. Okay, your subject of study, chemical engineering, and then Bihar, and then your department, tax department, services you opted for.
Yes, sir.
30-40 points. Prepare question bank.
Current affairs.
And current affairs, yes. And police service, because since you opted for police service, is number 2.
Yes.
Okay, so question bank banaiye. Prepare some kind of answers. Then crystallize your answer before you go for the interview. It will help you immensely.
Okay.
शीशे के सामने बैठिए,
Yes.
किसी को कहिए 50 सवाल आपसे पूछेगा या कागज में देख के एक सवाल पढ़िए और जवाब दीजिए. राइट? You do it 5 times. you will not forget for the next 5 years. And believe us, majority of the questions in interview will come from this question bank. That's the easiest way out. But you will have to burn the midnight oil.
Yes, sir.
See, all of you forget one thing, that you have studied very hard to come up to this level. And now you don't want to study for the interview. Study as hard as you studied for the main exam.
Yes.
You got only 5 days left. Easily. You are on leave, I suppose.
Yes.
So what else? Very good. You can do it. Go ahead.
Thanks.
Have the confidence.
Thanks.
Good luck.
All the best.
Thanks.
Bye.
हार मान गया पहले ही.
हाँ थोड़ा रिलक्टेंस, थोड़ा सा रिलक्टेंस है.
He says, this is my last attempt. Because maybe he's very comfortable in the tax department. मुझे लग रहा है. This is the response. Assessment है. तो भेज दीजिए पूनम को. This will be the order. The gentleman comes first and then this lady. भेज दीजिए, we are ready. How they waste time. थोड़ा जल्दी करो भाई, जल्दी करो थोड़ा. क्या प्रॉब्लम है? तो बुलाओ ना फिर. बुलाओ, क्या प्रॉब्लम है? हाँ? नहीं आप तो मैं कह रहा हूँ कि आप यहाँ से सिग्नल दे दो और फिर देखेंगे. सिग्नल तो दो पहले. आप तैयार नहीं हैं तो फिर क्या कर सकते हो?
सर इसको अपलोड कराना है.
हाँ वही है. हाँ आप लोगों का प्रॉब्लम है, ये बताओ ना. वो ठीक है.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Please sit down.
Thank you.
You studied in the Madan Mohan Malviya College, the university.
Yes, sir.
Where is this located?
In Jaipur, sir.
Jaipur. Who was Madan Mohan Malviya ji?
Sir, Madan Mohan Malviya was a freedom fighter and he has done immense contribution towards the freedom struggle. He has also led the Indian National Congress at that time four times, and he is a pioneer in establishing the BHU. Right now, it is in Banaras.
So you must have studied about the pro-changers and the no-changers.
Yes, sir.
In the 1920s. Was Malviya ji on the side of the no-changers or the pro-changers?
Malviya ji on the side of no changers, sir.
What were the no-changers asking for?
Sir, they asked for that they will not continue that they will not continue in legislative assembly at that time, and pro-changers they want that they will come and discuss the matter with the and make the policy for the towards the independence of the nation.
So mention a few pro-changers, leading pro-changers, some of them.
Pro-changers, sir. Sir, right now I forget. Sorry, sir.
C.R. Das.
Yes, sir. He was a pro-changer.
Okay. Now Jaipur is located quite close to Delhi.
Yes, sir.
But still Jaipur or Alwar have not been developed as much as Gurgaon or Faridabad have developed. Why is it so?
Sir, in terms of development, the portion of development can be seen in different perspective.
So culturally, Jaipur is very much developed, and it is focusing on its tourism sector, and in this regard, it is doing very well. So in terms of tourism and cultural things, it is developed, sir.
Okay, so you feel Jaipur is developed enough?
Yeah, it is developed, but we need to achieve miles.
Okay, much more.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You've taken international relations as your subject for
Yes,
the
sir.
civil services,
Yes,
PSIR. In the area of international relations, do you think a solution to the problem in Ukraine is in sight?
Sir, the war is going between Ukraine and Russia, and the issue related with the Ukraine land and geopolitical importance, there is a need to bring peace in this regard, sir. And much needed peace, because without peace, and war is not an option. So peace should be bring, and every stakeholder should come forward and focusing on the peace.
But I think everybody understands the need for peace.
Yes, sir.
But they also want territorial integrity to be protected. They want dignity. They want a reasonable peace deal. So for the last 3 years, the war has been going on.
Yes, sir.
And everybody has been talking about peace. So what was the recent UN resolution in the Security Council?
Sir, recently UN resolution happened, and they, with respect to Russia and Ukraine war, and many nations, including India and China, abstain this from that. They will not support.
That was in the General Assembly.
Yes, sir.
Subsequently, in the Security Council, a resolution which was sponsored by US was passed. Can you tell me about that resolution?
Sir, for this I am not aware about of it.
You would like to offer the income tax department as your number 3 preference.
Yes, sir.
What is the total collection of income tax in the country per year?
Sorry, sir, I need to read on that.
Can you distinguish between income tax and corporate tax?
Sir, income tax, mostly it is related to the income of a people or done, and corporation tax is also comes under the income tax, but it is the tax on the companies. So in this way it is different.
What is the rate of corporate tax?
Sorry, sir.
What is the rate, corporate tax rate?
It is around 22%.
Okay. Poonam.
Yes, sir.
What is Poonam?
Sir, Poonam meaning is full moon. When the earth, moon and sun are in synergy, and earth is between the moon and sun, then the full moon happened.
Okay. Do the Tibetans follow another calendar?
Sir, I am not aware.
No, not aware. How did our calendar emerge? We call it the Gregorian calendar. No? Do you know that?
No, sir, sorry.
Okay. You know about the Hindi?
Yes, sir.
Hindi system of months?
Yes, sir.
Okay, tell me about it.
Sir, I only knew some month in Hindi, that, but I think I am not knowing in that order itself. Right now, Magh month is going on. Jest, Asad, Magh, Foos, that I can think. Savan, Bhado, that I can think of.
Okay, good. So, what is the state of development in your district, Hamirpur, from where you come?
Sir, in today's time, the government focus on developing the Bundelkhand region, in which my district came. So, right now we have 3 major projects. First is Bundelkhand Expressway. Second is Ken-Betwa linkage to reduce the scarcity of water and bringing the agriculture on its par. And third project is the BIDA, that is Bundelkhand Industrial Development Authority, to develop the Bundelkhand region on line of Noida. So these projects are proposed and started also, and in terms of development, they will do good to develop the Hamirpur district.
Okay, suppose you are posted as collector Hamirpur. So what will you do for the women to give them a sustainable living?
Sir, for this, I need to focus upon the employment of the women. For example, the more SSG will develop, the more empowered the women, because the Hamirpur district is more agricultural district basically. So if the development of SHG and the allied sector in this area, that is bring the women at par for the economic empowerment. Apart from that, the education because the literacy rate for the women in my district is around only 60%. If we make them, ensure them that they are educated well, so it can connect it well with their development, sir.
Okay, so you studied in Jaipur.
Yes, sir.
And I heard you mention the cultural and tourism potential of Jaipur, So tell me something about the history of the city of Jaipur.
Sir, Jaipur it is established by Raja Man Singh of around 17th century, and it is a planned city, Jaipur. We have a number of forts and heritage site which convert into a tourist places. Also, we have a good leather factory over the Jaipur, and it is doing well in this regard, and the hospitality sector is booming in Jaipur, sir.
Okay. Tell me, you did something on ozone.
Yes, sir.
Yes? So once I went to Australia and they said there's a hole above Australia in the ozone layer. What does it mean?
Ozone hole is basically, sir, the degradation of or depletion of the ozone layer over the region, and it is caused by due to the ozone depleting substance like chlorofluorocarbon, and they are emitted from the automobile sector or the human activity along with the natural activities. So they are depleting the ozone layer of the region in Antarctica and Australia.
What is the effect upon humanity?
Sir, for this, if the depletion of ozone happen, then it will increase the diseases related to the cancer, and also impact the incoming UV rays, which further deplete the ozone layer and harden the not only human life but also the environment.
Thank you, Pura.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Poonam.
Yes, sir.
You have studied in Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya.
Yes, sir.
The Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya, what?
Sir, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya, established in 1986, it is providing the education to the people comes from the rural background specifically, and also the urban people, to provide the top-notch quality education, and that is free of cost.
It is residential or not?
It is residential from class 6 to class 12, and the board it is CBSC board.
And co-educational?
Yes, co-educational.
Okay, you tell me, other was in Army, non-commissioned officer.
Yes, sir.
What are the different ranks of commissioned officers from lieutenant onwards?
Okay, sir. From lieutenant, then after lieutenant, captain, major, then sorry, sir.
Lieutenant Colonel?
Lieutenant Colonel, Colonel, Brigadier, Major General, General, and Field Marshal.
Lieutenant General, then General.
Sorry, sir.
You tell me that lieutenant comes below major, but lieutenant general is higher than major general. Why it is so?
Sir, that I am not aware about. Sorry, sir. I need to read on this.
Okay. Okay, you tell me 3 women-centric laws made for their empowerment.
In defense, sir?
Not in defense, general.
In
women-centric laws which are there for women empowerment.
The first and foremost, 33% reservation for women in parliament. Second thing, the recently as Supreme Court judgment is that the women are allowed in defense through the permanent commission.
Okay.
And third thing is, sir, Nirbhaya Act, when this incident happened, after the Nirbhaya Act came to provide more empowerment and safety and security of the women.
You tell me we are empowering the women, made the laws, but have we really empowered the women?
At some extent, we have empowered the women, but the issue is like that along with the empowerment there is a need for the visibility. For example, sir, in our state we have a scheme related to women conductor, and that is Mission Sarthi scheme. So women will go for the buses services. So this is showing the economic empowerment along with the visibility. The visibility factor is somehow missing in this way, sir.
And what is we call women-led development?
So women-led development that is ensuring that not only the empowerment of women, but the women has should break the myth regarding to the that is that women cannot be a leader or women cannot have a say or in decision making. So if it will we come over through this, then it can be said women led
Okay,
development.
you are interested in sports also, I saw.
Yes, sir.
What is this TOPS, within your scheme TOPS? Have you heard about it?
Yes, sir. This TOPS scheme is providing the financial assistance to those who are.
What is the full form of TOPS?
Sir, that I forget. Sorry, sir.
Target Olympics Podium
Yes, sir.
scheme.
Yes, sir.
What do you understand by that scheme?
Sir, the scheme basically provides the financial assistance to those who are excelling in sports sector or who are winning medal for the country. So they will provide.
Have we empowered financially supported for 2028 Los Angeles Olympics? Some players have been shortlisted. Can you name any of them?
Sir, I need to read on that. Sir. I need to read on that.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
The criminal laws have been renamed and some changes have also been brought in. The three major criminal laws were IPC, CRPC and Evidence Act. Please tell us the new names and the major changes proposed, not only the major changes proposed, say 3, 4 in IPC, 2, 3 in CRPC and maybe 1 in Evidence Act.
Sir, major laws that has been renamed, that is Bharati Nyaya Sahinta, Bharati Sach Adhiniyam and Nyaya BNSS, Bharati Nyaya Sahinta and
Bharatiya Nagrik Suraksha Samhita.
Yes, sir.
Let's start with IPC.
For in IPC, sir, major laws.
Major changes, not laws.
Okay, sir. Sorry, sir. At this moment, I can't think of.
All right. Let's go to BNSS.
Sir, they have described the major laws with respect to organized crime right now. Definition of organized crime.
That is in the IPC.
Okay, sir.
आप CRPC में IPC की change को बता रहे हो.
Sorry, sir. Sir, I need to read on this thing, sir.
All right. Any other major change that you remember?
No, sir.
Take a deep breath. Relax.
Yes, sir.
It is a conversation, it is not an interview. How many CAPFs are there?
CAPF?
Central Armed Police Forces.
Sorry, sir, I don't know right now.
कुछ नाम याद है CAPFs के?
No, sir.
Delimitation is in the news very much these last 2-3 days. The Tamil Nadu Chief Minister has taken a stand. Some others have. In today's newspaper, have you seen today's newspaper?
Yes, sir.
The Chief Minister of Karnataka has also made a statement. What is this problem all about? Delimitation के बारे में आप क्या जानते हो और ये समस्या है, इसका क्या समाधान हो सकता है? What is your opinion? Please tell us about that.
Sir, the problem with respect to delimitation is that the number of seats which are going to be changed in 2026 in these are the parliamentary seat, and the issue is that they are based on the proportional representation, that is on the basis of the population. So this is one of the major problem because it is creating barrier between south and north. With respect to north, we have a decreased population. So the population is on decreasing side
in South India.
In South India, sir.
South India.
So number of seat accordingly will decreases. So in my opinion, sir, the solution is lies that we should not only focusing on population. We should also consider what they have contributed economically or development indicator. This way their fear of losing the seat will be reduced. Second thing is that, sir, with respect to the making laws, we should also strengthen the Rajya Sabha as well, so that the state which have a lower population, they have a good say about the making laws in this regard.
I mean, proportionately increase their number of seats in Rajya Sabha?
No, sir. I am saying that we should make we should strengthen the Rajya Sabha in making the laws itself. That right now Lok Sabha has more say with respect to the laws, or more power with respect to the Rajya Sabha in making laws. In this way, they have the fear of the smaller state which have a low population. They have a full say if they will be strengthened in Rajya Sabha.
I do not know how it can be carried out in practice.
Yes, sir.
But I will not continue this argument with you because I'm running short of time.
Okay, Poonam.
Yes, sir.
So you were talking about global peace.
Yes, sir.
Everybody should be a participant into that. My question is, Donald Trump's plans of peace, don't you think that seems a part of a new colonial agenda?
Yes, sir. At some extent it can be said, because the peace plan of Donald Trump is basically focusing on the transactional diplomacy, that they want something in return. If they want, they will have to give their military, or economically they are supporting. Moreover, their peace agenda is more tilted towards the colonial agenda, because on one side they are saying they will end war, and on other side they are saying that they will take over on the land in the region. For example, they are talking about Gaza or Panama issue, as well as Greenland issue. So at an extent, because US is such a great power, and they are saying so in vocal manner, so this can increase the potential of colonial agenda.
Colonial agenda. What is difference between new colonialism and new imperialism?
Sir, I need to read on this thing.
Okay, you need to read about it. Okay, not an issue. So, recently, a mineral accord has been signed between Ukraine and United States of America. What Ukraine will get out of this accord? What USA is going? Mineral. That is fine. What Ukraine will get after 3 years of war?
Sir, this deal has said that Ukraine will get military support as well as economic support. But also they will...
United States of America denied. You will not be entered into the NATO.
Yes, sir.
That's why I quote you, 3 years के बाद. Repeatedly, Ukraine was asking for its entry into the NATO. US ने कह रही है कि no, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
What will happen to Bechara Ukraine?
That is why, sir, I was talking about global peace, that every nation's integrity and sovereignty is
That's
required.
fine, that I understood.
Yes,
when
sir.
you were talking and interacting, I understood that.
Yes, sir.
Now my question is, what Bechara Ukraine is getting now?
Now they are not getting at a extent in their favor, but the only option with Ukraine right now I can see is that they need to stop the war this time.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Anyways, and what about a great epitome of peace, your United Nations? What do you think about it?
Sir, United Nations is in this position. It is right now fractured, and what is required, we need to strengthen the United Nations, because world governance and world peace can be bring if all stakeholders are involved, and United Nations has a potential to do that.
United Nations has the potential to do that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What improvement would like to make in United Nations to make it an effective organization, global organization?
Sir, first of all, we need to improvise the organization of United Nations like UNSC. We need to increase the representation from all the state.
Continent.
Yes, sir. Continent. Second things, we need to end the veto power issue, because this is creating the fracturing across the world, veto issue. Third thing is that, sir, we should more focusing on building the nation, not only focusing on that is, we should be more proactive, not reactive, that war happened and then United Assembly or any other assembly passing resolution. Rather than we should be more proactive, that if something is happening, we should take faster action and then bring normalized situation there.
How it will take without its own military, without its financial autonomy? How it will do that? Anyways, thank you. Nice interacting to you.
Thank you, sir.
Over to you, sir.
Is Indian society patriarchal?
Yes, sir.
What do you mean by that?
Patriarchal, the patriarchal means, sir, that the role of role of gender, that is male counterpart, is more in terms of decision making or in terms of bringing any kind of situation change. In this regard, we have a patriarchal society, sir.
So, if you want to make it less patriarchal, and suppose you had the power,
yes,
what is one change that you would bring about to do that?
One change, sir, gender sensitization. It is much required in this regard, sir. If one
Gender
change
sensitization?
Yes, sir.
At what level?
At every level, be it economic, be it a political, or be it a judicial level, every level, in government, as well as starting from family to the government level, sir.
No, you think people are being patriarchal because because they don't know that it's in their favor? You think they want to encourage equality and that's the reason they are patriarchal?
No, sir.
People are patriarchal because they enjoy the power that comes with it.
Yes, sir.
Yes. So how would they give it up just because you make them aware about it?
So not only aware about of them, but also what I said, sir, gender sensitization. If they have more sensitivity toward the other gender, they will definitely come at par with the equality, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I think you picked up as the interview went along. We've come to the end of the interview now, okay?
Okay, sir.
The feedback time. In the initial stages, you were quite nervous.
Yes,
and I think knowledge is a problem. And once in a way you found in the income tax department, if you want to join, you should at least know what is the total income tax collection.
Yes, sir.
So again, see, I didn't say that Rajasthan or Jaipur is not developed. My question was, why Jaipur has not developed, or why Alwar has not developed to the extent Gurgaon has developed? Alwar is also in the NCR.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that is where I want an answer. I want an intelligent answer from you. But to say that, well, Jaipur is already developed, culturally developed, well, that's probably correct, factually correct. But that doesn't answer the question.
Okay, sir.
Okay. So that is so please answer the question. Avoid the nervousness in the initial stages. You are well intentioned and you are quite logical. In fact, in the later stages, you became quite logical in your approach. I like certain answers which you gave. They are very logical. The initial stages, I think there was a bit of a problem. You had to overcome the nervousness in the initial stages.
Okay, sir.
And lastly, I think with regard to the subjects, international relations particularly, you have to be more strong. What's happening in the Ukraine. I mean, you didn't know about the UN resolution.
No, sir.
Those that can cost you a lot of marks. The UN resolution which was passed by the Security Council. It was US sponsored. So please read up on that.
Okay, sir.
Poonam, now the good points about you are that you are very logical, you have a good reasoning ability, and you very emphatically put forward your arguments. Yes. The areas of improvement was the laws.
Yes.
You are aspiring to be in the higher civil services. You cannot afford a chance that I have to read about the laws. They have been around for the 1st of July.
Yes, sir.
So you know exactly now. So what role you are looking at, anything connected with that role is a subject of your interest and appreciation. Otherwise you're fantastic, you're good. But use your reasoning, logic, analytical ability coupled with the knowledge improvements on facts and then you can sail through and maybe smile a more,
Okay, sir.
be more, as if in a conversation, good conversation. Don't appear as if, there's a barrier between the board and you. We are trying to break the barrier to make you, to get the best answers from you.
Yes.
Right?
My honest question, out of the box question, is not part of the interview. When you said you didn't know about CAPFs, you didn't remember anything about criminal laws, was it that you had forgotten or you really did know?
Sir, I forgot this time, sir, because I
So
was
my
nervous.
guess was right that
Nervous.
you had become nervous.
Yes, sir.
All right. So 2-3 points I will say. First is to reiterate what the chairman has said. You are a good candidate. You are articulate, able to express yourself very well. When you entered, you wished everyone. No, you wished the chairman, right? And then after he asked you to sit down, you sat down. The correct process would be, you wish the chairman and also look at the others, nod at the others. You wish only one person, but nod at the others also. In case there is a lady member, you wish her separately.
Okay, sir.
One. Secondly, IPS is your second choice. So read on some police related information. Criminal laws, CAPFs, police reforms, armed forces, police special powers act, etc., etc. Read about that.
Okay.
It might become handy in the final interview, right? And then this delimitation, it is everywhere in the news. You should read on this. What is the actual problem? Okay? It's not, what you were saying is partially true, but not entirely true. So read about it.
Okay, sir.
Sufficient. I think you work on these points, you will be better. You will
Thank
be
you,
quite
sir.
good.
No, I think, sir, you are very cool and composed. Whatever suggestion is given by the honorable panelists, just work on that.
Okay, sir.
Would
have
you like
high
to ask?
potentials.
Sorry. Would you like to ask us anything?
No, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, you are a very good candidate. Please make it this time.
Okay, sir. Thank you,
All
sir.
the best.
Do well.
Okay,
We are only trying to help you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Can I go, sir?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Next.
Push.
We coming from the background.
Come up the hard way.
नायक की बेटी है वहाँ तक पहुँचना
The daughter of a non-commissioned officer.
लेकिन वो उसकी जो
But civil service.
CAPF मतलब पिताजी तो आर्मी में तो
Confident,
इतना तो
composed.
एक का नाम दे रही थी
But quite
good
confident. And the balance which came in the later part of the interview. The initial part she was very nervous. Oh, CAPF तो भूल. The moment she question came, she just lost her nerve. अरे क्या पूछ लिया इन लोगों
पुलिस का सवाल पूछते ही गायब हो गया।
But सरप्राइजिंग कि एक भी नाम नहीं याद आया उसको, घबरा गई उस समय।
नहीं वो घबरा गई है. She didn't want to attempt an answer. She just gave up. For that question she just gave up. But she answered the next question on delimitation quite well. That's what I liked.
कौन आ रहा है अभी?
अभय कुमार सिंह
अभी की बात तो ये आएगी ना।
I mean, I think this idea about making Rajya Sabha more powerful, I mean, that was quite imaginative.
हाँ, but how वो मैं भी फॉक्स हो गया था कि राज्यसभा को
That was quite nice. She said, let's make the Rajya Sabha a little more
ये
powerful.
लोकसभा के पास बहुत ज्यादा पावर है।
Out of box idea.
That was a good idea. मेरे ख्याल से what Vajpayee did is the best solution. Just put it off by 10 years. This is not the time to go for delimitation. And unnecessarily Stalin has raked up this issue. You shouldn't have raked it up. See, Gujarat is not going to...
May I come in, sir?
No.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Please sit down. Mr. Abhay Kumar Singh?
Yes, sir.
You are drawing a fairly high salary in HSBC global markets.
Yes, sir.
Why would you want to leave that and come to civil services? You might not even get half the salary.
Yes, sir. I know that, and it is well thought out decision. I want to join civil services because I have been born in a village which was very Naxal affected, and since last 15 years, the situation has improved a lot there, and it has been possible because of the work done by administration and bureaucrats there, and I think I can do similar work. And given my profile, I can use data analytics, I can use technological tools, etc., to give better service delivery to our citizens. And
so, what was the role played by the administration in bringing about a betterment of conditions?
Sir, for example, they played a role in improving infrastructure there, the road infrastructure, the infrastructure related to communication. Like they encouraged companies to set up mobile towers in remote villages, and then they also ensured that the scheme delivery is done in better manner, so that local support to Naxalism is very less, and people think that they have.
Do you think the direct benefit transfer scheme, which has been brought in the last 10 years,
Yes, sir.
has benefited people considerably, and if so, how?
Yes, sir. Definitely, direct benefit transfer has benefited people. It has benefited because now the scheme money is reaching directly to the public without any kind of cut. So earlier there were leakages, and because of DBT and integration of Jan Dhan, Aadhaar and mobile, now they are getting money directly in their account, and the cut is less, almost absent now. For example, PM Kisan, they are getting rupees 6,000.
Okay, so let me ask you, since you mentioned about Aadhaar and Jan Dhan, and we talked about DBT, if you connect all these three with UPI, do you think UPI was an outcome because we had all these three?
Yes, sir, definitely. Because UPI work in mobile devices, so mobile component is there. Jan Dhan helped in people getting bank accounts, and UPI are dependent on bank accounts mostly. They are linked to bank accounts. And then, sir, Aadhaar is a good tool for banks to ensure KYC of customers.
And DBT? How did DBT help in UPI implementation?
Sir, DBT can be helpful in the sense that now, since the citizens are getting directly money in their account, that money can be used for making purchases.
Good. You have opted for the police service and the customs service after the IAS.
Yes, sir.
With regard to the GST,
Yes,
why do you think GST was brought in? We already had a VAT.
Yes, sir. Sir, in my knowledge, GST was brought for ensuring uniformity of taxation, particularly in indirect taxes in our country. Earlier, we had different taxes across different states.
How does it make a difference if they are different in different places? It doesn't affect people.
Sir, it affects people in realizing that this is the tax component they are paying. This is the first thing.
Yeah, if I don't want to buy it, well, I don't buy a product if it's too expensive. That's all.
Yes, sir. And there are other regions like integration of markets across country, and there is better revenue realization for the government also because of GST, because systems have become more efficient and tracking of tax evasion is now easier using systems like input tax credit, e-way bills. Now we have GST network, the process is simple for shopkeepers, etc. We have geo-tagging of shops.
What is the composition of the GST council?
Sir, GST council is comprised of Union Finance Minister and State Finance Ministers. There might be some other members, but I am not able to recall the other members, if any.
And what about the votes that they have? How much does the central government have by way of voting power?
Sir, the central government has 1/3 of total vote, and the states have 2/3 of total vote.
Okay, Abhay.
Yes, sir.
Now I would ask you to take a quick look in this room.
Yes.
from that door,
Yes, sir.
okay,
Yes, sir.
to this wall here.
Yes, sir.
And tell me what appeals to you the most.
Sir, mainly the books that I see there, the collection of books that we have, that is very appealing.
Anything else?
Sir, the photos of Mahatma Gandhi ji and Dr. B.R. Ambedkar ji and Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam ji, and of course, sir, all the panel members.
Okay. So you've been a banker right through, right? Consistently.
Yes, sir.
Tell me the different cyber crimes the banks face today and what cyber security measures they are putting in place to combat this menace.
Sir, banks face many kind of cyber crimes. One is phishing. So secondly, there is fraud using OTPs, and then there are certain fake schemes which are used to lure people into giving money. And banks are trying to do away with these things by using extra layer of authentication, and they are also taking out awareness drives so that their customers are more aware of the threats, and they are sending certain simulation mails and messages so that people know that these are the threats and they are well aware in advance.
Okay. So what is the threat to banking from the third party applications? You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
Applications like AnyDesk and all.
AnyDesk.
Yeah. So what is the threat to banking from such third party applications? You always get the advisory, don't? Right?
Yes, sir. Sir, third party applications many times ask for your permission to read messages, to see your photos, to save passwords, etc. And if they get permission, and if there is any third party app with malicious intention, it can use those messages to siphon of money. And sir, third party apps can also be dangerous in the sense that they are stealing data of people, which can be utilized to either to use customers' information in wrong way or to harass someone if it goes to wrong hand.
Okay. Now recently President Trump says that all EU goods bound for the US will have a 25% tariff.
Yes, sir.
So is he a threat to free and fair trade in the world?
Sir, if Donald Trump is imposing tariffs on EU, then it might not be that big a threat, but he has to be considerate of the fact when he is imposing tariffs on developing countries. European Union countries are also developed to some extent, and they can trade on reciprocal basis with United States, but developing countries cannot afford that. And sir, EU in itself is not very uniform union. There are certain countries with lower economic level and certain countries with very good economic indicators. So there must be some kind of differentiation based on that also.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Abhay.
Yes, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Okay, you tell me, you want to serve and help your own people. You mentioned about Aurangabad, you belong to that Naxal problem, but you don't want to work in Bihar at all? Why?
Sir, I have opted for Jharkhand as my first preference.
Yes.
Because there has been no general category insider vacancy in Bihar for many years.
How do you know? Have they announced the vacancy in advance?
No, sir, but there is pattern that we are seeing zero insider vacancy. And since I have preference and I was born in undivided Bihar, so Jharkhand is also very much like home to me. And Aurangabad is a bordering district.
Okay, that is what surprised me, you mentioning about your state, I will work for my people. What option why I saw you did not opt for Bihar at all?
Sir, even people of Jharkhand, I consider them as my own, and even the whole
Okay,
country.
good.
And problem of Naxalism is more. there in Jharkhand.
Another thing I noticed that you have given Danix at number 7, much above many Group A services.
Yes, sir.
What is the reason for that?
Sir, the reason is because the service profile is similar to IAS and IPS, and it has more field orientation rather than office orientation. And I want to work more in this kind of job. Although all services are good and I will be happy to take them, but in preference wise, I place field oriented services higher.
Because then you could have given them above other services also. That is the criteria. Anyhow, you have opted for then revenue, customs and indirect taxes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, as your third preference.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. There also you will have much. Nowadays it is faceless assessment.
Yes, sir.
When you are a technoman of technology, you are working in a bank,
Yes, sir.
high profile bank, HSBC,
Yes,
and
sir.
GST network, everything you mentioned to our colleague earlier. So where is the face-to-face interaction with the public? There is no direct, unless up to 7-8 years of service, you may not have any face-to-face interaction.
Yes, sir. But as per my knowledge in customs and indirect taxes, also we have diversity of service. We have narcotics department, we have posting at ports, airports, etc. And I am fine with office jobs also. It is not like right now I am working in office only.
But in
but
DRI,
preference wise,
there is also one organization called DRI. Have you heard about it?
yes, sir. Department of Revenue Intelligence.
Yes. What does it do?
Sir, though I am not aware about very fine details, but I guess it is aimed at collecting intelligence information regarding revenue maximization. So we can use that data to maximize our revenue, or maybe to conduct raids or assessment of taxpayers, etc.
So this ED is also there nowadays. Lot of news is there about ED.
Yes, sir.
ED deals with which cases?
Sir, ED deals with money laundering cases. It
Yes.
is
What is the PMLA, full form of?
Prevention of Money Laundering Act.
So what powers ED has under that act, which is not available to other agencies?
Sir, ED has power to raid premises related to persons who are accused of money laundering, and ED also has power to confiscate property, and then it prepare case and the cases goes to
Can ED also arrest a person? What is the bail provision in case of ED?
Sorry, sir, I will read about this. I am not aware in detail right now.
Read about it. Okay.
Sure.
It is very prominent these days.
Yes, sir. There has been arrest, but I don't know.
Chief Minister was arrested.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
But I don't know exact provisions.
Okay.
That's why.
Okay. Thank you, Abhay.
Thank you, sir.
Abhay, you are still in the HSBC job?
Yes, sir.
Earning 3.5 lakh rupees per month?
Yes, sir.
And you want to leave that and join DANIPS?
Yes, sir.
So any amount of explanation you give, I am not going to be convinced. You must prepare very solid reasons to give in the final interview when they ask you this question.
Yes, sir.
Have you heard of the free movement regime? I am talking in the context of northeast of India.
Yes, sir. We have a free movement regime with Myanmar, and it is to ensure that since people there, especially certain tribes like Kuki, etc., they have relations across border. So to ensure that they are able to meet their relatives in Myanmar and people of Myanmar are able to meet their relatives in India, we have free movement regime.
What is this regime?
Sir, in this regime, we have a provision that people can travel up to 10 kilometers or 16 kilometers. I am not very sure. I think it was reduced to 10 kilometers recently. Earlier it was 16 kilometers.
Earlier it was 40 kilometers.
Okay, thank you, sir. Sorry, sir. So
now it is reduced to 10 kilometers. Carry on.
Yes, sir. So up to 10 kilometers from the border, people from Myanmar can travel into India, and they have now, sir, we have a pass system, and they can.
What system?
Sir, they have to get a pass, or like they have to register their names when they are entering, and they have to go back through the same point from where they entered.
Have you been to Northeast?
No, sir, I have not got any chance, but in future I would like to visit.
All right. So they have designated some places through which these people will enter.
Yes, sir.
But the border is not fenced.
Yes.
So who is stopping them from entering through other places?
Sir, we have security agencies manning the borders to ensure that there is no illegal entry into India.
What is the latest situation in Manipur?
Sir, President rule has been imposed after Chief Minister of Manipur resigned, and now recently Manipur governor also made appeal to people who have looted weapons, etc., to return their weapons, and there has been positive reply from people also. For example, a group of Metis people, they return the looted weapons. So
how many?
Sir, I do not know the exact data.
It was there in the press, newspapers. 104 weapons and ammunition were returned on 26th February.
Yes, sir.
In certain districts.
Yes, sir.
Have you seen the newspapers? Today's newspaper?
Yes, sir. In brief, I read about this thing, but I am not able to recall the exact.
Have you seen yesterday's newspaper?
Yes, sir.
What important news do you remember?
Sir, there was one discussion related to provision that disqualifies our leaders from contesting elections when they are having certain kind of imprisonment term. And after, so there was a kind of debate that whether there should be lifetime ban or a ban linked to their jail term. And then there were discussion about how to strengthen position of women in panchayats, so that panchayat prati phenomena.
Let's stick to the first point that you mentioned. What kind of debate was that?
Sir, debate was that, so right now we have provision that.
No, I know the where was it and between whom?
Sir, between government and there are certain petitioners, if I am able to recall, but I do not have exact idea about this. I will read in detail again, sir.
All right.
Okay, Abhay.
Yes.
I'm taking it from there only. So, what is your opinion? In this debate, whatever the debate is going on, they should have a lifetime ban on it. What is your opinion on that?
Sir, my opinion is that there should always be a link with the jail term, because the jail term also in some way gives hint of the heinousness of crime, the magnitude of crime committed. So, if we treat everyone equally, let's say someone gets jail term of 2 years and another person is getting jail term of 20 years, they should not be treated in the same manner, and lifetime ban should not be imposed on both the persons. And sir, one thing we can add, that if someone has committed very heinous crime like rape, murder, kidnapping, etc., and it has been proven in the court also, and now if they have big jail term, then they can be permanently disqualified. But for smaller cases,
it means that you are agreeing with this, partially not.
Yes, sir.
Huh?
It should not be lifetime ban for all the cases.
Okay, that is your opinion. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's
so
fine.
we believe in reformatory justice, so person should be given chance to come back and serve.
Okay. Talk later on this.
Yes.
Okay. So you are very much keen to serve in the field, huh? That's
Yes,
why you also opted for directs.
Yes, sir.
Huh?
Yes.
So have you applied for BPSC?
No, sir.
Huh?
No, sir.
Why not? तो you have full chance, आपके पास पूरा chance होगा to serve in your own state as SDC. senior deputy collector over there,
Yes, sir.
as deputy SP over there,
Yes, sir.
then why you not applied, when you are applying for, you have given your preference for Danex and Danex, तो वो तो BPSC भी करना चाहिए था.
Yes, sir. BPSC has very different syllabus as compared to UPSC, and I do not have that much amount of time right now to
Not
prepare for
convincing.
UPSC
Not convincing.
and
Not convincing.
the impact is also more here, sir. So, and my main focus is that I get the top services and other
नहीं,
services.
that's fine. That's that I agree, and I wish कि आपका हो जाए.
Yes.
But if you are giving a preference, you prioritize your preference for Danex,
Yes, sir.
then you should also try for, with that logic, you should also try for BPSC.
And I see in Bihar, sir, the postings are not that impactful. Like we do not get SDM posting, etc. And here the postings are more impactful.
You are senior deputy collector over there. You will get SDM. You will get Nadarat. You will be a DCLR over there, deputy collector land and revenue.
Yes, sir. Sir, it is based on.
Anyways, what sir has said, you must have a solid reason for that.
Yes, sir.
ठीक है ना?
Yes,
That's why I'm coming to other aspect. Anyways, my another question is from you. Okay, when Bihar will be a developed state? There are certain problems for Bihar. It is not a developed state.
Yes, sir.
When Bihar will be a developed state?
Sir, I think it should be developed state by 2047.
Okay, with Viksit Bharat, there will be a Viksit Bihar as well.
Yes, sir. I
Asha.
hope so.
So, what is the reason behind this?
Sir, Bihar has very good potential to.
Agreed.
We can establish
How
manufacturing.
we will harness that potential? What we are doing? What are the parameters on which by 2047 Bihar will be a developed Bihar?
Sir, we have a good magnitude of labor, skilled, semi-skilled and unskilled, but they are not getting opportunity in Bihar. That's why they are migrating outside, and we are not able to utilize that potential. But if we start giving boost to manufacturing sector, the software industry in Bihar and tourism in Bihar and certain other sectors like food processing sector, then definitely Bihar will see economic growth.
What is the growth rate of Bihar?
Sir, I do not know exact percentage, but it is around 8% if I remember.
It's not 8%.
Around. Yes, okay, sir.
Okay. Now, as a corollary to this question, my question to you is, Bihar is demanding for special category status.
Yes,
now,
sir.
what is your opinion? Should Bihar be given this status?
Sir, Bihar need a special package more than the
Let's
special
forget
package.
about it. I don't want to be a diplomatic answer. My straightaway question is that Bihar should be given a category status, a special category status.
Sir, now this demand is also this demand is also not very strong from the Bihar government.
Everyone knows that this status is not going to be given to Bihar, not granted
Yes,
to Bihar.
sir.
It's not
So
going to.
We have to be pragmatic, and if Bihar is given that status, then there will be other demand from other states.
No, my concern is for Bihar only. You don't think that it will incentivize the poor policies? It will be a temporary arrangement towards your Viksit Bihar by 2047. In that context, only I was asking is towards situation.
Yes, sir.
If you agree by 2047 we will become a developed state,
Yes, sir.
so this kind of status should granted to Bihar.
Sir, there is certain criteria for giving this kind of status. For example, Healy States criteria and.
नहीं, my concern is not that. मुझे ये कहना है कि अगर ये देते हैं तो क्या बिहार स्टेट डेवलप्ड हो पाएगा 2047 तक?
I hope that, like, I believe that Bihar can get developed status even without this status, because
Anyways,
there has been fund underutilization issue, and we are getting fund, and government is focusing through Provide, etc. So
okay, there is one more term, that is the special status to some states. How it is different from SCS?
special status. Sorry, sir, I am not able to recall right now.
Okay.
Special status like Article 370 or something.
Yes, Constitution में भी है.
Article 371 and sir, yes, sir. So special status is to cater special needs of a certain part of a state. For example, in Gujarat we have certain
ठीक है,
boards.
इसको ठीक से देख लीजिएगा, प्लीज लुक इनटू इट, ठीक है, क्योंकि लास्ट ईयर भी आपके सीएम ने मांगा था एससीएस का स्टेटस 2024 में भी,
Yes sir.
ठीक है, और इस बार का बजट भी जो है सो बिहार को लोग कहते हैं कि बिहार का बजट है,
Yes sir.
ठीक है ना, सो देयर इज अ लॉट्स ऑफ क्वेश्चन दैट मे कम अप फॉर यू, ठीक है, सिंस
Yes.
यू आर एन एनालिस्ट, सो एनालिटिकल आंसर्स आर एक्सपेक्टेड.
Yes sir.
Are you getting my points?
Yes sir.
Huh? Okay. So good. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
You mentioned that you believe in reformative justice.
Yes sir.
That's all right. I mean, you can have people who come out of jails getting employment in society.
Yes.
But is it necessary to make them eligible to contest elections to become a member of parliament or a minister? Can you make anybody a Raja or a king in a monarchy?
These positions are very important, sir, and of course we should see the merit of person. But ultimately, there is a one cooling period of 6 years, and after that also they have to go through the process of election. And finally, it should be left to the wisdom of voters and their choice. If we are not doing that, then we are taking choice away from voters. So there, and now we have election commission is publishing data on criminal records, the assets.
But we are not short of people in this country. We have many more talented people who are honest, straightforward, capable. So why should we rely on these people who come out of jails?
Like you also.
Yes, sir. Sir, there are, apart from these qualities, there are other certain qualities which people consider that is required for being a successful politician.
Okay, let me ask you a straight question. Why is it that you didn't contest an election?
Sir, for me, politics would be something like, if I have to join at some point of time in my life, politics would be something where I join to do good in society, not to make it as career. Civil services I can have it
Politics
as career.
can be a career. It was a career for many people. Mr. Vajpayee made it a career for himself.
Yes, sir. But if I go with the mindset of making career, then I will have to win election anyhow. And
So you're worried about the possibility of losing the election. That's the problem. The risk-taking ability is not there.
risk taking, I can say that I have risk taking ability, and I believe in calculated risk taking. But
There is no calculation in politics. You never know who's going to win or lose.
yes, sir.
Because it's not a straightforward game.
Yes, sir.
So that's the reason why I should say more straightforward people should come into politics.
Yes, sir. But for politics, you need to do groundwork a lot. And right now I am occupied with my job and my studies, and I don't think I have that much amount of time and resources that I will be able to cover a wide constituency, and I don't have that much time right now.
Okay, thank you.
What is the future of Prashant Kishore? Who is working, Prashant Kishore, in your state, Bihar?
Yes, sir.
He is working very hard.
Yes, sir.
What is the status?
He's won 10% of the vote.
Yes, sir. He got around 10% of vote in my election, and there is some kind of positivity about him. But we will have to wait and watch.
But anyway, see now the feedback. See, you are a very bright candidate, and I think you know that. Okay, the question is, you've taken mathematics as your optional subject.
Yes, sir.
But you need to be a little more balanced. Okay, see, you are painting yourself into a corner by becoming a little too extreme in your views.
Yes, sir.
There is obviously a case that good people should come into politics. We don't want convicts from jails to get into politics.
Yes.
So if there is a possibility of banning people from politics, from contesting elections, it's a good thing. You should favor it.
Lifetime ban?
Yes, why not?
Even for 2 years time?
Yes, if it's the law of the land, you should favor it.
Yes.
But at least today, if it's more than 2 years conviction, they can't contest for the period of conviction and also for 6 years after that.
Yes, sir.
So, I mean, you seem to be arguing against it in a way, as if you are the defense lawyer for the convicts. So that's not correct. And I got an impression that you are acting as a defense lawyer for the convicts. Okay. The second thing, we don't have a good answer for why you want to join the civil services. This will be thrown out of the window. When you told me that Naxalism and this and that, and then again you had no knowledge of Naxalism, you had no knowledge about activities to counter Naxalism. So that's more important, That's see, finally, then you said, well, I don't mind, I'll go to Jharkhand, but I may not get Bihar. So I mean, you have a lot of contradictions in the way you have put forth your arguments. Are you able to see that?
Yes, sir. I will refine my answer.
Yeah, you need to refine your answer. That's the point. See, the fundamental base is there, but the problem is in the way it is presented.
Yes.
It's all muddled up. So maybe too much of idealism or too much of extremism, I don't know. So it could be anything, but
Yes.
I think you need to balance your answer. Then Mr. Donald Trump cannot be called as Donald Trump. He is at least Mr. Donald Trump or President Trump. Okay.
Yes.
Very casual in your answers. That's again something which will get you into trouble. Okay. And I think that's it. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I think let me see what the other, I'm sure the other panelists have something more to say.
I only want to ask you, when I asked you to take a look, you noticed the books, but you missed the three personalities.
And you missed all of us. We came at the end.
I told that
You came back later, but the first look, books.
Yes.
Why did you miss these three?
Sir.
That chairman has already given you a feedback on that. Analyze this thing now with what he's spoken to you. Develop complete picture, full awareness, and then answer.
Yes.
That's all.
Thank you, sir. I think it was like, what is the first thing? So I see a lot of books and.
नहीं उनका आप सुनना फीडबैक दोबारा उसमें वीडियो पे
Yes.
और फिर जो मेरा सवाल है उसको कोरिलेट करना
Yes.
आपको उत्तर मिल जाएगा. Find your answer.
Yes.
I asked you a question about free movement regime.
Yes.
And then about Manipur. Your answers were very sketchy. Right? So, when you do not have knowledge of any subject, it is better to say you don't know rather than give sketchy answers. So, now that you have March 17, so you have 2.5 weeks time. So, read on these subjects.
Yes.
Look at your DAF. You are IIT Kanpur. IIT Kanpur? Yes,
Yes.
IIT Kanpur. A very intelligent, theoretically you are a very intelligent student. You are in a job which pays you 3.5 lakh. The HSBC will not pay any Tom, Dick and Harry that kind of money. Obviously you have a lot going for you. So you should know about what you are talking about.
Yes, sir.
Read this time to increase your knowledge, bridge your knowledge gaps, right? Concretize your answer. Whatever you say, you should be able to give specific answer to the question asked, not beat around the bush like a jalebi in Bihar. Go round and round and round, never reach the center. Okay? And you should have a very good answer for why you want to leave such a cushy job and prepare to join Danix or Danix. I don't know how you will do it, but you have to have an extremely good and convincing answer.
It's not at all convincing.
Same point, very important, which I asked, why you want to opted for Danix and above service, many group A services. Go through your DEF once again.
Yes.
And prepare some answers on these important points, 3-4 points. Okay?
अभय एक्चुअली जितने भी लोग आ रहे हैं ना उन सबका सिमिलर आंसर्स होता है बट वो आंसर आपका नहीं होगा.
Yes, sir.
आपके केस में जस्टिफाइड नहीं होगा. इट इज नॉट गोइंग टू बी जस्टिफाइड.
Yes, sir.
3.5 lakh.
Second, since you are in a job of analyst, take a pause, think what you are going to deliver. That was missing throughout. That's not matching with your profession right now. So कुछ भी मतलब कहें उससे पहले because your answer should be कि हाँ मतलब एक बार में आ जाना चाहिए, convince हो जाना चाहिए कि हाँ नहीं, whatever you are saying, you are just talking like कि जो एक normal candidate आते हैं ना graduation करके और ऐसे करके आपसे उम्मीदें बहुत ज़्यादा होंगी.
Yes.
Are you getting my points?
Yes,
So more or less what I find कि हर किसी ने आपसे analytical question पूछे हैं.
Yes, sir.
So we had a disappointment over there. So rethink, frame your answers. उससे पहले आप pause लेके सोच लो कि क्या करना है, ठीक है ना?
Yes, sir.
So anything you would like to ask us?
No, sir.
I think you have a lot to ask and you don't know how to ask.
तैयारी करके आओ फिर 2-3
You don't know how to ask. That's the problem. Huh? I can read your eyes.
Yes, sir.
You want?
Yes, sir. I will have to think about about the questions and then
Prepare
a question bank.
or maybe after 8-10 days have another mock.
Come
You
again.
see, my suggestion is prepare a set of 30-40 points, crystallize your answers for them, and then attend a couple of mock interviews.
Yes.
You will do very well. But the point is, there is a need for balance. Now, you are a married person, so I'm sure by now you have more or less finalized your views on life.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So, why you want to get back to Bihar or Jharkhand? That's the simple question. You're leaving Bangalore, then you want to get back to Jharkhand. You may not get Jharkhand, you may get some other cadre, possibly you might get central services, anything. But you want to come into civil services. Why? There has to be a clear answer for that.
Yes, sir.
It's not there.
Sure, sir. I will prepare and refine.
This Naxalism and getting impressed, and I mean that doesn't gel. Okay.
Don't link or your answer to the home state. Make it general.
And current affairs knowledge is also to be improved, apart from knowledge about points in the DAF.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Good luck. All the best.
Thank you.
कितने हुए? After lunch, we have completed 3. No? After lunch.
10.
3. So let's take a break and.
Problem with candidates from Bihar is they are all after power.
इधर clear लग रहा है.
बिहार में
क्या पोस्टिंग मिलेगी, क्या मिलेगी, इसके लिए बहुत फोकस ऑन पोस्टिंग.
We have seen feudal setup of Bihar.
या फिर आप अंदर से निकाल लीजिए.
38 मिनट.
38?
इसमें फीडबैक में बहुत टाइम दे दिया ना हम लोगों ने, इतना टाइम फीडबैक में दिया है सबने.
उन्होंने भी टाइम आपकी बजा दिया था.
चाय के लिए तो बोल दीजिए, चाय कॉफी.
अरे मैंने गर्म पानी मांगा था.
हाँ ले आएंगे भाई, क्यों नहीं लेंगे.
गर्म पानी चाहिए था, वो भूल गया.
ब्लैक कॉफी
कुछ पिला दो,
और फिर चाय,
जो भी पिलाना है. कैंडिडेट तैयार है? कितने कैंडिडेट है अभी बाहर? दोनों. अच्छा.
ये लो सोचता हूँ एक बार 14 फुट पूरे आ जाए.
चलो भाई, अगला कैंडिडेट कौन है देखो. राशि जैन.
10 खत्म करते करते दिमाग ठस होने लगता है.
हाँ. इलेक्ट्रीशियन. Civil service.
So at the rate of, we have 3 more or 4 more?
I don't know.
3, at least 3 will be there.
3 तो होंगे ही होंगे, 4 भी हो सकते.
We have done only 3.
कोई भरोसा नहीं है इनका. तो जितने भी हैं
जरा उनको वृंदा को
ये तो और देखो
वो लेडी लड़की वृंदा
गर्म पानी मुझे भी चाहिए। नहीं नहीं दवाई के लिए नहीं, सिर्फ थोड़ा सा मतलब पीने लायक होना चाहिए, गर्म पानी पीने लायक। हाँ क्योंकि आई यू श्योर अबाउट 4 or 3? चलिए
अभी कितने बैठे हुए हैं यहाँ पे?
सो 25 minutes।
हो रहा है
This candidate we took 38 minutes. So
I know, we did.
we should consciously try to reduce it to.
No coffee, only
एक्चुअली वो फीडबैक में
1 घंटे के बाद
फीडबैक में बहुत टाइम लग गया
because this candidate was bright,
everybody was giving the feedback now.
चलिए अभी we'll do it fast, no problem। इनको जाना भी है तो we'll finish it। 6:15 I think। हाँ समोसा है तो लाइए, लेकिन गर्म होना चाहिए, कल जैसे नहीं।
वही ना ठंडा हो जाएगा, लिया है अभी।
ले आओ फिर फटाफट ला दो
समोसा
ले आओ अगर है तो।
नहीं गरम होना चाहिए।
गर्मा गर्म समोसा खिलाओ।
See, the point is, I mean, we thought he was a promising candidate. Unfortunately, it turned out to be
उतना नहीं है, इतना दिख रहा था, सोचा था।
So we tend to get excited, you know. After all of us are. I mean, if you look at it, really, we are all intellectuals. So if you find somebody intelligent sitting before you, you want to talk to him a little more.
He is working since 2017, 8 years, almost 7-8 years he has spent.
नहीं बिल्कुल, this is all hollow, absolute hollow. I mean 8 साल के बाद उसको अभी ये
मैं तारीख ज्वाइन करूँगा,
suddenly realize that he should join civil services.
मैं दानिश ज्वाइन करूँगा, मैं फलाना ज्वाइन करूँगा, 8 साल की नौकरी।
चाय निकले मुझसे।
ये कहीं खरीद के लाए क्या? This looks like this. शुरू करें? Interviews on 6th March. 1 week away. जल्दी। गरम पानी मेरे लिए?
गर्म पानी लेके आए थे भैया, अभी लेके
नहीं आए।
एक मिनट।
ठीक, थैंक यू। बिल, शुक्रिया।
चलो भाई रोल करो। बस।
May I come in, sir?
Please come.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, sir. Good evening, sir.
Please sit down.
Thank you, sir.
So, Ms. Prachi Jain, you're
Yes.
from Madhya Pradesh.
Yes, sir.
Um, Madhya Pradesh is known for a famous queen who fought against Akbar. Can you tell me something about Rani Durgavati?
Yes, sir. Rani Durgavati is known for her valor. She mainly belongs to Gond tribe and she is known for fighting against the Akbar, prominently against the Asaf Khan. She has a one boy or one kid, Bir Narayan. In her regime or in her name, she ruled the kingdom. In my district, the Chauragar fort is present, where, which is known for the valor of her and her kid, her boy, Bir Narayan. So.
Oh, that's the reason I'm asking you, because she lived very close to your district.
Yes, sir.
And why do you think Akbar attacked that region? Are you aware of the reason?
So Gondwana reason was there.
Why did he attack that place?
So it was considered a very strategic place, as that was resource rich also, and that a very strategic location that connected the number of reasons. So he wanted to get a hold of over it.
Yeah. And also for the elephants that were there, he wanted to strengthen his army by taking over the elephants in that region. Okay, now you are a student of sociology.
Yes, sir.
I think the Indian family is now under threat, as they say. Earlier it was the joint family which was under threat, but I think the joint family is more or less collapsed, at least in the urban areas. Now even the nuclear family is under threat. Can you tell me a couple of measures by which, either culturally speaking or politically speaking, we can strengthen the Indian family?
So the nuclearization of family is taking place because of rising industrialization or the shifting of the job opportunities towards the urban area. So if we want to just curb down this breakdown, we can increase the job opportunities in rural areas so that the people will not migrate to urban area. Secondly, we need to create the awareness, and we need to have the better emotional connect among the family members so that they are not breaking down. So thirdly is the generational gap need to be fulfilled, so that the children doesn't have any kind of malnutrition, malfeeling among their parents or among their siblings. So the generational gap has to be break down, emotional feelings or the emotional connections has to be strengthened. So.
No, is there a kind of a feeling of futility about continuing with the family after some years? In that, what is the point? Why should this family remain a family? I have everything I need, so we can move away. That kind of a feeling and attitude, is it now creeping into Indian society?
Yes, sir, because of the arising of alternatives. The people are thinking the family are of futile nature nowadays, because other institutions means in terms of earlier, the grandparents used to teach the children, or they have the certain kind of connections, but nowadays we have the school system, we have crèche facility with us, so that's why the institution is breaking
Are
down.
women feeling that they are not being treated on par with men when it comes to the institution of marriage and family?
Yes, sir, this is also the reason.
So the woman feels that she gets married into a family with a man, and who will take care of her parents? The man's parents I will have to take care of, but my parents who will take care of? So, but she gets the custody of the child, the man doesn't get the custody of the child. So, I mean, it goes either way, it can go either way. So, I mean, I think it's a question of give and take and adjustment. So, if somebody breaks the family, how does it help?
Sir, I'm not getting your point, sir.
So, I mean, I'm just saying, sociologically speaking, we should be able to find an answer to this problem which is now setting in.
So, breakdown of family?
Yes. Anyway, we'll think about it, we'll come back to the end.
Okay, sir.
Now, applied economics has been one of your subjects.
Yes, sir.
What is applied economics?
Sir, applied economics refers to the application of theoretical economics into the daily lives or into the real life scenario, sir. So, for example, if we take the example of demand and the supply theory, that is a theoretical, but the companies use it for the setting up of prices of their products using the demand elasticity. So, in that way, sir, the applied economics.
Now,
is
Indian
applied.
society had a large propensity to save.
Yes, sir.
Now it's going down. So, how would you alter your policies because of this changing economic principle?
So, saving is coming down because of the rising consumption culture among the people. People are spending more over we can say that the trendy clothings or the trends the people are
No,
spending.
that's fine. I mean, that's the part. That's the way they are.
Yes, sir.
So how should government alter its policies? Since you're talking about applied economics.
Yes, sir.
Now this is the economic trend now, that people are consuming more and saving less.
Yes,
So
sir.
what should the government do in this changed or changing scenario?
We have to increase, the government have to increase the saving culture among the people in terms of, sir,
Yes,
increasing
on one side,
interest rates.
yes, then
So increasing interest rates could be there.
True.
We can have the better policies for the savings in terms of investment opportunities for the people. People can be told about that if you invest your money in certain, you can get the better returns.
okay, apart from that.
So I think please.
Okay.
Okay.
Praji,
Yes, sir.
from Narsinghpur.
Yes, sir.
So what does nursing or Narsimha remind you of?
So Lord Narasimha is considered one of the avatar of Lord Vishnu. So, and second one I remember of P.V. Narasimha Rao, also that former Prime Minister of our country. Sir.
How many languages could he speak?
Sorry, sir, I'm not aware about.
Okay. Okay, so you are a student of applied economics, accounting and management,
Yes, sir.
right? How will it help you in a role in the higher civil services, this study of this discipline?
So using the knowledge of my discipline, I can have the better distribution or the better application of the money or the revenue that I will get in my district. So the better application can be there and the better dispersal of revenue can be there. So secondly, the management comes in the part where I can use the management knowledge for the better management of my district administration. And so third, the economic comes. So we can use the behavioral economics in order to have the better implementation of the policy in my district. So such as the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan is considered one of the part of behavioral economics. So in that way.
Okay. So, Prachi, what are the challenges to India's growth story? We have a mention of Amrit Kal and Viksit Bharat 2047. But what are the challenges en route?
So first challenge would be the geopolitical scenario right now that is India witnessing, the global headwinds, the war that is going on, the change in the regime in the number of the countries that could affect the Indian economy. So secondly would be the lack of industrialization that is present in India that can also lag behind the India onto a certain extent for the economic growth. So third one would be lack of utilization of demographic dividend of India. If not properly utilized, that can convert into the demographic disaster. So, and the fourth one, sir, the neighbors of the India or the organized crimes or the certain kind of internal security can also affect the India's growth story, sir.
Okay. So, suppose I want to ask you to suggest how best to use the demographic advantage. You mentioned demographic dividend.
Yes, sir.
So, how best to get that, the best out of that demographic profile?
So this can be done by the two methods, promoting the very good education among the people and especially the having the good industry academia linkage of vocational education, and secondly that can be done on the part of skilling. So if the skilled education is promoted in India and that is with the infusion of technologies, that can also help in utilizing the demographic.
Do you think social media has a beneficial impact upon society? YouTube, Meta, Facebook, Instagram, everybody is hooked onto that.
Yes, sir, certainly I would say that social media have the certain advantages for the each and every person's life that will make a person informed. So information dissemination is very prompt, but on the other hand, sir, the misuse is also of the social media, and it has been seen that youth clinch to social media for a long time that have the very severe impact over their health and over that can also be used for the spreading of rumors. So this kind can be done with social media.
What are today's headlines?
Sir, Arambai Tengol of Manipur, they have surrendered their arms. Second one is the India-EU talks, European Union talks has been there, sir. The Trump has increased the tariff over the China and the Canada also, and sir, these I remember.
Okay, thank you, Prachi.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Prachi.
Yes, sir.
You tell me, the year 2025, the current year,
Yes,
is
sir.
considered to be a year of reforms at par with 1991. What is your take on that?
Sir, this year can be very significant for the India's achievement of Viksit Bharat by 2047. Secondly, sir, the recent reforms.
How it can be? Give me some details.
Sir, taking clue from our recent budget, as it has increased the consumption culture among the people by having the no taxation till the 12 lakh rupees. So that consumption would increase. Secondly, we are investing in industrialization also, sir, in terms of national manufacturing mission. Thirdly, we are talking about the agriculture. We have PM Dhan Dhan Yojana. We are also talking about the Atmanirbharta in the pulses, and we are also talking about exports, so that the India's economic potential could be increased.
So you think this year will be really turning point in our economy?
Sir, if better utilized, this can be a turning year, sir.
The Prime Minister also said something that during this era of uncertainty, the only certainty is that India will grow faster.
Yes, sir.
So you support that view?
Yes, sir, I support that view. So recently the EU also talks about that, European Union, that the India is the stable and the best friend in this geopolitical uncertainty, and the India is increasing its collaboration and the cooperation with a number of the countries at the same time, sir, and we are infusing the technology also in our country.
So you talked about the budget, what has been proposed in the union budget,
Yes,
five
sir.
things you mentioned. What is this provision regarding public asset management in the budget? It also talked about public asset management. What is the target we have fixed, and what do you mean by first public asset management?
Sorry, sir, I have to read about it, sir. I haven't read about public asset
You have not
management.
read about it?
No, sir.
Okay. Which department deals with it?
Public asset management. Sir, I am not confirmed, but DPAM can be there, sir.
Yes. What is full form of DPAM?
Directorate of Department of Public Asset Management.
Investment and
Public Asset Management.
What was earlier it called?
Sir, it was related to commerce and industry.
No,
Something.
it was called Department of Disinvestment.
Okay, sir.
Now it is called DPAM.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, you tell me, what is this fiscal drag? We heard about. Have you heard the term fiscal drag?
Yes, sir, I have heard, but
What
I
is
am not recalling right now, sir. I have heard about it, sir, but I am not able to recollect
Okay, no
right now, sir.
problem. You tell me the 5 schemes of the government of India in the last 10 years or so, which impacted the life of common man.
So first one is Ayushman Bharat Yojana, that gives the insurance of 5 lakh. Secondly, sir, PM Awas Yojana, that helps in building of houses for the
How
people.
many houses have been built? Any idea?
So I'm not confirmed, but around 20 crore, I think, sir. I'm not confirmed
Check
about
it. Okay.
Okay,
What
sir.
else?
Sir, Udan scheme, that helps in connectivity, or having the people, regional connectivity would be ensured because of that. So the Urja scheme and Saubhagya Yojana for the electricity purposes, sir.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Prachi,
Yes, sir.
what do you know of the Santhara?
Sir, Santhara is also known as Sallekhna or Samadhi. Sir, it means fast unto death. So in this, the slowly and steadily, if the person reaches to a stage of the life where they have no purpose of life, they found no purpose of their life, and they are very weak and near to the end of their life, they slowly and steadily give up the food or the drinking water, and they do the spiritual upliftment.
According to the law of the land,
Yes, sir.
no one has the right to take his own life, even if he thinks that his purpose in life has been achieved.
Certainly, sir, that no one have the right to take their life. But, sir, this is a spiritual upliftment kind of the things, and this is only done to a person who is very sick and the no medicine works on them. So that
Is
comes
that
apart.
so?
Yes, sir. We have to take the person committing the santhara or samadhi. They have to take the permission of their gurus. They have to take the permission if they are living in the domestic life. They have to take the permission of their fellow family members, and then only they can perform that, sir.
But taking the logic to another level, I will say that his guru or family members are in no position to grant him permission to die.
Yes, sir.
In fact, this was challenged in Rajasthan High Court. And Rajasthan High Court agreed with the contention that it is illegal. Are you aware of that?
Yes, sir. But Supreme Court has also said, sir, that it's not illegal.
Supreme Court did not say that. Supreme Court has only put a stay on the Rajasthan High Court's order.
Okay, sir.
It's not committed one way or the other. I mean, that is what my understanding is.
Okay, sir. Sir, we can connect it with the right to die with dignity and the passive euthanasia, sir. That's why the
Euthanasia is not legal in India.
Sir, passive euthanasia. Okay, sir.
It's not legal in India.
Okay, sir. I will read it out, sir.
Digital arrest. What do you know of the digital arrest? Is it legal?
Sir, digital arrest refers to a kind of the scam where the person digitally personify themselves as a entity or as a legal entity or a legal officer, and they convict the person who are talking to him that you are been convicted for certain crimes. Give me the amount. If the person paid that the amount, so that person is considered digitally arrested. Sir, it's not legal in India. It's a crime.
So what should be done?
So for that, the increased vigilance needs to be there. We can design an app certainly that talks about the calls that are coming from on the person's mobile, that can talks about who is calling, what is the entity is there. Secondly, we can induce the vigilance on the part of the people themselves, so that they can be much aware whom they are talking to, what they are doing, sir.
There is a particular number on which you should immediately lodge a complaint. What's that number?
Sir, I'm not sure, but it's 1930, sir.
It is? That's the number?
Yes, sir.
All right. Why is Narsinghpur famous?
So Narsinghpur is famous for many things. It is connected to Ramayana and Mahabharata in the ancient times.
Really?
Yes, sir.
What manner?
Sir, Raja Bali, that is the part of the Ramayana. One place is dedicated to him, Bali Sthali, that is Raja's Bali place.
Is Bali or Bali?
Sir, Bali, Raja Bali was there. It is now called as Bali Sthali, sir. But it is connected to Raja Bali, sir, of Ramayana. And secondly, sir, the Pandav Gufas or the Pandav caves are present in Narsinghpur, sir. So it is connected in that manner. Secondly, sir, it is known for the lifeline of Madhya Pradesh, that is Narmada River. Scenic beauty is present there. Thirdly, sir, it is agriculture surplus district, and around 65% of Madhya Pradesh sugarcane is contributed by Narsinghpur. So it is called the sugar bowl of Madhya Pradesh, sir.
How about soybean?
Sir, soybean, Narsinghpur also produce much of the amount of the soybean, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Prachi. So you were talking about the budget, agriculture and all, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm just interested to know about why in budget pulses are focused.
Sir, it's majorly focused because we are the largest importer of the pulses. We are largest producer also, but we are the largest importer of the pulses, and that leads to the much amount of fiscal deficit in the country. So we need to be self-sufficient in the pulses. That's why the government launched the Atmanirbharta in the pulses mission, sir.
Okay. And it is also something related to your dietary habit also?
Yes, sir. Protein would be.
Protein intake.
Yes,
So
sir.
these are two major considerations,
Okay,
right?
sir.
That's great. You are talking about Santhara.
Yes, sir.
Sanlekna or Santhara. You are also a Jainism, so you must be aware of this practice as well. I want to know what is the similar practice in Hinduism, very close to this practice.
Sir, as far as I know, that is Samadhi in Hinduism, sir. And I remember the Vivekanand example. He talks about the samadhi, and he gone in the samadhi at the end of his life. So I'm aware about that only.
Samadhi. That's true. That's very close to that. What about sannyas? What is the purpose of sanlekna?
So Salekna means spiritual upliftment, or directly get connected to the God or the Jinnah.
Is there a concept of God in Jainism?
So Jinnah concept is there.
Yeah,
It's
that's
not
fine.
God.
There's no concept of God in
God.
Jainism.
So
Social
connected to
work.
Jinnah.
Yeah.
And the sannyas refers to getting the disenchantment from the worldly life.
That's great. Okay, so you are talking about Nrsimpura also, right?
Yes, sir.
You are talking about Lord Nrsimha. He's the fourth incarnation of Lord Vishnu.
Yes, sir.
Right. What is the significance and impact of Nrsimha Avatar? What it masses gives to us?
So it can be that Lord comes to save their beloved in any situation they are.
So always there is some divine agency or divine force
Yes, sir.
to protect you. Okay, number one. Number two.
Lord comes to punish somebody.
Okay, that is another face of that same coin. Another. Second.
So there can be there's a connection between the animals and the humans, as the Lord Narsimha has the face of an animal.
You don't think that truth always triumphs?
Yes, sir. That is also.
Okay,
sir.
in any condition you need to. Evil always threaten you, but you have to remain cool, calm, fearless
Yes,
to
sir.
attain your goal, right?
Yes, sir.
So my last question to you: what is the role of religion in society? Being a student of sociology, what is the role of religion in the society? If there is a society without any religion, what will happen?
So the religion helps to connect the individuals in a group, that provides a collective effervescence to people, energy to the people, spiritual upliftment, that will talks about the right way of the life, ethical way of the life, and
That's fine.
Yes, sir.
If there is no religion, then what will happen to the society?
Sir, atheists also exist in the society, so it's not compulsory that religion will always give the ethical values. It also about the people, how the people behave.
Don't forget that religion also binds the society.
Okay,
It's a binding force. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Over to you, sir.
Okay. So, you're talking about applied economics. So, you're mentioning that there could be a multiplier effect on the economy. Now, let me say that the marginal propensity to consume is 0.8. What would be the multiplier effect?
Sir, it will be 5.
5. So, how did you come to that?
So marginal propensity to consume is 0.8, so marginal propensity to save is 0.2, so that comes 1 upon 0.2 is 5.
And you also mentioned about pulses contributing to fiscal deficit. How do pulses, import of pulses, contribute to fiscal deficit?
So the India is the largest consumer of pulses, but we have to import much of the pulses from the other countries. So that leads to the much fiscal deficit in the country.
No, does it result in a trade deficit or a fiscal deficit?
So it leads to the trade deficit, that will further lead to the fiscal deficits.
How come trade deficit and how are fiscal deficit and trade deficit connected?
So I think they are both connected, so I have
You can't connect things which are not connected.
Okay, sir.
It's impossible to connect. Okay,
Sorry.
they are not connected.
Okay, sir.
Okay, now what is the trade deficit that India has with the EU?
So we have trade surplus with them, sir.
And that's why I'm asking you. You will have to tell me. Yes.
Sir, we have trade surplus with them.
How much?
Sir, we are exporting them around $79 billion, and we are importing around $59 or 60,
Yeah,
sir.
roughly about. So they are the largest trading partners for India.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So I think it was a pleasant interview. Mostly, I think you did exceptionally well, quite well. Except that there are, I think, a few missing areas which I will inform you about, and you can pay some attention to them. I think the need for a more imaginative, innovative approach is required. See, I gave you a clue also. How do you strengthen the family? And I said custody of the children. Today, the custody of the children is entirely with the mother, irrespective of what the father has towards the child. He may not be responsible for the breakup of the family even, but then he gets no custody over the child. Okay, there could be a legal intervention there. The law could be modified somewhat if required. Regard to taking care of parents who are old on both sides, maybe a legal intervention is possible. So, I mean, these are ideas. I am not asking you to lay down the law. Ideas to strengthen the Indian family, so that both people feel that they have a stake in the family. Okay. Now, the second thing is about, you talked about President Trump. You said Donald Trump. Please talk about people with some respect. And again, this pulses was I think a blunder. I mean, you shouldn't have spoken about fiscal deficit. He was only asking you about import of pulses. So, what is the need to bring in fiscal deficit there? Now, turning point. That was another term you used. You said 2025 is going to be a turning point. Why did you say that? When you use such words, then you must back it up with logic. But he said, how is it going to be a turning point? You had no answer. See, just to say that income tax slabs have been revised and therefore people will cut, that's not going to be a turning point in the Indian economy. A turning point in the Indian economy can be brought about only if there is full employment, or there is, I mean, you should look at the global scenario. Maybe India has bright prospects. So you could look at it from that point of view. If you want to say that it's a turning point, then you must back it up with better logic. Just to say income tax slabs have been revised, it can't become a turning point. So think about it. We'll come back to it at the end.
Prachi, you're a very good candidate. Only one advice. Always look, whenever you're thinking, on the map of India. Right? So the entire big picture will come into your mind. You'll understand that this is applicable to just not Madhya Pradesh or Rajasthan, states like Nagaland, Assam, Tripura, Jammu Kashmir, Tamil Nadu, different cultures, very different languages. They are all involved in stake, and stakeholders, equal stakeholders. Big or small doesn't matter. Their answers will get more weightage.
I have one advice for you. It's something which you must have heard earlier also. Is it your first knock?
No, sir. It's 8, I think.
8th? All right.
She has appeared before me once.
Yes, sir.
You must have definitely have heard it, that UPSC interview is not going to be a test of your knowledge, right? It's a test of your personality. Your knowledge has already been tested in the written papers. After you have been through that, then only you have been called for the interview. When they judge you in the interview board, they are going to judge your integrity. Now, integrity consists of, 3-4 very important points. One of which is that you are not bluffing. Okay, you did not bluff. That we noticed, right? And I wanted to make a point which I have forgotten. Okay, you carry on. If I remember, I'll tell you.
Just all these points, I think you are a good candidate. You are very confident, articulate. But just don't try to give wrong answers.
Yes,
avoid
sir.
them.
And additional turning point, all this.
And don't add something which is more than asked for.
Yeah, this turning point, right? You cannot have extreme views. You cannot have extreme views. You have to be moderate in your opinion. And therefore, you cannot use expressions like turning point.
Okay, sir.
You're reasonably a good candidate. There's no doubt at all. Right? But maintain your integrity.
Yes, sir.
That's the only thing I will say.
थोड़ा सा आप वो suicide matter में फंस गई थी. See, finally your loyalty should be to the constitution.
Okay, sir.
And not to the religious laws. You're going to become a member of the civil service. See, there the Supreme Court, they suspended the High Court judgment, saying that they should have consulted Jain scholars before deciding on the matter, because India is a secular nation and they were interfering with the personal laws of a religion. But I don't think that passes muster. But in any case, that's the judgment of the Supreme Court and that's where it is. But my point is, see, when you are asked about suicide or about ending one's life, I think you will have to go on the basis of the laws of the land. Okay, I mean, I understand you may have your religious beliefs, so you can try to marry the two if possible to some extent. Finally, loyalty to the constitution should rank above loyalty to any religious law. Okay, thank you.
See, somebody who's making this kind of statement, na, turning point, जो सर बोल रहे थे,
Yes, sir.
it looks like a political statement.
मैं
नेता बोलता है,
बोल रहा था,
नेता बोलता है, turning point, India's history.
मैंने बोला था,
Right?
लेकिन she can back it up. You back it up.
बैक कर सको करना, but कभी भी politically correct होने की impression मत देना.
Okay.
You are going to be a bureaucrat. Swear, so you will take an oath on the constitution. You will be sworn to the constitution.
Getting
That's
late.
all.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank
good
you.
luck.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
God bless you.
Thank you, sir.
Next. कॉफी गिफी कुछ बोल दीजिए जल्दी.
बैठे हुए
सुनो भाई, आप
जल्दी कर दो.
उनको बोल दो कॉफी गिफी लाएं, लेकिन अगला कैंडिडेट आ सकता है.
कैंडिडेट तैयार है.
आप कुछ बोल रहे थे, you were planning to say something, you wanted to say something, but then you
I said वो वाला पॉइंट नहीं बोलना था, टर्निंग पॉइंट.
अच्छा वही
एक्सट्रीम व्यूज नहीं.
वो मनाई कर दो ना, कह दो भाई है वो टाइम हो गया,
क्या?
सब चले गए.
Sir, 14 candidate is not responding.
Okay, very good. I think that
Don't call him.
Our prayers have been answered. Thank you.
Drop the message and tell you after this candidate.
I think. Feedback के फॉर्म नहीं है मेरे पास, फॉर्म ही नहीं है. But you can send this candidate because we are wasting time otherwise. Yes. It makes it only 2 candidates. चलो. 6 बजे तक खत्म हो जाना चाहिए. चलिए शुरू करिए. नहीं, ब्रेक एक आफ्टरवर्ड्स, अभी नहीं. ब्रेक आफ्टर द कैंडिडेट. 2 कैंडिडेट बाकी है. कॉफी बोल दिया ना.
He said that I can go on. May I come in, sir? Good afternoon, sir.
Good evening. Please sit down.
Sorry, good evening. Thank you.
Ms. Monica Chowdhury,
Yes, sir.
you're from Rajasthan,
Yes, sir.
and you studied in the Deen Dayal Upadhyaya Health Science University.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where is this located?
Sir, it is in Raipur, Chhattisgarh.
Chhattisgarh. And who was Deen Dayal Upadhyaya ji?
So, Deen Dayal Upadhyaya ji was our freedom fighter, and he established Jan Sangh at that time. Also, he has given the philosophy of integral humanism at the time of freedom struggle as well.
What is integral humanism?
Sir, in integral humanism, he considered humanity as the most important principle to be applied to the human beings in any sphere of life.
There was a rural development scheme or a scheme of the government which was named after him. Can you tell me which scheme that was?
Yes, sir. Deen Dayal Upadhyaya National Rural Livelihood Mission.
What is it? Can you tell us something about the scheme?
So, under this scheme, rural livelihood is promoted. Under this, various self-help group are promoted, and also with various financial supports, people are so they are provided opportunities for their own livelihood and employment opportunities in the rural areas.
But what is the advantage of a self-help group? So they are provided finance by the banks, they are provided subsidy by the government, but what purpose does it propose to achieve?
So most of the self-help groups are dominated by women, around 80%.
Mostly they are all for women.
Yes, sir. So they empower the women specifically in the rural areas where they don't have any other source of livelihood and mostly are dependent on their household works,
So it empowers them and it gives them more say in their household, as well as their financial independence increases because of it. And their say in the community, also the quality of life of women also improves through self-help groups.
Most importantly, they carry on an economic activity with the money
Yes, sir.
that they get. So what kind of economic activities are normally pursued by self-help groups?
So small activities like in the field of handicrafts or some local cuisines like pickles, types of things they themselves produce and they sell it.
You are also interested in reading spiritual books. What kind of spiritual books do you read?
So presently I have read a few books written by Om Swamiji and a few books from Dandapaniji and some...
Dandapaniji.
Yes, sir.
Who's Mr. Dandapaniji?
That is his name given by his guru, not the one you are thinking.
You may not know what I am thinking. How do you know that?
Sorry, sir.
Okay.
I was considering you thought the ancient Dandapaniji.
No.
Yes. Okay. And few books. One of the most important.
So what is the core of the philosophy that they are propounding?
So, most important thing in them is the impermanence in the life and impermanence of our thoughts, beliefs and...
Is life impermanent or permanent?
So, life I believe is impermanent.
Why?
So, because we are one day, we all are
That is known to everybody. You don't need somebody to tell you that there is life and death. Death is inevitable. Why do you need a guru to tell you that?
So definitely we all know that life is going to end one day, but we tend to forget that thing eventually in our life. We tend to get more interested in the materialistic part of our lives, and we take too much of stress on the modern part of life, where we sometimes we remember that part when someone close to us dies. But I think if I have to reflect upon my own life also, I tend to forget that one day we are going to die.
Okay. So the mindless pursuit of material interests is regulated to a great extent once we know that life is impermanent.
Monica.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Monica.
Yes, sir.
So you were, I saw, the junior resident for some months in Tihar.
Yes, sir.
What was your impression of your junior residency there, and what challenges did you see a doctor could face?
So from a regular hospital, Tihar Jail Hospital was different because my patients were prisoners. So first and foremost was security concern was important. Second thing was repeated offenders there were. So like drug abuse, people used to come with the repeated offense and the same drug abuse cases. And third thing was the concerning was the mental health of the patients there. The cases of suicides and mental health related disorders were higher in the prisoners.
So now tell me, suppose you are elevated to the service one day, you hope for. So what all would you like to do for preventing crime against women?
So in what capacity?
You are a collector somewhere? You are in charge of a district?
Okay, sir. So to prevent crime against women is first of all is to know the statistics of the particular districts.
True.
And to analyze in what areas and what type of situations women are facing more crimes against them. That can be done. Second is providing them safe transportation facilities to various places like to schools or their job places. And third is engaging with police as well, communities to counter upon the criminals so that repeated offenders can be against them some legal action should be taken. And apart from that, sir, women themselves also can be trained in self-defense through various social initiatives and community involvement. And also, sir, I believe that crimes against women also happens in their homes as well. So making women aware to come forward and report those crimes, and that also can be done.
Okay. Do you know that in US there's a system of listing out the offenders for sexual crimes? And there's a list. And whenever these people go for any rental accommodation or any hotel, they don't get it. So maybe keep that in your mind.
Okay, sir.
So reflective journaling, which journal did you write last and what did you reflect upon?
So my last journal which I wrote was 2 days back, and I reflected upon my life because I read something from one of the books which I read. So I reflected upon how I can make best out of my upcoming days till my interview, and how can I become more productive and regulate my emotions well in upcoming times.
So, but you didn't write how?
So how is I wrote it like I want to sit for at least 10 minutes in a day with myself and do some sort of meditation. That is the time where I am able to reflect upon how I could have done better in the day. So that is the best thing works for me.
Okay, one last question. Give me the name of one of the most outstanding building in Churu, a Haveli or something, and why it's famous for?
So I forgot the name of the Haveli.
Acha.
There are a few of them. They are really good, but I forgot the name.
Okay.
Okay, Monica?
Yes, sir.
You tell me now, taking you from the last question, this Haveli culture in Rajasthan is very popular. In the smaller villages also you find very good Havelis. What is the reason for that?
So Havelis are the large buildings with a central courtyard. Mostly they were built by merchant class in the Rajasthan. And Rajasthan, in the villages, they had merchants in every village, or the culture of having a seat in the village. They built the Havelis. Also, they were patronized by the ruler also. And it has, with the passage of air, particularly in the Haveli, it was built to provide comfort, and also it was used to provide some guest rest during their travel, like ruling class people.
What is your view about the destination marriages taking place in Rajasthan? Lot of destinations, big fat marriages, money is spent like anything. What is your take on that? Is it good thing, or one should avoid such heavy expenditure on marriages?
So the destination weddings in Rajasthan are promoting tourism in Rajasthan, and it brings new revenue and employment opportunity for Rajasthani people along with the destination wedding. But on contrary to that, I believe that marriage is a personal decision, and one should spend according to their capacity and their financial restraints. So we should choose carefully regarding the expenditure in our weddings.
How does it impact the common man? Good things you have said, that it gives employment opportunity, other things, but there may be some other negative impacts also of such marriages on the local population. Can you share any such thing?
So definitely people in the world of social media, people might think of having same types of wedding where their aspiration may increase, and it may lead to people having losing their finances or saving on spending excessively on marriage, and it may lead to financial crisis as well.
It may add some cost of living. Things become costlier because there are people who are ready to pay heavy good price for the same items which common man may not, local people may not afford.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That is also will be the reason.
Okay, you tell me now, from various merchants you said they made Havelis, and they are doing very well when they go from Rajasthan. They do very well when they go outside Rajasthan. But Rajasthan itself is not a developed state. While the people, Marwadi, they are doing exceedingly well in whether Mr. Birla or some families are there which have done lot of things. But why Rajasthan has not picked up?
Sir, Rajasthan has its own constraint. As Rajasthan has a harsh geography compared to other states with the desert and various geographical constraints with higher temperature and lack of water. Also, Rajasthan is a landlocked state without any port. That is also one of the restraints. And secondly, lack of infrastructure is also there with the connectivity is less. And also, sir, lack of regular electricity supply in desert
So
areas.
suppose you become DM of Churu.
Yes, sir.
What would you do to deal with these issues, especially they are concerning the women in particular?
Sorry, sir.
Suppose you become DM of Churu, there are various problems you have mentioned in Rajasthan.
Yes, sir.
Some of them are directly concerning women also. How you will deal with them? What will be your top priority you will focus? 1 or 2, 3 problems which you will take up on a very high priority basis.
Sir, my high priority for Churu will be first of all completion of Jal Jeevan mission so that every household can get regular supply of water because Churu is not having regular supply of water in villages. Second thing is, sir,
So what will you do for that?
Sir, timely completion of Jal Jeevan mission.
Okay.
So second thing is various projects related to canal are pending in Churu where we do not have any irrigation water facilities and the projects are yet to be implemented. That can be expedited so that agriculture can flourish there. And third thing is, sir, which I will do is inviting more industries and inviting more tourists, promoting tourism in Churu as well, so that revenue can be generated and employment opportunities.
Thank you.
Yes.
Dr. Monica,
Yes, sir.
never thought of specializing in any of these medical fields, medicine or surgery?
Sir, if I do not qualify this exam by any chance, then I'll be surely choosing post-graduation in one of the medical fields like psychiatry or medicine.
Psychiatry or medicine, these are your two preferred choices.
Yes, sir.
Very good.
Thank you, sir.
Tell me, why is Churu famous? Is it famous for, among other things, Ghevar? Is it local to Churu?
Sir, it is local to Rajasthan, but not particular to Churu. It is, as per my knowledge, it is made in the many districts of Rajasthan.
Why is Churu famous for?
So, Churu is famous for its extreme weather conditions, excessive rise of temperature in summers and drop in winters.
Now, what's the minimum temperature that goes down to during peak winter in Churu?
So, it is around -3 to -4 degrees.
Oh, so it goes sub-zero.
Yes, sir.
And it must be reaching 50 degrees centigrade during summer?
Yes, sir, more than 50 degrees.
So you must be a battle-hardened person.
Yes, sir.
All right. So there is a black buck sanctuary also in Churu district?
Yes, sir. It is located in Tal Chapar.
Right. Recently, in following a spate of demolitions, Supreme Court issued some guidelines that you just cannot go about demolishing houses and other places just because the owners were accused of some offense, right? What was that and what were the guidelines?
During if any sort of crime was happening, demolition exercise was being taken as a sort of punishment by municipalities and local administration without judiciary taking action. So regarding that, Supreme Court gave judgment that this type of punishment should not be, it is not acceptable, and the due procedure for any illegal construction or encroachment should be followed, and people where is any illegal construction is there, they should be given prior notice before demolishing those illegal constructions.
So guideline number 1, prior notice.
Yes, sir.
2,
So 2 is there should be a minimum period of time to remove those encroachments.
what was the minimum period of time?
Sorry sir, I don't remember that exactly.
15 days. Next.
And sir, after that they should be demolished, and after that they can be demolished with proper
No, there are some more points.
So it should not be used as a method of punishment for criminals. It should be done as an exercise of regular demolition and encroachment removal.
The affected persons must be given enough time for redressing their grievances. And one more very important point.
Sorry.
Notice should be stuck on that property.
Okay, sir.
All right. Armed Forces Special Powers Act. What is it?
So Armed Forces Special Power Act is a act under which armed forces are provided extra powers in any areas where there is a violence or any kind of excessive rise of like in Naxalism areas or in northeastern states. Sorry, not in Naxal areas. In northeastern states they have been given, and in Jammu Kashmir also. Under this they can arrest any person without warrant, and also they can search any house without warrant, and they can arrest also and shoot also, and the armed forces are provided immunity under the act. If they do anything under the act, they will be immune to any judicial actions.
Couple of questions. When you say armed forces, it means?
So it includes reserve forces and Indian Army.
Reserve forces means?
So reserve forces includes CRPF.
CAPFs.
CAPFs. So CAPF includes all of them.
And in order to make, and where can this be done? Some area has to be notified where it can be done, or the districts.
So the area where it has in disturbed area where
Disturbed, that's the word. That area has to be declared as disturbed. Only then they get additional powers. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Monica.
Yes, sir.
So, as a doctor, you are covered under Consumer Act.
Yes, sir.
When you are running a clinic, then, or you are in a hospital, or both the places.
So I'm not sure, but I believe in the both the
By your
cases.
logic.
By my logic, I'll be covered in the both the cases.
You are right. Because you are rendering service. Okay, so recently there was a very unprecedented incident happened in Kolkata. After the rape and murder of a lady doctor, raised several concerns about the safety of leading medical professionals. What do you think? What should happen? What can be done?
So that was very unfortunate incident. Although there has been like in the hospitals where I worked I faced very safe environment, but there are instances where sorry, I can start with the measures what can be done. So to provide safety to women specifically in the hospital, first of all the security personals can be the guards and whoever is posted specifically in the night time, they can be trained, because usually they are hired from local people who are not trained enough. Second thing is that there are areas in the hospital, because of being its large size, there are secluded areas that can be secured, and their CCTV cameras can be employed, and in that area also particularly security people can be stationed. Third thing is, sir, providing a safe environment with involving all the hospital community itself, so that because of being at a larger size, people don't know each other also in many times, so they themselves also can report any type of suspicious activities. They can be made more aware regarding that. And also, sir, to prevent hospital violence, limiting visitors in the hospital for the patients, like to specifically in the government hospitals, many people will come with the as a attendant, and there is no policy to limit them. Many times that can be limited, so that there will be less people in the hospital and less crowding will be there.
That's good suggestions. Okay. You're talking about the violence in hospital. There are certain laws. Can you name some of the laws?
So during COVID, there was one law which was formulated.
No, in general law I'm talking about. In the post-COVID situation, there are certain laws. There are certain sections of the IPC.
Sir, I am not able to recall exactly.
Okay, not an issue. Do you think that women are empowered in India?
So I believe that from our earlier situations, women are empowered. In many fields they are doing well, specifically in the area of like economic fields. There are many women like Indra Nooyi or recent our SEBI chief Madhuri Puri, and which these people are rising, but we are lagging in some fronts. Specifically, there is a rural urban disparities there, and interstate diversity and disparities also there. Like in Rajasthan itself, we have still the culture of Parda Partha and child marriages. Around 24% of women get married before the age of 18 years. So still there is a scope
My
for
very
work as
objective
well.
question. Where do you find women more empowered? In rural area and or urban area?
So, as per, if I have to go by numbers, I have found more empowered women in urban areas as per my personal experiences. But there are many women in rural areas as well who are empowered enough.
I believe it is a rural area. Women are more empowered.
Sorry?
In rural area, women are more empowered, I believe.
Okay.
Thank you, Monica.
Thank you, sir.
Over to you, sir.
Let's take this, continue with this discussion on empowerment of women. Your mother is from Haryana
Yes,
and
sir.
father is from Rajasthan.
Yes, sir.
Between these two states, where do you think women are more empowered?
Sir, I believe that women in Haryana are more empowered compared to Rajasthan, because Haryana, the agricultural outcome is very good, and women, they are participating more in the sports activities also, and the rigidities like Parda Partha is less compared to. But on contrary to that, Haryana also has lesser female sex ratio also. On that front, they are lagging. So it will be difficult to compare both the states.
Okay, so if you want to counter female infanticide, what are the measures that can be taken to counter female infanticide?
So, first of all, from the administrative part, the illegal clinics which are run, which are doing female infanticide, that should be curbed upon. And secondly, punishing those involved in those type of activities. But the most important thing is changing the public perception regarding female child born. So that can be done by making people more aware and presenting them with better examples of women doing in their life, and not considering them as a burden on themselves. That can be done, like our government has done through Beti Bachao Andolan as well. So that can be promoted further.
But you have, in your preferences, you have mentioned that Rajasthan is your first preference and Haryana is your second preference.
Yes, sir.
If women are more empowered in Haryana, you should have opted for Haryana.
Sir, Rajasthan is going to give me more opportunity to work for women empowerment.
Okay, because you are more backward.
If
Okay.
we say so.
Okay, thank you. You say so, I don't say that. Okay.
That was a good answer, and that was delivered very nicely.
Thank you,
So
sir.
if you could, sometimes I thought that
The spark was missing in the interview, it came back at the end.
Doctor is thinking that I have a patient in front of me and I'm going to give him psychiatric counseling. So, but in the last portion, you change the game totally. So,
Good.
if you can bring it a little bit in, it'll help you.
Yeah,
Thank you, sir.
No, that was the reason I wanted to make the interview more lively. I thought it was getting a little boring. Okay. Now, well, generally you did very well. I think your answers were logical. You came across as a straightforward person and a person who means well. And expression, of course, is a little bit here and there, but I think you can work on that a little more. So overall, everything is fine except for a couple of points which you can make a note of. Voice modulation if possible.
We'll get a video analysis.
Yeah, modulation, voice modulation if possible. And don't make it sound like a conversation. Okay, entirely, just not a conversation, it's also an interaction.
Okay, sir.
It's just, so, sometimes the kind of a posture which you have, be a little more, look a little more alert. Okay, a straight back and maybe, I think your specs were also right on your nose. Maybe you can push your specs up a little bit. It gives a feeling that you are more in the interview. Otherwise, you get a feeling that maybe it's just a relaxed conversation. Okay. Lastly, when you give examples of empowered women, give proper examples.
Sure, sir.
Let them not be controversial cases like SEBI chief.
Yes, sure, sir.
Okay. So you talk about, the President of India could be mentioned.
Sure,
you missed her out, but yeah, spoke about SEBI chief, which is a much smaller job.
I read about her in the morning itself. That's why she came out of my mind. Otherwise,
And don't anticipate what I feel or what I'm going to say. In the initial stages, you anticipated what I was going to say. Well, I was not going to say anything at all. So that was, I think, initially maybe it was a little immature on your part. But other than that, I think you made up for it. And towards the end, the interview really went off well.
thank you, sir.
I have said my bit here.
Thank you, sir.
Good luck.
Yes. Are you going to wear this dress or you will be wearing a sari?
Sir, I'll be wearing a sari.
So when you do that, please ask any of the elders in the family, lady elders in the family, to tell you about the sari, what print, which make, etc., etc. I am not qualified to tell you about that. But in case there is a lady member, this question, she might ask you these questions, and you should be well prepared for that.
Sure, sir. Thank you.
Fine, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Anything you want to ask?
So I believe that if it is well, I'm going to do well. Last time I just scored only 148.
How you have given twice?
So before this I have given twice.
So what was your score in those?
So once I scored 160 and then second time I scored just 148 only. So I'm hoping to improve.
No, the voice modulation is the problem. So the voice is the problem because you see, the point is you have a little bit of a halting speech, it doesn't come through fluently and smoothly. So that's all right, but you can't change it also overnight. But then the voice has to be modulated better. It has to come through with some force and confidence.
Okay, sir.
The confidence is lacking. Though you are confident, I know you are a confident personality, but the voice doesn't say that.
Okay, sir.
And your posture,
Sure, sir.
Posture is the other thing. Stay alert, straight. Okay? All the best. Thank you.
Sir.
And engage with everyone.
Yeah.
When you are answering, engage with everyone. So all the family.
You can sit in front of a mirror and practice.
Sure, sir.
Right? Think of the questions that might come from this DAF, right? Prepare concrete, short and crisp answers. Sit in front of a mirror and start answering as if these questions are thrown at you. You see, you can practice voice modulation. You can also practice the length of the answers, short and crisp, to the point.
Sure, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Yeah.
All the best.
You can leave. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
All the best.
Last candidate है बुला लीजिए. See, I think the answer on how to protect interns, medical interns, was quite good.
Yes.
So logically, 1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4. I was impressed.
इनके लिए ना?
ये हो गए.
Last page दीजिए.
अभी last candidate.
Coming. Yeah, I know. That's good news. So, Sinha Sahab, you can leave whenever you want after the question. I think it's already 5:35, so maybe in another 10 minutes. Depends. हाँ मेरे लिए हाँ
टेंशन नहीं वो करो एक आदमी ये काम करेगा ज़्यादा अच्छा
आई कांटेक्ट इज अ बिट ऑफ अ प्रॉब्लम
तो है बस सड़कों होगी कभी भी
Diction is also
Energy was missing.
वो halting speech है
Otherwise, he is very honest, very intelligent, very straight.
diction is also was an issue with
That is,
उसी वजह से मार खाई है वरना
हाँ वो थोड़ा एनर्जी थोड़ा सा
बड़ी
Otherwise, he is very good. From within, he is very good.
प्रॉब्लम विद यूपीएससी हाँ यूपीएससी में भी देखो अब तो काफी सुपरफिशियल है उनका असेसमेंट आई वुडंट से इज वेरी गुड I find they just come to a conclusion without even understanding
But this kind of stuff should be in bureaucracy.
It's a personality
This kind of stuff
test.
should
No,
be
it is not just to say, oh, I feel
very
like
pro
this.
people.
That's not.
तो ये ना थोड़ा सा गिव अप भी कर रखा है सर कि मैं नहीं हुआ तो पीटी कर लेंगे अब ये लास्ट चांस
नहीं वो स्पिरिचुअल है ना थोड़ा
एक्चुअली उसने प्लान भी अपना
Psychiatrist हो सर मेडिसिन
उसने लिखा है स्पिरिचुअल बुक्स वगैरह तो उसने तो प्लान बी भी बना ली प्लान बी वाज रेडी
प्लान बी ओवरटेक कर रहा है धीमे धीमे
थैंक यू आप किसी और को भी
वो चीनी नहीं चाहिए थी
हो गया भाई तैयार है
डॉक्टर मना कर रखे
बुला लो रोल करो फिर
ठीक ही चाय ओनली
हाउस कैप्टन स्कूल
मैडम सर गुड इवनिंग सर गुड इवनिंग सर
प्लीज सर
थैंक यू सर
Mr. Sushil,
यस सर
you're from Maharashtra.
यस सर
Can you tell me three important personalities, illustrious personalities of Maharashtra?
So three personalities we will say presently the CM Devendra Fadnavis sir. Secondly sir the Gopinath Munde from my hometown Beed itself. And thirdly sir Vilasrao Deshmukh from my birth town Latur sir.
Let's talk about historical characters going back in time, the last 1,000 years.
So then from Maharashtra the modern times personalities are Gopal Ganesh Agarkar, Lokmanya Tilak from Pune region. Then sir if I recall correctly sir, then Ramanath Tirtha also was from Maharashtra. And that much I can recall sir.
Chhatrapati Shivaji.
Yes, Chhatrapati Shivaji
Dr.
Maharaj.
Ambedkar.
Yes,
Dr. Ambedkar is
yes,
also
sir.
from Maharashtra.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The Supreme Court in 2023 had said something very important about the anti-defection law and how it had been applied in Maharashtra. Can you throw some light on that?
So anti-defection law, it was more about the recent political turmoil which took place in Maharashtra, the changes in government. It was said that the anti-defection law is mostly used for reducing the dissent and also promotes defection in indirect ways, sir. So that was basically seen during Maharashtra turmoil also. So that's why it also highlighted that speakers should take decision in a timely manner so that the anti-defection law is not got misused in any perspective, sir.
No, it had also said something about the governor.
About the governor?
Governor, yes.
Can I think for a moment, sir? Sorry, sir, I am not able to recall.
Okay. The budget was presented on the 1st of February.
Yes, sir.
What is the size of the union budget?
Size.
Size.
Sir, in the budget means it had usual focus about the railway and defense as well, sir, and it also.
No, I am talking about the size. The
size, overall size.
Quantum,
sir.
yeah.
Quantum. Sir, overall quantum, sir, exactly I am not able to recall the figures, sir. Not able to recall the figures, sir, exactly.
Can you tell me something, some important features of the budget?
So there were, relating to my academics, there was initiative taken to increase 10,000 doctors this year and eventually 50,000 number. Secondly, sir, there was focus on capital expenditure as well in the budget, sir. Thirdly, renewable was also seen a higher share in the budget, sir. And sir, even urban development was also given a share, sir. And more that much I can recall.
What is fiscal deficit?
So fiscal deficit is the difference between the total expenditure and total in revenue of the government, sir, excluding the borrowings part.
So if I were to tell you that the fiscal deficit of the government is about 15 or 16 lakh crores,
yes, sir.
The capital outlay is about 11.5 lakh crores.
Yes, sir.
And the grants made by the central government to the states for capital works is about 4 lakh crores.
Okay, sir.
What would that mean?
So, considering the grants are in the expenditure as well, sir.
I am asking you to tally up the figures and tell me what they mean.
So they highlight that the fiscal deficit is on the rising side, sir. It was at setting budget it was 4.6%.
No, fiscal deficit is 15 or 15.5 lakh crores.
Yes, sir.
The capital outlay of the union budget is 11.5 lakh crores. Grants made by union government to states for capital works is 4 lakh crores.
Yes, sir.
So these add up to 15.5 lakh crores.
Yes, sir.
The borrowings of the government is also 15.5 lakh crores.
Yes, sir.
That means the government is not borrowing for
capital expenses.
The government is not borrowing for day-to-day expenses,
day-to-day
for revenue
expenditure,
expenses. That is what it
Yes,
means.
sir.
Okay. What is the trade deficit? Now you know that the EU chief is here in
Yes,
India
sir.
today.
Yes.
What is the trade deficit that India has or trade surplus that India has with the EU? Deficit or surplus? You have to tell me.
EU has a trade with EU. We have a trade surplus, sir.
How
Overall
much?
trade balance is $180 billion, but overall it's
Sorry?
180.
No, it's not 180.
Sorry, sir. I'm jumbling some figures.
No, but tell
but
me
it's
what
a
is
trade surplus, sir, for sure.
How much?
Exact figure I'm not able to recall, sir.
Okay. Salish.
Anthropology is your optional subject.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me about out of Africa theory?
Yes. So, out of Africa theory is basically for the movement of the in the evolution of the Homo lines. The out of Africa theory stands that the Homo erectus at that much is makes we can say like agreed that Homo erectus evolved in the Africa in Africa, and then there is a debate on certain different theories that after that Homo erectus means moved out of Africa to other subcontinents and they evolved into other species and ultimately leading to Homo sapiens.
What about Homo sapiens?
So as per one theory, it says that the Homo erectus independently evolved to Homo sapiens in Africa and then moved out of Africa. Whereas some theories say that the Homo erectus went to other areas and contributed for all the areas the Homo sapiens were eventually developed.
Which is the more acceptable theory?
So more acceptable theory in out of Africa context is assimilation theory, where it states that from every region there were contributions which ultimately led to the development of Homo sapiens.
And when did this migration out of Africa reportedly take place?
So I'm not able to recall the exact year, means how many years back it took place.
Obviously, you cannot say that, but is there a period of time, 100,000 years ago, 200,000 years ago, something like that?
Sorry sir, I'm not able to recall. I can take a educated guess in that sense. It's like somewhere around million years ago. No, sorry sir, it is like 3,000 years ago.
Waqf Amendment Bill, it had been sent to a joint parliamentary committee. They have sent it back. And now what is the status? And what do you know of the bill that has come back to the parliament?
Sorry sir, I am not able to hear the bill name which you said. I got the
Waqf bill.
Waqf bill. Sorry sir. So Waqf bill was sent to the committee and it came with recommendation. There were certain recommendations per se saying that the members should be increased to 4 instead of 2. Secondly,
members in
the Waqf board should be 4, means the non-Muslim members should be increased to 4 in the committee recommended.
Earlier there were no non-Muslim members in the Waqf board.
Yes sir. The bill is more making it more secular in the board per se. Like bill recommended 2%.
You said it should be increased from 2 to 4.
Yes sir. Means bill earlier gave recommendation of having 2 members. The committee recommended that make it 4. Like in that sense.
Is that so?
As per I am recalling.
What else?
Secondly, sir, it also said the bill also had features of having women member in the Waqf board. Thirdly, it also said about the committee recommended that instead of giving collector the power to determine about the land, a separate authority should be developed who should be given the power for determining the Waqf properties. And sir, it also highlighted about the bill also stated that the Waqf board should give a proper estimation about all the lands and their utilization before the implementation of the act. That much I can recall about the Waqf.
All right. What is the current status?
So the bill means recommendation has been sent by the committee, but it's still in discussion, not passed away.
No. It has not yet been placed in the parliament for discussion.
Yes, sir.
All right. You remember there was a stampede on the New Delhi railway station?
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes, sir.
So, one of the reasons this stampede took place was large number of people
Yes, sir.
who had purchased tickets, unreserved tickets.
Yes, sir.
Why do the railways sell unreserved tickets? Why don't they confine it only to the number of seats available in the trains?
So the unreserved tickets are mostly for the cancellation will take place so that it can be filled in the per se. And
no, that will be say about 10% extra, 15% extra, but not 500% extra.
Sorry, sir, I'm not taking. I don't know exact reason for that. I'll surely look into it, sir.
My last question: CAPFs, Central Armed Police Force. How many of them are there in India?
There are 7, sir, total.
Can you list them?
Yes, sir. There are Sashastra Seema Bal, then there is ITBP, then there is BSF, Border Security Forces, there is CRPF, there is CISF, Assam Rifles, and I'm not able to recall the 7th one, sir. I guess NSG is also under that.
NSG, yes. Do you know their roles?
Yes, sir. So they are highlighting the roles in on a broader perspective. They are for defense of the overall country.
No.
In specific,
Force-wise.
Okay.
BSF for?
BSF is mostly for the border security force, sir. At the Pakistan and the Ladakh region, there is BSF.
Pakistan and Bangladesh.
Bangladesh, yes, okay, Bangladesh region, there is BSF. Secondly, ITBP is around the Tibetan region with the China. Thirdly, Assam Rifle is also on the Bangladesh, but at the Assam border side. Myanmar. And sir, NSG is for means any emergency situations.
Commando
forces. And sir, and that much I can do.
Thank you.
Okay, Sushil, you were talking about the stampedes and the New Delhi railway station.
Okay. Dr. Sushil,
Yes,
right? What's the difference between AI and AGI?
Sorry, sir, AI
and AGI?
AGI.
Artificial General Intelligence.
I don't know exactly.
Or you don't know either of them?
No, I know AI.
Okay, what is AI then?
So artificial intelligence is like a software thing which takes decision as per the human capabilities, able to take a decision on its own and at a human means compared to the human mindset. And it's mostly focused on having like it's giving the instrument and material aspects of artificial intelligence like of things. They can take decisions, analyze data as well on their own without feeding them the program for that. So it's same.
So artificial general intelligence has to be something
overall general perspective.
More than that.
Yes, sir.
It will impersonate human reasoning also.
Yes, sir.
Now tell me, will critical thinking be impacted by AI?
So critical thinking means it will have both the dimensions, sir. Because AI will help in giving more data and also help in having answers to some questions which we don't know to promote critical thinking in that per se. But there are certain limitations in AI. Like we have seen, there is biasness. There is also data which we provide that also we analyze. Our respected PM highlighted about the right-handedness images which AI gives. such things will reduce the critical thinking in a specific direction. If we handle such issues, then surely the critical thinking will rise.
Okay, how can you use that in, say, medicine?
AI, sir. So AI we can use in every aspect of medicine. Like firstly in prevention we can say that it will help in developing vaccines at a faster pace. Secondly, in diagnosis we can say it will help in determining the causes of disease. Recently government announced for TB, use of AI in the TB diagnosis. Thirdly, sir, there is also in treatment, it will help in personalized treatment in development of medicines for personal, or even also in robotic surgery AI will be very helpful, sir.
Post-COVID, what are the medical complications people are developing?
Sir, related to COVID?
Post-COVID, yeah, I mean, everyone survived, who all of us who are alive, we survived COVID, yeah.
Yes, sir. So the complications they were saying, they were related mostly to the complications that I said, they were mostly, there were recently reports saying that those who take the vaccines have some heart-related complications, cardiovascular related diseases, they are getting more in perspective. And sir, there is also claim of immunity issues also coming in the COVID patient. That much I am able to recall it.
Okay, sometimes we get news of the CEO of some company, 43, 45 years age, doing the treadmill and collapsed.
Yes, sir.
Why does it happen?
So the event of during workouts and all, it has many factors related to it. Like firstly, there is a reason that many times the underlying conditions are not known to the people, like they have any heart disease from birth, like something like that. Secondly, sir, there is also the rise of increasing steroid use and other things which are impacting the overall heart health. Thirdly, sir, some people directly go to overexertion in the exercises which impacts their overall heart health. And sir, another reason is the ignorance of the people due to lack of awareness about initial symptoms which they get of any heart attack or something like that, which leads to ultimately death, sir.
So your parents are from Latur and Andher.
Yes, sir.
Tell me just briefly, why was Latur famous and why is Nanded famous?
Sir, Latur mostly is recalled due to the earthquake which occurred in 1993.
Right.
And also the water scarcity event which occurred in 2016, if I remember exactly. And sir, in Nanded, as per my knowledge, there is a famous Gurudwara which has highlighted Nanded in overall tourism sector.
Okay. And what is your prime motivator to leave medicine and move towards the high civil services?
So the prime motivator about moving to civil services was that during my MBBS graduation course, understanding the medical science, I understood prevention is better than cure. And I found that civil services can help in diverse field to complete that prevention side of the healthcare, which will not only just reduce the treatment need of the people, but also reduce the overall healthcare expenditure, overall burden on the healthcare. So that promoted more me to move to the civil services.
Okay, thank you, Dr.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Sushil.
Yes, sir.
You said that after joining civil services, you can deal with other issues also.
Yes, sir.
No? But suppose you are getting into IPS or IRS. How your medical knowledge will be helpful in that case? In IRS, suppose income tax.
Sir, medical knowledge would not be directly used in other field, but the certain wisdom and the skills which medical knowledge has given me will surely be used in other fields. Like per se, we can say problem solving scheme or rapid decision making under emergency situations. Such skills could be certainly used in the other administrative fields. And sir, even the medical knowledge, like having health, understanding the health aspect will only not only help me to be healthy, but I can also like give a personal advice or some like that things under my who work under my like employees or whoever visit me, that way also it can be used.
So tell me whether we need generalist or specialist in civil services.
So in civil services, there has been certain committees who recommended that there is need of specialists. But in my opinion, I see that both should be necessary, because especially emergency situations can be handled by specialists. But most of the time, generalist knowledge can help to tackle certain unknown situations. Like COVID-19 was completely out of the box thing, which no one knew how to tackle. So generalist solution only help to take the first step, and then specialists help to take it more further, sir. So I can say that both are required.
Specialist government has, you must have had lateral entries in the government civil services.
Yes,
have you heard about that?
Yes, sir.
That is to induct specialists into the civil services.
Yes, sir.
So they can enter at that level also when the policy making is required.
Yes,
Initial
sir.
stage, what is their role? Journalists will be more required at the initial stage of assignment.
So the use of specialists, there are certain advantages to of them use of like lateral entry thing as you have highlighted. They firstly lateral entry brings private sector players, so they can have the private sector's efficiency which highlighted by every report that can be brought in government sector. Secondly, sir, they can bring the other realities of the business and certain you can say profitability.
In health sector also we can get specialists through lateral entry.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. They will also help in policy making, sir, by giving the specialist knowledge for guiding making of the policies, sir.
People say the civil services have failed the nation, IAS and other. What is your take on that?
So sorry to hear that such things have been come. I also have heard that it's a very bad thing, but there are both the sides to the same, sir. There are like, sir, this perspective has been developed due to certain incidents like there is corruption, even there is incidents like unresponsiveness from many civil servants, people not able to meet. Such have made the perspective, but we can see that there are many positive aspects of having civil services. Like they are during COVID, they have developed the area of health sector. They had helped many civil servants help to develop oxygenation and centers and all. Even they help in making policies, and even ground realities are given by them.
Tell me how you will ensure ethics and corruption-free administration. Suppose you are a DM of a district, Beed district.
Yes, sir.
How would you ensure it? It's very easy to say that there should not be these things, but to implement it in really on the ground is a challenge.
Yes, sir.
How would you do that?
Can I think for a moment, sir?
Yes.
Sir, corruption and ethics to implement first should, as said by our respected Mahatma Gandhi, be the change you want to see in others. So I have to begin from myself that I won't indulge in any corrupt practices. Second step would be, sir, having my surrounding employees also to be stricter in the sense that there is no corruption involved. Thirdly, sir, we can use technology as well, having monitoring, and even people can be given services online so that they don't need to have a face-to-face interaction for any corruption demands by any employee. And fourthly, sir, we can also have certain innovative measures like it was in Odisha. I have heard one measure like Debona Nebona, like don't give, don't take kind of your letterbox, which people can directly give their complaints, which will be administered for having corruption. Such things can be very helpful.
Have you heard DOGE?
DOGE?
Yes.
The Department of Government Efficiency, sir?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So what about in India?
In India, sir, the DOG, as per the claims which are made that the DOG will increase efficiency of...
They say in India it is already DOG. Kya doge?
We can say, sir, there is a bureaucracy.
When you enter the office, they say, kya doge?
That would be like a very bad thing, sir, sad thing to hear, sir. Like, but
Thank you, Sushil.
Okay, Sushil.
Yes, sir.
Can you name one of the wonders of the allopathy?
Sorry, sir.
Wonder of allopathy. One thing.
One. If in recent, I can say, sir, there is a CAR T cell before the cancer therapy that has been developed recently, indigenously by our
That's for a
medicals.
specific treatment. That is for
Cancer.
cancer only.
Wonderful. Then we can say the CRISPR-Cas9 was recently also developed, got a Nobel Prize for its marvelous adventurous results. CRISPR-Cas9, sir.
Okay. Anyways, so you are coming from Latur,
yes,
right now? Latur. And your date of birth is?
15 September 1996.
1996.
Yes.
Okay, that's great. So Latur, as you are talking about, is known for its, one of the deadliest earthquake place in India, right? Latur falls under seismic zone 3,
yes, sir,
which is a moderate, classified as moderate damage risk zone. But why it was so devastating?
So there were multiple factors for it, sir. Firstly, the buildings which were present at that moment in 1993 era, they were old buildings. They were built of stone and mud, and the roof railings were heavy so that they collapsed easily. Secondly, sir, the earthquake occurred in the morning 3 to 4 a.m. period, which were people in deep sleep. That led to people's unawareness and unable to respond to the earthquake. Then, sir, there was also like government was more focused on reactive measures, not proactive. Such things led to a higher devastation than the magnitude of the event, sir.
Okay, okay. Or anything related to geology?
Geology, sir, there was like the development was mostly focused on had the consideration of using the intact soil and other methods, sir, like earthquake resistant methods as well. They were not using earthquake resistant.
Okay. Recently, we have concluded Mahakumbh.
Yes, sir.
Right. Next Mahakumbh will happen.
Yes.
At which place? We won't be there to witness.
Yes, sir. So Mahakumbh occurs at Prayagraj only, sir.
Okay, that's great. That's great. What are our learnings from Mahakumbh?
So there were many incidents which made to us to learn very things, positive and negative, both aspects were there. Positive is like it helped to people understand our culture. It also increased tourism in our Mahakumbh overall India sector, sir. The implementation of Mahakumbh. Thirdly, sir, many technologies were implemented, so it also helped us to understand the importance of technology like AI. And sir, in negative side, there were certain incidences like fire breakout and also stampedes were there. They helped. They were like made us to know that there are certain lackings in technology as well. Secondly, as sir highlighted the Delhi stampede, the railway management. It also highlighted that how railways are not getting well managed in such situations. Such learnings came from Sir Mahakumbh.
Why we don't learn from history? Such kind of incident already happened in the past itself. So once again, there was in Maharashtra itself.
Yes.
There was that was in some railway station.
Jalgaon.
Stampede was there, maybe.
Yes.
Right. Why we are not learning from the past?
So we are certainly learning from the past. Like
Why such kind of frequently these things are repeating?
Because sir, certain unpredictable nature of the events also occurs, sir. Like the incident of Delhi stampede, there was delays in railways and suddenly change of platform that led to all the crowd to move at the once.
That is a human folly. That is a folly of the railway management.
There's both aspects, like people were not aware like what to do next, and secondly the management was also weak, so there were like two ways the issues, a reason for that.
And who will owe the responsibility? Of course, it's the railway management.
Yes, sir.
They should not announce at the last moment.
No, sir.
Huh?
Yes,
There
sir.
was unidirectional movement of the crowd.
Yes, sir.
The same thing happened in the Mahakumbh also.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anyway, so what can be done to prohibit such kind of stampedes in the future?
So for stampede, there are like we have to take a multi-pronged approach, sir. Firstly, in every such events, we need to have stakeholder basis. Means all stakeholders should come at consensus so that cooperation doesn't lack.
So cooperation, that is one thing.
Secondly, technology also can be used, like as was used in Mahakumbh. Thirdly, sir, we can have public awareness campaign, public awareness at the station, like having boards, having pamphlets all where of routes to escape in such stampede. Fourthly, sir, there we need to have staffing so that if any miscommunication or anything happens at a small scale, they can immediately take steps to curb that event. Fifthly, sir, also there in management also like having barricades, having like snake movement type of barricades for people movement.
Anything
such
else?
Can I take for a moment, sir?
Yes. ये सारी चीजें हो रही हैं. These things are done.
Yes.
In Mahakumbh also, in our railway station
Yes, sir.
also, these things are there. But what concrete can be done?
So I am not able to exactly recall that.
Okay. My last question to you.
Yes.
Have you heard about a constitutional body, CAG?
CAG.
What
Yes,
is what is the full form of this CAG?
Comptroller and Auditor General, sir.
Auditor General.
Yes.
So what it does?
It audits different accounts of central, state government and also.
Then why it
other
is
bodies.
called Comptroller?
Because it's a British legacy which have taken the name of CAG. There is in other British.
Is it just a legacy, or actually the CAG does something to control the finances?
It gives audit reports which act as a hindrance for.
As far as controller is concerned, comptroller
Yes,
or controller, right?
Yes.
So does it do anything?
Sorry, sir, I am not aware of that. I will
No,
look
it is
into
not a controller in India.
Yes, sir.
That's simply a British legacy. Thank you. Nice
Thank
interacting
you,
with you. Over to you, sir.
The uniform civil law
Yes, sir.
has been put into practice in Uttarakhand.
Yes, sir.
What is the way forward? Should we simply apply the same model to other states of India, or should every state have its own uniform civil law, or should the central government finalize the legislation?
Sir, in my opinion, sir, we have to first start with the public consensus building so that it's not impact any other any group or religion. It does not take into religious connotations, sir. Secondly, sir, we need to have a stepwise approach, like taking initial few laws into one club, then clubbing other like civil matters, so that then we can like clubbing in each with steps we can make a overall uniform civil code, sir. We should not go for immediate any law for having UCC.
Why?
Because sir, there is an issue with UCC that many people are not accepting the things. They think that it's the interference of government in their religious matters. So that perspective creates protests and other responses will also lead to many times of like violence also in certain incidences. So such things we need public awareness and their consensus along with the government steps so that it goes hand in hand and such events are not happen.
So if you were to look at a pragmatic solution, what would you advise?
Sir, I would advise that
apart from creating awareness and building up
Yes,
a
sir.
consensus, that's a different way
Yes,
of
sir.
going about it. But let's say I want to have a legislation in the next
Yes,
6
sir.
months.
Okay, sir.
So what kind of a suggestion, what can we do in the next 6 months?
Sir, we should not impose directly a law in 6 months. We should, like as I said, sir, we have to go in stepwise direction. We have to take first few laws.
Are all aspects of the law being objected to?
All aspects won't be always accepted because some objected. All aspects won't be because we can like do some measures like giving exceptions for the time period so that their issues can be handled in a lesser civil manner. So that's why we can do like giving exceptions, having laws in a holistic manner, but having everyone's perspective included in that.
Looking at the average, let's say the gender ratio in India,
Yes, sir.
is there a case for a man to have 4 wives?
Case in sir, like
Is there a case for a man to have 4 wives? Is there any case at all? Can that not be prohibited straight away?
So there are incidences. I have heard incidences of having 2 wives and 4. I am not aware exactly.
Even 2, up to 4, I mean.
Yes.
2 or 4, whatever.
So
But the number of women to men is only 1:1.
Yes, sir.
In India.
Yes, sir. So, such incidences are prohibited under the law, means in Hindu Marriage Act and all.
In
having
Hindu
wives.
marriages, yes. But what about the others?
It should be, sir, as in my opinion, it should be like limited, restricted. We should not directly ban or like this because there will be again non-acceptance by the people. So we should like have public women empowerment so that they can have their say in marriages if they don't want to have.
Then why did they ban triple talaq? On the same scale, they should have built up a consensus and then they should have extended it over a period of 5-6 years and then only they should have brought in a law. But they banned triple talaq. It has been accepted by the society. In the same way, polygamy also might be accepted. Prevention of polygamy. Prohibition.
So it will be accepted because of triple talaq it was seen as which hampers women's right. So it was directly banned, sir, and it was eventually accepted. But there were also initial resistances of having interference in public.
Should the government be afraid of resistance, or should the government proceed on the basis of logic and correctness?
So government should not be afraid of protest, but they should have public say in the the farmer protest issue which took place on farm bills led to reversal of the bills. So such incidences occurs at many instances. So people's like public, there is a procedure of passing bills where public opinion are taken. Such steps should not be ignored and should be followed. The procedure should be followed so that law is not law is not met with protest as option. Sir.
Okay, thank you,
sir.
So we have completed the interview. It's now time for feedback.
Yes, sir.
The preliminary comments, firstly let me say that at times you give a feeling, I mean you are very good.
Thank you, sir.
Certain parts of the interview were very good,
Thank you, sir.
exceptionally good. But at times you give a feeling that you don't respect the board.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you should be careful about that. So you become a little too familiar.
Okay.
When you become familiar, you start addressing or talk to people as if they are equal to you. Okay.
Sorry, sir.
So during that period of 30 minutes, please be careful about this tendency. Then knowledge about Maharashtra should be much better.
Yes.
If you leave out Ambedkar, if you leave out Chhatrapati
Yes,
Shivaji,
sorry, sir.
I mean, Lokmanya
Yes,
Tilak
sir.
is a costly
Yes.
miss. Okay, so that's, and generally I would say you should give a more balanced view on things.
Yes, sir.
Okay, because sometimes when you take an extreme view,
Yes,
you
sir.
will get into a controversy.
Yes, sir.
And when you get into a controversy, there could be an argument.
Yes, sir.
And if you have an argument with the board, then your marks
Yes.
will come down
Yes.
very badly.
Yes, sir.
Is this the first exposure to the UPSC?
Yes, sir.
First time. So the best is not to argue with them.
Yes, sir.
And never to get into an extreme position.
Yes, sir.
Because you cannot convert people, then even if you convert 5 people in the UPSC, it's not going to make a difference in society.
Yes, sir.
So please understand the practicality of what we are talking about. We are talking about your future.
Yes, sir.
You are not talking about converting 5 people in the UPSC board
Yes, sir.
to your point of view.
Yes.
It doesn't matter whether they come over to your point of view or they don't.
Yes.
Okay, so you must understand that.
Yes, sir.
It's fundamental.
Sushil, I also noticed the first thing you only remembered politicians.
I
Maharashtra
Gopinath
is-
Munde.
Maharashtra is full of such
Great
personalities,
people.
great
Yes.
people.
Yes, sir.
So please, I think you start thinking in the right perspective, because if you start thinking in the right perspective, you'll start speaking in the right perspective. What the chairman warned you is a very valid point. You know,
Yes, sir.
so there has you're fluent, good. Sometimes you go at more speed than required,
Yes, sir.
and that kind of conveys an impression that you are. I cannot. This is my view, right?
Yes, sir.
So hold it there, and then there's a way to show respect with your speech, with your voice modulation, with the pauses, and then end it quietly.
Okay, my point is also same. Your speed is too fast. The moment the question ends, you start speaking and you keep on speaking. Make your answer little precise.
Yes.
And what is the member wants to know, hit that point in the very first 8-10 seconds.
Yes, sir.
There is not extra mark for longer answers.
Yes.
Okay. So what you can do is you can think.
Yes.
Once the question is put to you, just take few seconds to think and then start answering in order of priority, 1 or 2 points.
Yes.
You may be knowing 10 points, but
Yes, sir.
we are interested only to know the most important point, 1 or 2.
Yes, sir.
And in a very, like why with voice modulation,
Yes, sir.
with a little more energy in your, because your voice is flat
Flat.
most of the time. So do work on that. Otherwise, knowledge point you can improve, as rightly pointed out, something, how you think, what is your priority
Yes, sir.
in answering, that is very important. Okay. That's
Yes, sir.
I'm very much aligned to Chairman, sir. You have to be a little bit polite. when
Yes,
you're
sir.
talking. Like, sir, take a pause.
Yes,
Sir, that is a humble gesture, right?
Yes,
Now,
sir, yes.
so don't go abrupt. That is the one thing. Otherwise, you are full of knowledge. That is my understanding about you. You are a thorough gentleman also, good personality and everything. You are a very reasonable candidate. But one thing, that is a selection of word, and the second thing is that show gratitude or respect
Yes.
to the panelists.
So I'm like, which means what exactly happened about like respect? You said I. Like,
No,
I think.
Sir, sir. नहीं, मतलब spur of the moment, just you listen the question,
Yes,
you
sir.
start answering. मतलब ऐसा होता है, just take a pause.
Yes, sir.
Say sir.
Yes.
Sir, humbleness that
Okay.
should come out, right, sir? Sir, please.
See, respect is something which is, it's an impression.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
I cannot say you are respectful to me, you are not respectful to me, things like that. But I say, oh, you spoke so. How many times did you say, sir? That's not the way it is measured.
Yes.
I should get an impression that you are respectful.
Okay, sir.
I got an impression that you are not respectful. And that's been agreed to by
Yes.
everybody. Okay, when I said that to you, I didn't consult them.
Yes.
Okay, but this was their spontaneous response as well. Now that means there is something in you which gives a feeling that you are not respectful. Though in your heart of hearts, probably you are respectful.
Yes.
But the way, first of all, I'll tell you, your hair is not properly combed. Okay, this gives a feeling, again, see, the first thing is when you look at a person, if your hair is properly combed, you feel that this fellow is well behaved.
Yes, sir.
The moment the hair is not combed, we say this guy is not bothered about his appearance.
Yes.
That's one. Okay. So I don't know why you are not doing it. The photograph also, it's like that only. थोड़ा सा आप उसको जेल गिल लगाओ तो coconut oil, gel, something, and comb it properly.
बल्कि थोड़ा कम भी कर लो आप.
Sushil, I'll define it. Sometimes you get an impression from a person while you are in conversation that he is too full of himself.
Okay.
That is the
But he is not full of poor chap.
No, he is full of himself that you
give an impression.
Yes.
That's the problem. क्योंकि आपका क्या है कि see, maybe you are a doctor, but you have not taken up a job.
Yes, sir.
Isn't it? After 2019, you have not taken up
Yes,
a
sir.
job. Now, you have been working only for the civil services.
Yes, sir.
Huh? So now, what's the problem? I mean, why can't you be a little more humble?
Yes.
It's not that you are earning 5 lakhs a month or 4 lakhs a month, that you should be a little arrogant. Nothing at all. You're just working for the civil services. So, thoda sa, you can be a little more humble in the way you present things. It's the same thing, okay?
Yes, sir.
And of course, it's not that you had all the answers.
Yes, sir.
You see, personalities, the anti-defection law, you were zero. I mean, you didn't know anything about the governor.
Governance.
So that, of course, those things you can read up.
Yes.
So that's why I'm not calling. See, that's not a major deficiency. After all, you cannot know everything. But on certain points, you are very good. On certain points, you are extremely good. But point is, this is something about your personality.
Yes, sir.
What I am talking about is something about your personality. It's
Impressions,
not about
yes.
what you know or what you don't know.
Yes, sir.
About budget, for example, you didn't know much,
Yes,
fiscal
sir.
deficit and all that, you
Yes, sir.
mumbled something, but it wasn't right.
Yes.
Okay, so and alertness again, I gave you the figures, but you didn't tally up.
Yes, sir.
You could have easily tallied them and said, oh, there is no revenue expenditure going
Yes,
out.
sir.
So that kind of a thing. But that's not important. What I'm trying to say is this is something very important and it impinges on the core of your personality.
Yes.
Being respectful to the board is very important because as a subordinate in the civil services, you will have to be respectful to your senior.
Yes, sir.
All your life, 35 years, 40 years,
Yes,
whatever. So you can't afford to be like this. This is a quality which you will have to learn.
Surely, sir. I will work upon it. sir.
Thoda sa.
Yes.
Yeah. Anything else you would like to ask?
So I would like to ask about that UCC. You said like the triple talaq we should ban immediately. We did ban immediately.
See, that's a very that's where we look at a person and see whether he is whether he is reasonable in his approach.
Yes, sir.
I gave you, see, the point is, what can you ban about the uniform civil law, which is not objected to by anybody,
Yes, sir.
which appears correct?
Yes.
1:1 is the ratio of men to women. So if every man has to have a wife and every wife has to have a husband.
Yes, sir.
If some person takes 3 wives, then how will the other person have a wife?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it? I mean, it's as simple as that. So something logically correct will have to be enforced by the government. You can't be worried about the protests.
Okay, sir.
Right? So those things, certain parts of the civil law, even if there are objections, the objections can be overruled.
Yes.
So you don't have to bother about every protest that comes up.
Yes.
There will be protests.
Yes, sir.
And you are giving an example of the farm laws. You see, that's different, this is different.
Okay.
That's about economics. Okay, that's about whether the government should enter into that area. The government is already doing something. Whether the government should do it differently,
Yes.
that's the question. The government is already doing monopoly procurement. Now whether they should give it up, give it to the private sector and things like that. That's a different area altogether. This has got something to do with the general social code.
Sir.
Okay? So seriously can be given effect to immediately. Certain other parts of the law where there are serious objections could be discussed, a consensus can be built up and then a law can be enacted. That would be a more reasonable approach.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good luck.
All the best. Okay, all the best.
All the
Thank
best.
you,
God
sir.
bless you.
Push it down. Just one more day. तेरा हो गया आज तेरा हो गया 14 होने वाला था fortunately it didn't happen. Mr. Sinha was in a hurry, so I was wondering. So fortunately, so what? I didn't have a form for this guy, but this is for the lady who came before him. For this, but boy, if you want, then you have to give me a form. Yeah, I'll take another 5 minutes. कल तो नहीं आ रहा हूँ because I have some personal work. Tomorrow I'm taking leave. I'm taking leave. He didn't leave. I'm बोल रहे थे. I didn't leave. That's because see,
how long you are here?
I don't know really. I may leave on Saturday.